Let's see. Are we on? Hey. All right. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Wait a second here. All right. All right. Well, good morning again. My name is Patrick Hines. I am Senior Manager of Research Communities at Stanford HAI. And it's my honor to welcome everyone to this wonderful new space at the Graduate School of Education. And I'd just like to start by thanking all of you for joining us today. So last year, in my opening remarks, I made a point of highlighting the velocity of change that we're seeing as a result of the current advances in AI. And it's fair to say that the speed of change has really only continued over the past year. You know, last year, I made a quick note of the fact that from the first time we had this summit, we were talking in hypotheticals, to last year reaching a point where the majority of K through 12 students in the United States had noted that they used a generative AI tool in the past week. And so it's really fair to say that that speed has only continued over the past year. And so yes, that means we're here again, because addressing rapid change requires conversation, it requires convening, and it requires a commitment to shaping a future in which AI is developed and deployed so that its benefits are broadly shared. But we're also here because everyone in this room shares a few common characteristics. We care, we're curious, and we're invested in creating community. So let me unpack those just quickly. When I say that we care, well, yes, we all care about something. But for today, though, what I'm referencing is the fact that we all care deeply about building a future for educators and for learners that is made better by the integration of AI. And we care about making thoughtful decisions about where, when, why, and how we use AI. Let me scroll the screen. And when I say that we're curious, well, yes, we're curious about the world that we're building, but we're also curious about how the integration of AI is going to affect the future for teachers, learners, and others. And I also think that that curiosity is a reflection of not just the interest, but also the excitement that we have about hearing from leaders in the field, and also about best-in-class research that's emerged over the past year or so. And so finally, that brings me to my final point, which is that of creating community. So as we start the day, I'd like to thank everyone again for your curiosity and for your care. And it's precisely because we have those shared values that we can have this space for the emergence of a multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary community consisting of people that are passionate about ensuring that AI delivers on its promise, while also allowing us to work together to mitigate its risks. So thank you all again for being here, and I look forward to learning and sharing with all of you today. Isabel, over to you.
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you to all of you. Welcome to the 2026 AI and Education Summit. Yeah! So it's morning, so we are going to do a little gym exercise. Okay. First, I would like to ask for people for whom this is the first AI and Education Summit to stand up.
Sit back down.
So we have about 40 to 50% of the room. Wow. And if you start looking around, I'm really thrilled to welcome a lot of K-12 teachers and their students, high schoolers and middle schoolers. So look around. They were with us for an incredible day yesterday, and they are also here for the summit today. Asked some questions. They were so incredibly thoughtful. I learned so much from the group yesterday. We also have a different group that also was with us yesterday, all the winners of the Create AI Challenge, and you will hear from some of them later on this afternoon. Many of them are also first-timers for this event. So congratulations and welcome. Stay up. No, the gym is not done. The gym is not done. Now I'm going to ask people to get up if that's your second AI and Education Summit. A few more people.
Okay.
You know where this is going. People who have attended 3 AI and Education Summits.
All right.
All right.
Wow.
Okay, and the really, really special people who have attended all 4, please get up. Yeah!
Hey.
So if we can move, maybe, and thank you, we can now sit down and welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. So this is our 4th AI and Education Summit. It has evolved quite a bit, and this is the first time that we are also welcoming such a large group in our new Graduate School of Education building that we inaugurated back in November last year. So let me just say a few months ago. This incredible, beautiful space that I think is very well deserved for education. Please also, I will ask for all of you for your grace, because this is the first time we have such a large group in this building, including, I think, the first time we have actually AV, for example, with us. So I will, if something is not completely working, thank you for your patience and grace with all of you. So the title of this year is the Inflection Point. Why the inflection point? Because simply, not only research and practice, but certainly research where we sit here at Stanford University is actually quite divided on the impact of AI in education. Next slide, please. And that's a lot of words, but just to say, and that's what you're going to hear today. You're going to hear, and on each panel we made sure actually that there are different voices on where we see gains from research and practice, on where AI can actually advance learning for all learners. But we'll also hear about the opposite views, where there are meaningful risks from this new technology in our education systems. And this divide, I think, is very healthy. This convenings, I think, stands at this particular juncture where, to me, this divide suggests that the outcome of this technology and the use of it will depend not only on technology, for sure, and its progress, but really on pedagogy and how we use this technology in our education systems, as well as something that we at the Accelerator for Learning, in a close partnership with our friends at Stanford HAI, are working on, which is ensuring that learning sciences are at the forefront of this wave of innovation, and ensuring that learning science are embedded in everything that we do, both in practice, innovation, and technology. And last but not least, ensuring that human relationships and context remain central to everything that we think, as education is a human endeavor. So with all of this, the divide here on this inflection point is ultimately a design choice. And I think this is why we are all gathered today, because it's not a predetermined outcome. It's one that we all together can actually help shape. And I believe this is what we are going to do today together. With this, let me open the floor to our first incredible session, which is inviting Dennis Pope, who is one of our senior lecturers at the Graduate School of Education and leader of Challenge Success, who is going to interview Randi Michel. Randi works on AI broadly, including education, for Governor Newsom here in California. So with that, let's welcome our first session. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well, thanks, Isabel. I am so excited to be here in this beautiful new School of Education building, speaking to all of you. As Isabel mentioned, I'm Denise Pope. I'm a senior lecturer here, and I happen to be at the right time, at the right place to start researching AI, even though my kids think that's hysterical because I still need their help sometimes to do IT work. I co-founded Challenge Success over 20 years ago to partner with schools and communities to really center the student experience of school and to improve K-12. And one of the things I studied was student stress and academic integrity issues in schools. So I had lots and lots of longitudinal data to think about its connection to student engagement and student well-being and student belonging. And so when ChatGPT was widely released in November 2022, I decided to partner with Victor Lee and the Stanford Accelerator for Learning to study the effect of this new thing in school, not just on academic integrity, but also how it relates to how students engage or not with their learning. And so since then, Victor and his team and Challenge Success and my team have been looking really closely at how teachers and students are using AI at the classroom level. And we work with schools to help them consider effective interventions and policies. And now, this morning, I'm excited to talk with Randi to get an even broader picture of AI policy and implementation at the state level here in California. So I am really excited to introduce Randi. We are honored to have Randi here. She serves as Senior Advisor for Technology to Governor Gavin Newsom. In this role, she leads Newsom's tech policy, including AI, digital infrastructure, cybersecurity, child online safety, and other related topics, which is big. Prior to joining the governor's office, she served in the Biden administration at the White House National Security Council as Director for Technology and Democracy, as well as Director for International Cyber Policy. Randi previously worked as an election security advisor at the U.S. Department of State, including tours in D.C., Kenya, and the Philippines. So Randi really knows what she's talking about. She received her JD from Yale Law School and her BA from Harvard, that little university across the way. So Randi, thank you for being here. Welcome, welcome. Since the title of this year's summit is the inflection point, my first question to you is this moment fundamentally different from past education or technology waves in your mind? And if so, why?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's a real thrill to be here. As even though my bio may suggest otherwise, I am a big fan of Stanford. So thank you for having me.
We're happy to hear that. That's good.
And I also want to just preface this by saying that while I'm thrilled to share the governor's vision on AI and education, I really am here to hear from you all, and especially the educators and students that are really on the front lines of this conversation and tackling the challenges and taking advantage of the opportunities that AI poses in classrooms. So thank you for having me. Thank you for sharing your wisdom here. And hopefully I can help provide some broad sort of strategic framework to contextualize the rest of today's conversation. To your question about the inflection point today, I think in a similar way that don't have to tell anyone here this, that AI poses something fundamentally different than prior technologies when we had the invention of the blackboard, the chalkboard, the invention of the calculator, the invention of internet, and now of AI. They each have fundamentally changed the way that learning and teaching works, but in very different ways. So if you start with just the fundamental chalkboard, you switched from individualized education to a broad-based classroom teaching. Calculator, there was a time when we were all saying, everyone's gonna forget how to do math. We're not gonna be able to do any math anymore, it's being all done for you. But it switched from just understanding how to add or calculate numbers to really understanding the theory and the reasons behind it, having to show those proofs that I really hated doing in high school math. And then you shift to internet, and I think all of us here remember there was an era where people said Wikipedia is going to ruin education. Yeah. We're not going to be able to do research anymore. We're not going to be able to teach our children. They're just going to have all the answers right in front of us. But really what it did is shift the type of teaching from being able to identify facts to being able to really analyze and consolidate and apply, and the real sort of cognitive thinking that that you all here at Stanford are so good at teaching. And it no longer is helpful to know the year that a war started or to know the birth date of a president, because you can look that up so easily. And I think AI, as you all know, presents something fundamentally different while also continuing that thread where there has been concerns over the years around the impacts of technology on teaching. And those concerns have in many ways been addressed and ameliorated by the very thoughtful educators and policymakers in this room. And so I do think that it's important not to catastrophize what we have here today, but at the same time, AI is capable of a degree of analysis and cognitive capabilities that we didn't see previously, which begs the question of what's next. If all of these inventions to date have brought us to the point where we've really been focusing on the analytics and the sort of cognitive load, then what is the next step if that's not a purely human function? And I think that is what I'm curious to hear from you all, but I do think there's a question about what kind of sort of checks do we need to have where humans need to be able to understand, is this thing that the AI is telling me, is it right? Is it biased in some way? What are the what's the broader context here? Is it missing something? But then what does that mean in terms of preparing our students to be able to flourish and thrive in the working world? Does it mean, even just a few months or years ago, we were saying we need to do more training for prompt engineering. And now most of the prompt engineering is done by AI. And so thinking about what does that mean on a practical level? What are the skills that are going to be most useful? Perhaps it's the interpersonal skills, it's the public speaking skills, it's the human relationship side, which would fundamentally change some of the STEM focus, for example, that we've had over the years. And so I think these are still evolving conversations that need to be had, and part of the reason why events like today are so important.
I hear you. Yes to all. Larry Cuban would be very proud of that walk through history from the chalkboard on up. He's absolutely saying the same thing. He's a professor emeritus here at Stanford. So
maybe I'm just trying to justify my own liberal arts degree.
I think maybe. What was your major?
Social studies, which is like a social theory.
Larry Cuban would be even more proud. Yes. So, okay. So as we think about this, walk us through some of the things you're doing and working on with the governor and your team to think about the role of policy and given that things are moving at the pace that they're moving and we're sort of building the plane while we're flying it, which typically happens after a new innovation. How's California leading in defining responsible, human-centered AI in education for the country?
The governor really likes to talk about how we are both promoting innovation and protecting the safety and well-being of Californians. I think it's really important to note that those two things are not mutually incompatible. I think there's often a conversation where you have to choose one or the other, but in California, we have shown and proven that you can, in fact, do both, and there are actually regulations that are common sense guardrails that, in fact, promote innovation. I think one really important historical example here is that one of the reasons why Silicon Valley, where we are here today, in addition to the presence of Stanford and other educational institutions, is that California had restrictions on non-compete clauses in contracts. And so employees that had an idea from their prior business were able to leave those previous professions and start a business here because they didn't have the non-compete contracts in their employment contracts. And so that led to this amazing innovation ecosystem in Silicon Valley where, again, because of, among other things, that regulation. And so that is the sort of ethos that we think about these issues. But that regulation has to be smart, and it has to be deliberate, and it has to find that balance, and that's challenging. I also want to just give a broad overview about how we're thinking about AI policy writ large. We're really operating under sort of 3 core pillars. The first is modernizing government service delivery, leveraging AI to improve the way that government both does the sort of back of house operations. How do we do our own permits? How do we do our own sort of filing, like all of the non-sexy things, but the things that really make government work better? To how do we use AI to improve customer experience in call centers, where, for example, we issued a pilot on leveraging AI to support the tax call center, where it helps the individuals at the call center be able to get the answer for the customer as quickly as possible. And so we're really delving as deeply as possible into exploring, again, not all use cases need AI, but there are some certain instances, and we are continuing to explore what those look like, and doing that, again, with rights and safety in mind, where we have extensive risk mitigation measures in place, and we have extensive collaboration with labor through that process. The second sort of bucket that we think about is on promoting the innovation economy and also empowering workers to thrive in an economic and technological transition. Part of this work has included, for example, the governor last summer announced new partnerships with Google, Microsoft, IBM, and Adobe, and the year prior with NVIDIA to support AI training, both in the CSU systems, the community college systems, and in Adobe's case, 9 through 12 education. And the idea here is that we need to make sure that our workers and our students are set up to excel and to thrive in an economy that really will require understanding how to leverage AI. And then the third area is in protecting vulnerable communities, protecting rights and safety, and making sure that, especially that we're protecting the well-being of Californians. This includes extensive work on protecting child safety. The governor signed a number of bills last year, including a new companion chatbot bill that requires certain disclosures of suicide risk and self-harm by companion chatbot companies. It requires reporting to the California Department of Public Health, and a number of other restrictions. We're also very focused on privacy. The governor last year signed the first ever browser-wide opt-out bill, which will require browsers to have essentially a single click where you can, rather than having all of those very annoying pop-ups that come every single website, you can just toggle your browser once to say that you opt out of third-party cookie sharing. And we actually just launched a new drop platform where you can, again, with a single click, opt out of data brokers tracking and selling your data. So really thinking about this from the broad spectrum, and then as it applies to education, I think it really cuts across all 3 of those categories, where we need to empower our educational institutions to leverage AI to improve all of their sort of operational efficiencies, some of the things that the administrators and teachers here know far better than I do, but I'm sure are not fun parts of your job, that we've really seen AI support some of these back of house operations, to making sure that we are empowering students and teachers and workers to understand how to use AI, and then also that we are making sure that we're protecting rights and safety. And I'm happy to talk about some more examples here, but that's the sort of broad framework we're thinking about.
On behalf of everyone here, I'm saying thank you. Thank you for some of the little things like those opt-outs, right? And thank you for thinking like but broader than just how we're using it in the government, how, really understanding that we need your help. So we appreciate that. And that's kind of a segue to the role of research. So you've got researchers in the room. How are you, or are you and your team, and if so, how are you using research and learning science to help shape some of these policies and some of the strategy?
So the governor feels very strongly that our policy needs to be rooted in expertise, in fact. It's one of the reasons why a couple of years ago now, the governor commissioned a report by Stanford, Berkeley, Carnegie Endowment, and others on frontier AI safety. And that report, led by Dr. Fei-Fei Li of Stanford, among others, has laid the foundation for SB 53, which is, as many of you know, the first in the country AI safety legislation that includes various transparency and disclosure requirements for large language models and for frontier AI systems. And so we really value the expertise of that evidence-based policymaking. The governor launched just a few months ago, back in November, the Governor's Innovation Council, which brings together a range of academic experts, think tanks, advocates who really are deeply, have a deep expertise in 4 key areas: modernizing government service delivery, promoting the innovation economy, combating tech-enabled fraud, and protecting child online safety. And so we are thrilled to have a number of Stanford professors as part of that group, and really leaning on them to be able to advise policymakers, to collaborate with us on a range of initiatives that I'm happy to delve more deeply into. And finally, I have a number of colleagues here today at events like this. We really value this kind of input. And so again, just very grateful for your collaboration, both today and moving forward.
If you have some research that you want to do, or ideas for research, right? This is your opportunity to talk to Randi. What, if, as it comes to mind, is there some big piece that's missing that you would love to see us kind of dig into as researchers?
I think as we are still figuring out how all of this works, how AI can best be leveraged in the classroom, how we protect our students' privacy, our students' well-being, I would love to see more pilots that then we have actual clinical data of how this works in the real world. And it's still early, so it's understandable that that hasn't been as readily available, but we actually are working with the California Department for Public Health on a pilot that will deliver an AI literacy curriculum that includes both how how teachers and school administrators should teach about sort of understanding how to use AI, but also the sort of rights and safety components of it. How do we help classrooms deal with mental health impacts, with cyberbullying, with the issues around cognitive decline, with the issues around deepfake pornography and non-consensual intimate imagery and child sexual abuse material. And so we're looking to pilot that in classrooms in the state, hopefully in the next at some point in this year. And we're really excited to get more data. And if there are other pilots or other sort of data from actually implementing interventions, that would be extremely valuable to us.
I think there's many folks in here who are nodding and saying yes, and we're here to help and talk to you. So that's great. Isabel listed a whole bunch of things that we should be worried about. You just named a whole bunch of things that we should be worried about around mental health, around safety, protection, cognitive offloading. We have environmental issues, we have bias, we have so many things. What keeps you personally up at night? Like, what's the number one, like, if we do anything, I got to make sure this doesn't happen?
I think personally, and this is not necessarily reflective of I don't know what out of all of these different issues is the governor's necessarily priority, and I think the answer is probably we are addressing all of these issues, and they're all very important at the same time while balancing the opportunities that these tools provide. But I think one of the issues that doesn't get talked about as much in the educational context in particular is just the proliferation of non-consensual intimate imagery in schools. I think the latest data from a 2023 Thorn survey said that 1 in 8 of young people know someone who was personally victimized. I think it's 1 in 16 were personally victimized by non-consensual intimate imagery, and that was almost 3 years ago. And as we know, the technology has rapidly evolved, and these tools are increasingly easy to use. It's part of the reason why the governor signed last year new legislation allowing for private right of action against non-consensual intimate imagery. Also, in California, CSAM, AI-generated CSAM is illegal, just like any other form of CSAM, but it's not something that I think we talk about enough in these contexts. I would like to do better to empower schools to sort of understand how to deal with these kinds of issues, particularly when the perpetrator is also a minor, and what is the appropriate recourse. And if you are a victim, again, I don't need to tell all of you, but if you're a victim to cyberbullying through deepfake pornography, it not only is a well-being and mental health risk, but it also impedes learning. And it's so important that we protect our children from this kind of both illegal and I think unethical behavior.
Yeah, we know so much that you can't learn if you don't feel safe. It's all neurologically intertwined, right? Social, emotional, cognitive links. So that's huge, and I'm really glad that it's on the radar screen for policy, and hopefully maybe with that new partnership with the Department of Health too, as they're thinking about rolling out the lessons. So what should be, if that's regulated, what should be regulated now as you think about the future? I think there's people who think, well, once the genie's let out of the bottle, it's really hard to bring it back in. What do you think?
So I think this technology is rapidly changing. We are both trying to get ahead, trying to keep up, and we have to be able to iterate as we get more data, as we better understand how to protect children, how to empower children. And so I think it's a little nihilistic to think about like we have to do everything now, and if we don't do it now, we'll never be able to do it in the future, because we have to continue to iterate and to learn. And I think we saw this with phone-free schools, that even though people thought the genie was out of the bottle and that we're never going to be able to get phones out of the classroom, we've seen it take hold across the state and increasingly across the country. And at least from what I've heard, and I look forward to hearing more from you all, that it's been a resounding success. And so I think it's a little too fatalistic to say that there's a point when we've reached the point past no return, the point of no return, and that we should be consistently learning and consistently improving upon our approach, both on the sort of education, positive perspective, and on the regulatory sort of protective point of view.
So both, and I like the example of the cell phones that, they're not back in the bottle, but we're working on at least curbing and educating. So who do you think should lead at this moment? We have the state, we have research, we have the market. Whose voices are you paying, can I say, most attention to? I don't know if that's a fair question, but who should lead?
I think the answer is all of the above, and I'd add a couple of other really key stakeholders. I think we really need to listen to educators and school administrators. We really need to listen to students themselves.
Yes. Yay.
And we really need to listen to parents that are going through this and trying to figure out how to adapt to new kinds of learning. And through the Innovation Council, we are working with some nonprofits to explore ways to more sort of have a better structure to feeding in those voices, and particularly students' voices, into our efforts. And so hopefully more to come there shortly, but it's something that we are very focused on to make sure that we're not just listening to the advocates or just listening to industry, but that it's really a cohesive effort that's grounded in expertise and in real-world experience.
Lots of students in the audience. Randi wants to hear from you, so don't mob her all at once at the end here. But okay, we're going to start to wrap up here. What guiding principle you think should anchor every AI policy decision? What's a guiding principle that you're holding on to?
I think it's just to reiterate the points I made earlier, which is, one, we need a balance between opportunity and risk mitigation. It can't be all or nothing. And two, we have to learn from and engage with the students and educators themselves. And three, we have to be evidence-based and really understand what works and what doesn't. And so I think that is, again, why I'm really thrilled to be here today and look forward to hearing from you all. And really do encourage you, as I said earlier, that if there's either research that you want to share, if you have ideas of how policymakers can do better, please do not hesitate to reach out. We really do want to hear from you.
What gives me hope is you clearly know what you're talking about. You're using evidence, you're thinking this through. You don't seem to be sort of, on this mission one way or the other. A lot of balance. One thing that you and I talked about before we came on stage is the governor's really knowledgeable in this area too. And you said that makes your job easy and hard, right? So if you think about this, I do think about California as a leader. How do you think about California as a leader at this particular inflection point around sort of this AI and the future for learning?
I mean, I think the proof is in the pudding that we really are leading the charge here, whether it's with the age signaling legislation that the governor signed last year that provided a truly novel way of making sure that parents have the opportunity to control the kinds of content that their kids see on their phones, and to SB 53 that provides the first in the country guardrails on frontier AI systems, to the AI and Education Working Group that the state superintendent is leading that was based on legislation from last year, where we're really soliciting input from all stakeholders, from industry, from schools and educators, from academic experts, to issue guidelines for schools, model policies to help local school districts be able to better both leverage the opportunities of AI, again, which include everything from being able to better address individualized learning disabilities to making sure that there's potential to bridge some of the digital divide and sort of help support schools that maybe are under-resourced, to, again, being able to support educators with some of the less desirable parts of their job, to things like performance-based grading and evaluations. And so there really is a lot of opportunity here that we're excited to leverage in partnership with these companies that I mentioned as well. And then we're also very focused on mitigating the potential risks that we've talked about. And so I think we're leading the charge on both sides of the coin, and in no small part because of institutions like Stanford that really I think the thing that is the special sauce here in California are the partnerships that we have here. We have all the companies, we have the amazing world-renowned research institutions. I mean, this is the place where things are happening, and we are so thrilled to be able to leverage those partnerships to make sure that we continue to lead the country and the world in this space.
I mean, I think that's why we're here today, too. So, Randi, this has been a breath of fresh air to talk to a politician who knows what they're talking about, who looks at science, who wants to get lots of voices in the room, who wants to spend the day listening and gathering input to make some really thoughtful legislation that both helps folks innovate and do what can be done with the new technology, and yet also very carefully is looking at safety and understand some of the other mitigating issues. So on behalf of everyone here, I just want to thank you so much. It's been lovely, and we appreciate you and all that the governor's doing.
Well, likewise, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay. All right. So we'll keep pressing ahead here with our next panel, which is titled Scaling Human-Centered AI, What It Takes to Transform Learning for All. And with that, I'd like to introduce the moderator for this panel, Louis Lebo, who leads K-12 research and development at the Gates Foundation. So Louis, over to you.
Good morning.
Morning, morning.
So let's come on up. Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Excited to be here. We've got a great panel on human-centered AI. I'm Louis Lebo from the K-12 team at the Gates Foundation. Just got in from Seattle last night. It was sunny there, by the way. And nowhere I would rather be than with this amazing group of people. If I wasn't here, I would definitely not be with the million of my friends in downtown Seattle. Have a little parade this morning, celebrating a victory. Not sure what that's about. But that's okay. It's okay.
Start the panel with guilt.
I told my daughter I was going to make a couple Seahawks jokes, and she was like, that's a room of tech nerds. I would not suggest that. But anyways, we have a fantastic panel here this morning. And as the speakers talked about this morning, we're really at a moment where AI in education has moved from possibility to reality. And the real question isn't whether AI is going to scale in learning, but how it scales, who it's designed for, and who actually benefits. And this isn't the first wave of technology that we've seen with lots of promise in education. There's been, over the past couple decades, access has scaled dramatically. Near universal internet in schools, widespread devices, digital tools that are embedded in daily instruction. But learning outcomes are still at early 2000 levels, and the trend lines are even worse for underserved students who need the support the most. Now, what's different this morning, of course, or different with AI, of course, is the capability is amazing. The speed of adoption is incredible. Patrick this morning referenced the rapid adoption. You all know tons about that. Of course, a lot of that's outside of school and without adult guidance, and that makes this moment promising, but also quite risky. On the promising side, we're seeing encouraging early evidence from AI tutoring studies, for example, which is fitting to talk about here at Stanford, the gold standard for evidence on human tutoring, which is still one of the most effective interventions we know in education, but it's expensive, it's hard to implement. Just yesterday, Susanna Loeb, who's out teaching at the moment, but will be around later, was talking to my team about one of the recent studies about human tutoring, and the results are complicated. It's challenging. But maybe AI tutoring can help with scale. Some of the recent trials we've seen have reported gains close to 2 to 4 months of additional learning. But much of this is from early stage studies, limited samples, and pretty short time horizons. So it's a signal. We'll see if the panel agrees, but not yet proof of durable system impact. And of course, we're seeing tons of work on how AI can support teachers as well, whether that's analyzing student work, surfacing misconceptions, providing instructional coaching, and some initial studies on this is really promising as well. So tons of activity going on, of course. I know we have an amazing group of people in this room who care deeply about all of this. We've got researchers and technologists and product developers, and people doing the hardest job there is, the educators that are here and their students, which is fantastic. I've been just so excited to see the many collaborations that I've learned about among those usually disparate groups of people. And if this group this group here can figure this out, but we have to stay focused. We know that the benefits of the new technology will not automatically reach all students without intentional design and guardrails. Otherwise, AI could easily widen gaps. And so that's why this session is focused on human-centered AI. It's not just a slogan, it's a real discipline, and one that asks what evidence we require before scaling, how we design for real classrooms, and what guardrails are truly non-negotiable if these tools are going to serve all learners well. So we've got a fantastic panel, Susan, James, Ian, and Amanda. Thanks in advance for sharing your wisdom. And I'm going to get started with one question for all of you, which is, what are some examples and themes of human-centered AI in education? It's a great term. Tough to disagree that it sounds important, but what does it actually look like? What does it actually mean to you? I'll start with Susan Athey. She's an economics of technology professor here at Stanford at the business school and is a leading scholar in causal inference and market design and leads the Golub Capital Social Impact Lab, which I hope we get to hear a lot about. And so set the stage for us. How do you think about this?
Great. Well, so this is an amazing moment in time. We all know that. One of the things I've been doing over the last few years beyond actually building and measuring AI education products directly, recently I've been the faculty advisor for the World Bank World Development Report for 2026 on AI. So I've been traveling all over the world trying to see, what are people building, what are people adopting, and what needs to happen to really realize our potential. And I think there's a few themes that have really come out for me. First of all, this is one reason this is an amazing moment is not just that the AI inside the products are good, but this is a moment where we've kind of democratized the ability to create products. And so people who have ideas, even non-technical people who have ideas, or people in developing countries who have ideas that previously didn't have access to engineering talent and so on, now can actually make their ideas a reality. So that's very exciting. But what that's already starting to look like on the ground, and what it may look like even more in a year or two, is actually now the bottleneck is no longer like engineers to build your ideas. The bottleneck is we have too many pilots, actually, and still not enough implementations that are actually effective. And so it's kind of obvious, but I'll just say it. As an economist, we think about scarce resources, and so again, the scarce resource was engineering, but now there's going to be some other scarce resource, some other bottleneck. A product has no value unless it's implemented and used. That's kind of obvious, but we didn't focus on it as much when we didn't have products. But if we have lots of products, now the implemented and used is like everything. And so what does it take to make that happen? Well, that's where the human-centered AI comes in the sense that we need educational science to make sure that the pilots are actually pilots of the useful things. But we also need the human-centered AI to understand the needs of the user, everything about it. What is the bandwidth constraints, the devices, the environment? If it's for teachers, what are their rubrics? What are their requirements? What is their context? And then it also needs economics. So why economics? Well, often, if you have like a school district or a government adopting something, the history of governments and school districts adopting IT products is not great. There's a lot of waste. So there's a procurement problem, there's an incentive problem. You adopt a software product, you get locked in, and then it's bad forever. And that's not just in education. Like I've asked people how many people are using Salesforce or something and they're stuck with it and they hate it. You get locked into software products. Because of that, it's terrifying to adopt them. You're going to take your teachers out of the classroom and train them on something. You're going to take your top government officials off of what they're doing to do this, and there's just a limited amount of time. So that makes people scared to adopt things. So we need to do a really good job at thinking through that whole process and making sure that when you adopt, you actually also have the ability and the incentive to achieve the potential. So that means we have to be able to measure, we have to be able to improve. These AI products are the most improvable things ever because changing software is as easy as it has ever been. But then we need to have frameworks also for thinking about what kinds of changes impose costs on the users, what can be done on the back end easily, and how can we both set up the infrastructure and incentivize the providers of software to make them better achieving educational goals for the users.
That's great, thanks. All right, thanks for setting the stage, Susan. I'm gonna turn to James next to answer the same question in terms of examples and themes for human-centered AI. Right at the heart of your work, James is a professor of computer science here at Stanford, also co-founder of the Stanford Human-Computer Interaction Institute, and is one of the leading voices in HCI and how design is applied to complex technologies, including AI. So what do you think? What do you think about what Susan said, and what are you seeing in your work?
Yeah, so Susan got at some of the issues here. I think one of the keys she mentioned is it's getting easier to build software, but understanding what to build is the problem. And to me, that's what this whole idea of human-centered AI is about. You can't just have the good intention to say, oh, I have this great idea. You actually have to go about designing it in a very different way than traditional software. AI systems, and especially in an area like education, more often have impact beyond the direct user of the tool. So we actually have to change how we think about design to go beyond what we would call user-centered design, which is taken maybe 30 years to become the standard in tech companies to think about how we involve the user in the design process. And we actually now need to say, we need to go beyond user-centered design to what I would call human-centered AI design, which means we need to do user-centered design, but we also need to think about the broader community that is impacted by AI systems. So you could think in an education context, I can't just design, let's say, for the teacher who might be using a system. I need to also understand how it's impacting the students, how it's impacting the families, how it's impacting other people in that community. Similarly, if we had a tutoring system for a kid, we need to think about who those other stakeholders are and bring them into the design process. Also, we need to think about even higher level effects. If an AI system becomes very successful, let's say a large percentage of school districts were using a certain system, we start to see societal level effects. So think about the effects that AI in the newsfeed on Facebook or Instagram have had on society, whether it's about what's true or false, or whether it's young women feeling bad about their body image. Those are society scale effects. So if we're really successful and do something that has that scale, we want to even think about what is the societal level potential effect of the thing I'm building, and how do I bring that all into my design process? So it really requires a different way of thinking about design, and it requires a different set of players on a design team. We need technologists who understand AI, we need designers, but we actually need social scientists, humanists, and domain experts, whether it's education, finance, or law, depending on what you're building, to be in those teams from the start. You simply can't bring people in at the end and say, hey, can you check whether this is safe or this is going to work? It's too late. They need to be on the ground at the beginning, and that affects what we will build. So human-centered AI is really a philosophy about how to actually create these systems to have positive impact for society in areas like this in education.
Great, thanks. Your social media reference is interesting. I've been thinking about, it's quite a contrast to think about 70, 80%, whatever it is, K-12 students using ChatGPT to help them with their homework lately. And at the same time, 75% of elementary and middle schools banning cell phones in class. Amazing piece of technology, but lots of harms, lots of distraction, lots of risks. Tough to sit with both of those at the same time and figure out what to do.
Well, it's the early days, and I think we need to give ourselves a little time to try to get it right. Now, it is good that we figured out finally the negative effects of cell phones and social media and these things on our kids. And AI could have some of the same negative effects, but we could also think about how to use AI to help all of us flourish in the long term. And so how do we start to look at how to use this technology to have people reach life goals and behaviors that are long term, instead of these quick actions that the technology right now is really designed for because of the advertising-related model. And I think there's a lot of interesting research on how AI actually can help move our kids towards the long-term goals, move all of us to be focused on being better in ways that we all want to be. And so there's potential for it.
Great. All right, Ian, I'm going to turn to you next. Ian is a managing partner at Owl Ventures, the largest education-focused venture firm globally. And you've backed many of the companies that are shaping how AI shows up in learning and hoping it all scales, I assume. And so how do you approach this? What examples and themes are you seeing for human-centered AI?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank Isabel and the team for hosting this wonderful event here. It's just like a real full circle moment for me, having been on campus for 7 years across undergrad and grad school, and now talking about education with 3 young kids, I think is close to my heart every day. And so, I have again, as I mentioned, sort of young children in public schools right now. Their teachers are grappling with with AI, how to use it, how to implement it. I talk to my son every day about it. What's going on at school? Does your teacher use this? How do they incorporate it into the classroom and what you're learning, or do they just ignore it? And so the key thing for what we're seeing at OWL is really around ensuring that this AI is really kind of built around the core of the teacher. And in many ways, we think about it as being a world-class, almost TA and data analyst in a sense, for the teacher to really augment and amplify the effectiveness of the teacher, free up time, and allowing them to do what they do best, which is to inspire and to engage and to really make that human connection with the student, but informing them and arming them with all of the data, as well as some of the, again, real-time sort of feedback loops, in a very heterogeneous classroom environment, right? And so we have 100 portfolio companies that span across K-12 all the way through to workforce, and this is a slightly more, I think, K-12 oriented audience, but I think the same applies to adults and adults learning as well, is that the learner and the teacher at the center of it all is really, really critical. A couple of examples I think that I can kind of pull from, we have a portfolio company called Newzella, which has been used by over 4 million teachers, and a big part of that is that the teacher remains in the driver's seat. The teacher has control over what content they want to use, but the AI actually is helping with the scaffolding and the appropriate sort of reading levels for the kids, and so that sort of differentiation at scale is helpful, and it allows the teacher to do, again, what they do best, which is to meet the students, where they are. One other example is a company called Kiddom, which really kind of integrates instruction, assessment, and curriculum all together into one platform, and really, again, helps the teacher sort of see the learning trends, not only in terms of student by student, but also across the classroom. I think we've started to hear a little bit more about some of the multiplayer, if you will, sort of AI elements, or how do you sort of get people into groupings and skill levels. Kiddom, as an example, fits into district workflows, fits into curriculum, and really sort of allows the teacher to, in real time, adjust, effectively kind of the learning and teaching curriculum to map what the needs of the students and the misconceptions that are being faced, by the students in the classroom. So. A lot more examples, but I know we want to make sure everybody has a chance to share thoughts.
All right, great. Thanks, Ian. All right, and we'll turn to Amanda. Amanda mentioned there's lots of educators in the room. You can tell me whether you agree that they have the hardest job. I know you taught high school biology. Amanda's the CEO and co-founder of AI for Education and work very hands-on with public school systems across the country as they figure out what does responsible AI adoption actually mean and look like. So a bit where the rubber meets the road. How does this all land with you, and what are you seeing in your work?
Absolutely. Well, hi, everyone. I'm excited to be here. This is a full circle moment for me as well. In February 2024, this was the first big panel I ever did. I had 5 minutes to talk about AI in education, and I watched it recently, and not that much has changed, which I don't know if that's really a very positive statement to start with. But I think that it's really important to think about human-centered AI with the question of, we have an arrival technology that's as disruptive as any technology ever. And not only disruptive, but faster in that disruption. That is starting to really force us to look at what is human. and not to get too philosophical to start, but skills, you talked about software engineering no longer being a barrier to ideation, development, and creating products, that we are looking at technology that is now outstripping abilities across pretty much every human skill. In fact, there's research that shows that it's not just that AI is augmenting or is going to automate out specific jobs, but within jobs, tasks are being both at the same time. And what we have to really think about is just how much disruption that's going to cause and who is making the decisions. We talk about some of the technology that's being built for schools, like how many of those organizations are really working hand in hand, not just with educators, but researchers, with students, with psychologists. One of the most fascinating parts of this is that almost half of all generative AI users are under 25. So I just want to say that again. So if you look at 800 million active users for ChatGPT, they've said that 40% of their users are under 25. That's over 300 million active users a month. We also see a really kind of interesting moment of synchronicity is that the first ever AI chatbot was in the 60s. And I'm sure some of you know Eliza. Eliza was a mental health chatbot. And now we look 3 years into the time and you talk about the number of students using AI. They're more using AI for mental health and well-being than they are for schoolwork. And so we have this really fascinating moment where it's starting to be this mirror or reflection to what people want, but maybe also what is missing, And I think that when we see young people and adults turning to these technologies for much more than we ever thought, it's going to really change what's necessary around supporting all of us. I mean, we see not just cognitive offloading that's happening, we see mental health and well-being being offloaded. There is a new paper came out about belief offloading. Is that what are we doing if these tools have been designed in a way in which they're actually shifting us into ways of thinking? Especially at a really big risk considering that we have 4 or 5 chatbot makers that are having such an outsized effect on what we use. And so I think when I think of human-centered AI, I think that this is an inflection point. This is the moment in which the choices we make today will have such outsized effects on not just education, but the ways in which we interact with each other and what we prioritize and what we believe has value. And so I think for us, when we think about AI in education, the most important thing right now is that we need to equip people with the real knowledge and skills and mindsets to understand how to use these tools and to know when not to use them. I think this is a huge thing. We're going to have to make decisions in the future not to use AI. We're going to have to decide that even if AI can do this better than I can, it's important for me to do it myself. And I'm speaking a little bit to the young people in this room as well. That's going to be a really big question going forward. So I think for us, we were really pleased by the work that's being done, but we think we're at the very earliest stages.
Great, thanks. All right, I'm gonna give you some quick hitter, easy questions. Susan, how do we measure all of this? You mentioned the many pilots. You mentioned that there's many pilots designing. There's now infinite variations of planes, if I'm following the metaphor correctly, with the democratization of software development that you mentioned, and it's all moving so quickly. So what counts as credible evidence of impact? How do we learn from the different feedback loops that are necessary? And what are you seeing in terms of translating from all the other fields that you've worked in and how that applies to education?
Yeah, so I mentioned in my opening remarks about incentives, and it's very hard to provide incentives for things you can't measure. And also we know that if you measure one thing, the teaching to the test is the metaphor we use across all of science, in fact. And so here we are in education where we understand the problems of teaching to the test, and vendors may also build to the test. So this challenge is something I've been working on for 20 years. I did a stint as chief economist at Microsoft where I focused a lot on the search engine. And there, it was a very big challenge. The first thing I realized is you've got thousands of engineers, they're all building things. They're building for what you measure, and if you measure the wrong thing, you get the wrong thing. So it's easy to measure clicks. You can do an experiment in a day and see the clicks and make a decision tomorrow, which is great, but it leads to spammy ads and other stuff. And so you actually have a whole science team set up to figure out what to measure in this specific context and how to fight the teaching to the test which includes things like peer review and human review, in addition to these like measurable, easily measurable numbers. As education moves to be more in this digital product space, you are going to want to make fast decisions. You do want your vendors to see that the teachers this interface isn't working, and you want to be able to fix it tomorrow. So you do want to measure things fast and make decisions fast. Yet you have the same problems that, what does it mean if the teacher is spending more time in the interface? Is it because it's terrible and it takes them forever to get something done? Or is it because it's great and they're learning a lot from the experience? So that requires a multifaceted approach. And I think the Gates Foundation has been a pioneer. And in a lot of my speaking, I'm actually looking at some of Gates Foundation and other contexts like financial inclusion, where they've identified digital public goods that can have an outsized impact on ecosystems and country growth. I think in this space, there are also lots of digital public goods that could be provided here by university and philanthropy. They are the tools for testing. They're the tools for evaluation. It's multifaceted. It's going to be human review tools. It's going to be AI guinea pigs, so that you don't have to make humans your guinea pigs. But actually making a good AI guinea pig is itself a science. Because if you have a fake student testing your product, but it does dumb things, that's going to lead your product in the wrong direction. So you have to evaluate your fake guinea pigs. So that's a little bit meta, right? So I see but this is not just like a small problem or specific to education. I actually see this as like the foundation of what it's going to take to make good AI products across the economy, is investing in the tools that help you understand whether the AI is doing what you want it to do. And by the way, even inside OpenAI, inside Anthropic, that's a huge, huge scientific focus, is just how do you know whether you've done the right thing for your user? So I'm really excited about that science. That's been a theme at Stanford High, but in the specific education context, it's like even more important, because using students as guinea pigs is like, or teachers as guinea pigs is we don't want to make mistakes. We want to have a really robust measurement, testing, evaluation pipeline. And then just coming all the way back to the incentive point, if we can figure out these multifaceted ways to measure, then we can do a much better job incentivizing the vendors to experiment, measure, and improve.
Great. We are working on some of that evaluation stuff on our team. We usually say that the health teams, all those other, they got it much easier to measure over there. Education's much more complicated to measure. Great, thank you. I've got one more question for each of you, and then we'll head to the audience if we have time for probably just one or two questions. Ian, let me go to you, since you also are thinking about measurement as well, but from a bit of a different lens. You're thinking about, obviously you care about impact, you also care about scale, you care about financial returns. When you're you mentioned Newsela and Kidam, they're relatively scaled, I'd say, in a way, but like if you think about some of the earlier stage organizations, what are some of the signals you're looking for to try to figure out, hey, is there the potential for impact and scale? I'm sure we've got some early stage organizations in the room. Ian will be right over there afterwards if you want to talk to him. How do you think about that?
Yeah, well, good news is all of these companies like Newsela and Kidam at one point were early stage as well. So they've been through that journey. And I think, a good example, and another one just to kind of share with you, is a company called Amira Learning, which does oral fluency and reading and literacy. And they had the opportunity to be sort of grounded in research. So they had work that came out of Carnegie Mellon. They started to do, essentially studies and independent evaluations in concert with state agencies, education agencies as well. And so they did that across, Louisiana, across Utah, across Georgia. And in those ways, this sort of collaboration, I think, is really important. So it's not simply about, we do see a lot of companies where, the first sort of points of data all around usage and engagement, and that's sort of 80% of the conversation. But oftentimes there's a huge gap between usage and engagement and outcomes. And so the ability to sort of collaborate with third-party groups, I think, is really, really important. KIDM right now is also doing the same thing in New York public schools. So they had, over 400 teachers and educators, implementing KIDM and trialing it with, their students. And, they've put together a body of work now where essentially students in classrooms that have, teachers that are using KIDM, 30 or plus times have double-digit gains. And, that sort of evidence-driven sort of fact pattern is really important before you make claims. And I think a lot of companies right now, especially early on, struggle with that dynamic of, how do I get that traction and how do I get the attention, to make these claims, but then not yet have the evidence. And so I think, finding the right, not only the pilots, but then the right districts and, ensuring that you're in that workflow and then working in collaboration with the right third-party groups is just critically important to establishing that credibility and trust.
Great. James, let's talk about teachers for a moment. We've heard already a few times this morning, we want to make sure AI augments teachers. We're not replacing teachers. We want to make sure we're supporting them, we're augmenting them. Great, makes sense. How do we actually do that from a design perspective to focus on that specifically?
Well, I think it's also related to the question about evaluation. So, there's a field of learning sciences. There's a lot of great folks in that field right here at Stanford, from our dean, Dan Schwartz, on down. And so we need to make sure that we're applying those techniques to do this, not just ad hoc ways of measuring things. This is a field with a lot of rich research on how to do it. But I would say one thing, supporting teachers or measuring things, what we really actually need to watch out for is, almost to paraphrase Wayne Gretzky, we need to go where the puck's gonna be, not where it is now. We can't be measuring the stuff that mattered for schools in the last century. This technology is gonna change what we think kids need to know, whether it's in K-12 or in college or in lifelong. And we need to start rethinking what it is are the key skills. Now, some of them are gonna go back to the classic skills that we might all think about, like critical thinking, how to make an argument, the basics, but it's gonna go away from a lot of testing that is really how good you are at regurgitating information. And we have to first think about what is gonna change, because a lot's gonna have to change. And so once we know that, then we understand what it is we need to measure properly and use the learning sciences to do that. And similarly, how do I augment teachers? Well, I gotta know what it is that's important to teach and important for kids to learn, because now if I have a smart, great tutor for kids, maybe some of these other skills aren't where they need help. Maybe it's more on the social skills and the other parts of life that teachers are gonna maybe focus more on. But we have to figure that question out first before jumping to a bunch of solutions that in some ways are teaching kids for the Industrial Revolution.
Great. Amanda, let me finish with you. Could we talk about the Beyond the AI Inflection Point, your paper that you released recently? And would love to hear a little bit more about it. But in that paper, you talked about a fictional school district, Central Schools, I think it was called, that if fictional, but maybe totally fictional in the sense that it was grounded in deep research that you did and thought about the 3 potential paths over the next 5 years that could happen depending on the types of choices that those districts make. So tell us a little bit about what you learned from that research, but in particular, especially to close us out, what about that pathway where the guardrails are put in place? Like, what does that mean? What does that look like? What are the most important types of guardrails and safety considerations that everyone in the room needs to be thinking about right now?
Absolutely. Well, I want to call out Jason from Imagine Learning. This was a guerrilla project, and Isabel Howe and we had Chris Agnew from Stanford. We brought a group of almost 20 people over the summer. Has anybody read AI 2027? It's this futurist piece about AGI, or superintelligence, being possible. And we were actually sitting on the floor of the AI show at ASU GSV and looking around all the point solutions that were measuring for today, not for tomorrow, to your point, James. And got a bit frustrated, and I was like, well, what if we do an AI 2027 for education? Which sounds like not that hard, guys. It was really hard. We wrote a fictional story that has a choose-your-own-adventure approach, which none of us are fiction writers, so that was fun. But what we did is we brought together a really cross-functional group, including students, and came up with Central School District. And I'm glad that you felt like it felt real. we've worked with hundreds of districts. And so from 2023 to 2025, it should feel as real as possible. The complexity of even doing the good work of setting guardrails, starting to think about AI literacy, was just not enough. And so the big kind of piece of the central district approach is starting a lab school in 2026 that becomes a skunk works for calculated risk taking, for measurement, evaluation, for trying to create a future where we're not just creating kids for a future that used to exist or one we think will exist. And what we do is we branch in 2027 where things get really hard, because education is really good at not changing. We're just really, really stubborn. And so it becomes this kind of choice, and we have 3 paths that are followed. One is this kind of re-entrenchment of traditional methods. We go back to a place in which we're pen and paper, which is happening right now. And what happens is young people kind of come out not knowing either, not being AI literate and not also being deep critical thinkers, because they're using AI at home and hidden in ways that are not very helpful. They're definitely not prepared to go get a job with Ian. So that's path A. Path B is focused on this kind of algorithmic all-in. We're going to pick an AI system. It's going to do everything, not just help students learn, but also it's going to surveil students, keep us safe. And what ends up happening is you have young people that are really it's stripping out the human, that kind of interaction, of the human interaction and the durable skills that we want to see. And then path C is kind of the messy middle, where the lab school keeps going, and kids are more prepared to be agile than they are necessarily prepared to be an engineer or a technologist or an economist. They're going to learn the skills to keep learning, because it's never going to slow down from this moment on. And one of the things that I think is really important is that the guardrails are in place for all 3 of those, but the decisions of how much are we willing to look at our what works and doesn't work and make the change is really the more important piece. But I would say very much is that, the last thing I'll say is that a core component of everything, if there is one place that we should be thinking about in terms of guardrails, it's not responsible guidelines. It is AI literacy for young people. And it is technical AI literacy. It is understanding what these tools are and aren't, but it's moving from AI literacy to fluency. And if we do not do that in the next 2 to 3 years, starting that out, we are in a world of hurt. And so that to us is the kind of the underlying for everything. We have to equip young people for the future that's coming.
That's great, thank you. There's a red clock flashing and staring at me. And so we'll defer on audience questions, but this is a small enough group. Please come find us throughout the day. We'd love to hear your reactions to this. Final words, 10 seconds or less. What's one thing you would love for this audience to do this year to make sure that human-centered AI becomes the norm?
James, you start.
I'm just going to say this is one of the most important areas for AI. So we at the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI, as we plan our next 7 years, this is one of the 3 key areas that we are focused on with our friends at Stanford and other folks to really push forward, because this is really one of the most important areas for AI and the future of our world.
Awesome. Others?
Yeah, I'll just take a more personal stance at that question, which is, be involved and be sort of integrated into the community. I think this is a very select group here, of course, but it's obviously a much bigger world, and just making sure each of us sort of touches 4 or 5 educators, touches students, and really just involves everybody, because I think this is certainly going to be a group effort, to your point.
Yeah, I would say speak up. This is the time to be loud. This is time to, if you have, Newsella or others are coming in saying we want to do this, say why or how. Work with each other. If you're a young person, advocate for AI literacy in your organizations. If you're a teacher, talk to young people. I think that this is, everyone has a voice today if we're willing to do it. It's going to be harder as we move forward. So I just think that this is the time to do it.
I would say that the bottlenecks now are sort of non-technical in some ways, and so everybody who has an idea, who has domain knowledge, who knows about a problem, has more kind of power and opportunity to do something that actually matters than almost any other time. If I have an idea that requires, $100 billion to build, well, I can. It doesn't really matter whether I have the idea unless I have $100 billion. But at this moment, there are so many ways that each individual human can actually take their ideas and help other humans. And so this is a great moment to be alive, but there's no guarantee that we'll actually take it across the finish line. So that's really what I'm focused on.
All right, thanks for a great conversation. Let's thank our panelists.
So before everyone takes a little stretch here, we are about to start our next session. And our next session is one that you want to stay for. It's one that has actually a lot of tension. Does AI make us more creative or not? And as it turns out, we have actually researchers that are showing both sides. And we are going to hear about both sides. So it's not a debate, but it is very close to it. And I'm so excited to introduce a moderator for the session who has spent extraordinary amount of time thinking about this topic, about creativity. He leads a big effort at Adobe. Adobe, as a corporation, has a big focus on creativity, and is a man who is leading this for creativity and education. He's also a Stanford grad. So Brian, welcome, and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's safe to say creativity is having a moment right now. I've been in the space of creativity and education for quite a while, and 5 years ago, if we had created a top 10 list of what are the most burning, urgent issues in education, besides niche circles, I don't think creativity would have been on that list. But boy, has that changed. The questions, what is creativity? How do we teach it? And why does it matter in every subject and discipline? Are echoing through the halls of schools and campuses louder than ever before. And I think our little friend generative AI is a large reason that is happening. But even outside of formal education, at a broader cultural level, as soon as ChatGPT came on the market, fall 2023, we all heard this sentence starter. But AI will never be able to do. And one of the key words that was rushed to finish that sentence was be creative. Do creativity. So it's an exciting time, it's an important time, and I'm really excited to introduce 4 educators and researchers who, from different disciplines and different areas, are going to help us grapple with this big question. So I will introduce them one at a time. They have a hard task. They have 5 minutes to give you an overview of everything they're doing in this space. We'll bring them up one at a time, and then we'll all in front of you have a discussion, maybe even a debate afterwards. So without further ado, from the Center for Computer Research in Music and Acoustics, please join me in welcoming Chris Chafe.
Okay, well, thank you for taking a few minutes to listen to my ever-changing life in presto tempo right now. It's an amazing moment. And I come at this from computer music and having worked as an artist, but also a teacher for quite a long time. Most of where we end up now is sort of sophisticated musicians using computers is often with shrink-wrap software. So it's software that's been developed for a very special purpose. Maybe we teach that, but often at a lot of institutions, especially Stanford, we teach how to make that stuff. And I have a statistic that I just kind of mulled over recently, which is back when I started, the industry spec was 5 lines of code per day per programmer. Debugged, tested, documented. And then, this is a 50-year span. Halfway through it, I'm up to about 50 lines of code. Last summer, 500. It just went, exponential like that. And 5 or 10 lines, 500 or 1,000 lines, doesn't matter, it's exponential. So we're in this place, and I'd like to show you how that translates in what we can do as an ensemble in music. So go ahead and hit the clip that I'm providing you. So this is Network Music Performance Co-Design Ensemble. And this is a performance from 10 days ago in the Bing Auditorium with 8 students. And they're playing instruments, and you can bring the volume up a bit. They're playing instruments and laptop instruments. So in this case, everyone's sharing an instrument that we passed around in the ensemble in rehearsal, and it's part of a texture that we're working up. It's a longer piece. I asked a class in September to do this, just to find out if this works at all. That's from a prompt. 31 students did the same prompt, and here is the result. It's actually 31 usable web apps that run in browsers. This is the class. They're making hydrophones and learning how to solder. And the next thing I was going to do in the class after this was introducing perceptual phenomena. So the Gestalt principle of common fate. And this is around Halloween, so forgive me for this is a more complex program that I did. And all of the dots are individually programmed in the web app. And common fate is when the dots move together and you can pull out an identity. So that was quiet. Let's do it with the THX logo theme, which you may remember from theaters. So scary stuff, Halloween compatible, and then try something even scarier. Sort of like a facial theremin. Theremin is the sort of air instrument from years and years ago. So these are all, like kind of developing technical things that are really tough to program. Would take that 50 lines of code and it would take 10 days and so on. But what about doing new realms, like imaginary things? Ask me later what spider ballooning is, but we put this one prompt and developed a quartet that we're about to rehearse tomorrow. Spider ballooning is the scariest thing that happened to me in September, but I'll leave it there. And this totally captures it in a one-line prompt that we could modify and do something else. Anyway, thanks for listening, and on to the next speaker. So, yeah.
All right, our next panelist is actually near and dear to my heart because I did my PhD here about 15 years ago in modern thought and literature, which is sort of, choose your own adventure. But I was, a humanities and education guy. And then I took an intro to computer science course with Marin, opened my mind to computational thinking, and honestly changed my career trajectory, because now here I am in tech. So please join me in welcoming from the Department of Engineering, Marin Sami.
Thanks very much. And you're really too kind. The check's in the mail. What I want to do is spend a little bit of time today talking to you about 3 provocations on creativity and generative AI. For about the last 8 or 9 years, I've been co-teaching with a philosopher, and so I've moved from the world of thinking about problem and solution to provocation. So first provocation, or before we get there, what do we even talk about when we think about creativity? That's the kind of the computer scientist coming out, right? We need to define it. I like to think of it as novel approaches for problem solving, being able to come to some new problem, bringing fresh ideas to that problem to be able to generate a solution. There's lots of different definitions we could think of. This is just kind of our working one for the next 5 minutes. So here's provocation number 1, thinking about education as a product versus process. And this is something I probably don't need to tell most of the people in this room, but I'm going to tell you anyway because it's in the slides. What do we think of? When we think of education, education obviously is about learning. That's the goal. And learning is a process, right? There's a whole bunch of things like research and writing and problem solving, all these things that students do as part of the learning process. But what we do is we evaluate products. We ask students to turn in papers or a program or solutions to a problem set or whatever the case may be. And for many years, basically our conceit in education is that a strong product that we assess is indicative of a strong process that the students went through to generate that product. And what generative AI has basically done is taken that assumption that we've had, I don't know, for a couple hundred years in education and just fundamentally broken it and said basically you can generate a strong product without engaging in a strong learning process. So what does this mean for us? Right, what it means for us is that we need to think about ways in which learning engages more with the actual process rather than just asking students to produce a product and expect that the product actually meant that a good process happened. Part of that is also realizing that even experts in technology can be lulled into a false sense of security by these processes or these algorithms that exist to basically short-circuit processes. I'll give you one example that comes from my domain. Dan Benet and some of his students, he's a computer network security researcher in the computer science department, did this experiment a few years ago. Took a group of people, gave them generative AI tools and said, build some stuff that has to do with computer security, like a login, authenticator, stuff like that. Another group of people, these are trained programmers, right, had to do the same thing but without generative AI tools. And then they checked how secure was the code and how strongly did they believe their code was secure. And here's the interesting thing. The folks that had access to generative AI believed that their code was more insecure. And when it was actually tested and reviewed, it was less secure. Right? So it gives a false sense of what we are actually producing with these technologies. And relative to the last panel, if we think about one of the critical factors is to have people be critical of AI. Right, to think about how their learning process is actually impacted by the use of these tools. So that gets me to the second provocation, topics versus tools. Generally, when we think about generative AI in a curriculum, it requires a curricular organization. And you're like, Marin, that's tautological, right? You just told us it's part of a curriculum, so of course it needs a curricular organization. Yeah, seems obvious, doesn't it? Except we don't treat it that way. What we do is we think about a curriculum being organized by topics that a student should know, but we don't think of generative AI as a topic. We treat generative AI as a tool. And when we think about tools, the decisions around tools are often made by individual instructors in individual classes, and there isn't a building of a topic in the same way we might think about the ways you go through, for example, learning math, building on previous classes. And so I think of that as our challenge is to generative AI, not to consider it as a tool, but consider it as a topic and build a curriculum in which we teach how to use generative AI to foster things like creativity and deeper educational outcomes by actually treating it as a topic where, for example, here's just a stylized illustrative example so you get a sense of what I'm talking about. To give an introduction, we can tell students about what these tools are, where they come from, maybe what a generative AI model is. In a subsequent grade or class, we might tell them about how do these things actually hallucinate bad results, how they might incorporate bias into what they generate, and thinking about the notion of verifying references that these things produce, which now gets into a different learning process that they need to do to effectively use these tools. And ultimately, we might teach them how to be really effective users of the tools. For example, research that's been done on telling the models, for example, to think step by step, which causes them to solve problems that they don't solve when they're not asked to think that way. These are things that new new research is revealing about how to use the tools effectively, and there are things that should be taught to students, because if we don't teach them, they will teach themselves, and what they've already taught themselves to do for 70 or 80% of them is use these tools ineffectively to short-circuit their learning process. So can we get to the final provocation, which is around creativity and thinking about novelty versus regurgitation? Can AI actually produce something novel? Now, here's the interesting thing. A lot of critics say AI is just trained on certain information, and it can only regurgitate that information. OK? What do we do for most of education? Right? Exactly the same thing. And somehow we expect students to be able to generate novel results. So the provocation there is, can we actually help AI to produce novel results in concert with human beings? I think the answer there is yes. But if we want to be able to do that, what it means is we need to teach creativity to both human beings and AI to be able to work in concert. Rather than just expecting students to generate yet another essay about the Civil War, we don't need more essays about the Civil War. What we need them is to think critically about engaging with the tools to do it. And so I'll leave you with the final points in terms of AI to spur creativity. Can AI generate new ideas? It's already been used by, for example, hard sciences to generate hypotheses that the scientists themselves had not actually considered before. And people in mathematics, for example, see the future of mathematics as working collaboratively between humans and AI to be able to generate larger results in math. So thanks very much for your attention.
All right, our next panelist is here in the Graduate School of Education, but I just learned was long ago an intern at Adobe, so no wonder creativity planted a seed. Please join me in welcoming Hari Subramaniam.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Hello, everyone. Very recently I was asked this really interesting question. If AI could fix one thing about today's education system, what would it be? Now, before I give you my answer, why don't you take a second to think about how you might answer it, although Mehran may already have given you some clues about it. Well, my answer is to equip students with the infrastructure to learn by creating things. You see, the ultimate effect that education has on a learner is to advance their capacity to create, to generate ideas, to solve problems, and to build things that didn't exist before. Across all these different domains, whether it's design or engineering or science or media or craftsmanship, creation is the ultimate test of understanding. Yet, in today's classrooms, a lot of learning is organized around what to know instead of what to create. Students learn facts and concepts, they memorize procedures, and they solve familiar problems. And we find that this is a little bit problematic in many ways because, one, it introduces this purpose gap. When knowledge isn't acquired purposefully, when learners don't have the opportunity to create while learning, we find that the knowledge they acquire is often abstract and fragmented. You may have a student who aces like a physics test in fractions, but will not be able to explain why a sled slides differently on ice compared to concrete. And my argument is that sort of creation fundamentally changes how we learn. When we create, we are forced to sort of organize knowledge and represent knowledge in purposeful ways. We are forced to make connection between ideas, and we are forced to consolidate knowledge in a way passive consumption cannot do. So here is an example where imagine introducing like 3D geometric shapes to a student. And if you just do that, all they're going to remember are these different shapes. But instead, if you ask them to model a real-world object, in this case a sneaker, the student now needs to understand how these different shapes combine, how do edges align, how to compute complex volumes, and so on. All of this is what makes knowledge that we acquire in K-12 education more purposeful. So if creativity and creation is essential for learning, how do we make it accessible to all learners? And this is where like AI can play a role. First of all, AI can sort of provide the infrastructure to lower the floor for creation, to get students get started in creating things. What you're seeing here is an example where a child sketches an ordinary, everyday scenario, a car on the street. AI recognizes the scenario and generates what we call situated physics brushes, in this case, like a physics brush for friction that the student can then paint over their scenario. Notice that we're not introducing friction as this abstract formula. Instead, friction is presented as a creative tool where the student can paint the street with ice and paint the street with gravel and see how the car moves on these different surfaces. They can explore and start asking questions like, will the car move faster on ice? What happens if we combine like ice and gravel? Or how much friction or what material is needed to get the car to completely come to a stop? The concept of friction sort of like emerges through this process of exploration, through this process of testing out their intuitive theories about physics based on everyday behavior they've already observed. And over here, AI can actually help by sort of producing, by analyzing these scenes and producing the necessary creative tools for learners to create, but also automating away the more like a difficult or mechanical process of creation, in this case, like simulating an animation. A second example is, in addition to lowering the floor for creation to get learners started, it can also raise the ceiling where learners can be more expressive and can expand based on their understanding. What you're seeing here is a creative tool for generative art. Over here, the learner is using AI and natural language to combine concepts in new and bespoke ways. They are trying to map the jellyfish behavior, how a jellyfish moves, with abstract, rigid, fractal shapes. If we were doing this in a traditional programming paradigm, then the student would have to learn how to program these individual behaviors, how to sort of engage in construct recursive patterns, and how to apply these interactions. But instead, over here, the learner can focus on creative composition and thinking about conceptual blending and thinking about abstractions, while AI can do this harder technical work that is not central to their learning. And finally, AI can provide feedback and guidance in bridging this gap, or like this, going back and forth between knowledge and practice. On the left, what you see is a simulator where a learner can adjust the angle, force, and gravity to understand the trajectory of a basketball and thereby understand how the laws of motion works. And AI over here can help the learner in thinking about how to run these experiments, in understanding or interpreting the evidence or the observation that they generate through each runs. On the right, you're seeing a tool where blind and low vision learners can create accessible content and engage in spatial reasoning. Over here, AI can provide rich descriptions in helping them construct this understanding. So in conclusion, I want to sort of leave with this provocation. I find it a little bit ironic that we're using a technology that is somewhat powerful today in helping learners consume knowledge while leaving the act of creation to the AI. And I think we should sort of think a little bit differently and focus on how do we equip learners to be more creative and use creative work in engaging in sort of their own cognitive task of learning. So in summary, knowledge is powerful. Creation helps learners sort of organize and structure knowledge in more meaningful, usable ways, and AI should support this. Thank you.
All right, and our final panelist, also from the Graduate School of Education here, is actually doing incredible research looking at what happens in real classrooms when we take a specific tool and a specific creative task. What happens with that learning? So please join me in welcoming Guy Lichand.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Being an economist by training, over the years I've often been confronted with these ideas that, this boom is not going to be followed by a bust because this time is different. Or, this depression, we're never going to recover from this because this time is different. So let me present you with my version of this time is different. Why I think Gen AI is not just like a calculator. I have to learn how to move it forward first. Oh, the green one. Oh, thank you. We've heard other metaphors for Gen AI. And I think there's at least two big differences between the two technologies, and I think they are important for what we're discussing today, the relationship to creativity. So calculators, they're available even in super low resource settings, such as the ones that I often engage for my research. Whereas Gen AI, we know it depends on devices, internet, subscription services. What is free today might not be free tomorrow, so we might worry about that, especially when it comes to equity. But there's one extra dimension that I think might be pretty fundamental, at least at the moment, which is the extent to which these technologies automate tasks. So calculators never do the whole thing for you, unless you're using a very sophisticated scientific calculator. They will do the repeatable kind of algorithmic components of the task and still leave it to the student, to the user, to interpret what the problem is, to figure out what calculations have to be inputted into the machine such that you get the answer that you want. Whereas Gen AI, at least again at the moment, without guardrails, we'll talk more about that, in principle can automate all the components of a task. And that, I want to argue, can be pretty fundamental to how we might or might not encourage creativity and learning. So it's, once it can automate everything, it's pretty obvious that we need guardrails if we want to use it in the classroom, especially in K-12. And then once we start thinking about guardrails, hard questions emerge. Like we want the technology to scaffold learning, to help students acquire knowledge. So what's the right model to do it? Until what point do we want the technology to do the task for the students? What kind of help are we willing to provide? And then as a result of this guardrails, scaffolding, and supports, are students learning more or not? So we ran this study. This is in Rio, Southeast Brazil, with middle school students. And we wanted to know that whether with some guardrails, student creativity would be helped or harmed by Gen AI assistance. We thought, I want to say, that there was a need to conduct a study like this, because first, if you just compare students that are already using Gen AI versus those who are not, and you try to ask who is more creative, that's not necessarily what the technology is causing, right, in terms of its impacts on creativity, because who uses Gen AI or not might be very different. And as I said, at the student level, at the school level, at the district level. So you want some more rigorous evidence that you can trust, so we're going to run experiments. The second thing is, you've seen studies like the famous, now I think people call it the MIT brain rot study, where some university students had access to a tool. Some wrote a text with Gen AI, some did not, and then their brain engaged less in it. They remember it less if they had Gen AI assistance. Well, to some extent, a lot of those studies, they kind of give you the tool and they take it away. And then perhaps it's no surprise that you get much worse once you no longer have that tool. So it's a big question is the education is about transfer. What can you do, not only in the same task that you had the assistance, but when the tool is taken away in a new task, can you transfer knowledge? If you're better at first, do you continue to be better? Or maybe you get worse. So that's what we're going to look at. We measure creativity because we're interested in this, in creating novel and useful ideas by focusing on divergent thinking, which is the ability to come up with new ideas. And we use two common tests in the literature. One is the alternative uses task. So we're going to give you an object and ask, what else could you use it for, other than the most straightforward use? The more valid uses you come up with, the better, the higher your score. Then the other test, so these are some of the objects they will do it for. And another task is the divergent association task. So I give you a seed word, and I say, come up with a list of 10 words that are as different from each other as you can, and you start with the first word. So this is not an easy task. Here's just some guidance on how to do it. And here's our creative buddy. So we created some AI assistants, but we put guardrails in it. Here's the prompt. I just want to call your attention to the guardrail. So it says, if the user asks you for 10 words, just give it 3. So give some assistance, but don't do the task entirely for the student, okay? So I'm going to take you through the results very quickly because of my time. So first, this is just based on randomization. We're going to compare kids that had Gen AI assistance in the first test, the alternative uses test, versus not. Here they start the same. At the several trials, in the first one, you already see kids with assistant jump ahead, and then over the course of this test, when they have assistance, they do better. They're more creative. That's not surprising. Now, what happens when we take the assistance away? this advantage disappears. So at first, within the same test, doesn't seem like there is positive transfer. Already pretty bad news. But then the big question is in the new task, in the divergent association task, we're going to randomize again. What happens if you still have AI assistance, if you never had AI assistance, if you lost AI assistance? We're going to have 4 groups. So this is what we find. If you never had AI assistance, the control group, you do the best in this task. Now, if you continue to be assisted or you only had AI assistance in the second test, you do a little worse, but it's not statistically different. But now, if you had AI assistant at first and you lost it in the second test, then you do so much worse. Actually, the negative transfer is kind of 4-fold the advantage you had before. What's happening? I don't have much time to tell you. It's not just persistence. It's a little bit about you don't have as much fun doing it, but most importantly, you start thinking that AI is more creative than you. And the negative effects are concentrated on those kids who really think that AI became more creative than them. So I think there's stuff for us to think about how access to these tools without maybe the right guardrails, the right scaffolding, might actually harm the academic self-concept. And that's pretty important, especially in the K-12 setting. Let me stop here.
All right, well, we swap a mic out. So we've laid a lot of groundwork here. This question's for all of you, and most of you covered in your quick talks. How do you define creativity? Because it's a broad tent: creative expression, creative problem solving, divergent thinking. How do you define creativity, and has that definition become more refined as generative AI has become part of your practice or your research? Chris, you're the closest.
Sure, okay. In music, where what we're doing is communicating with the emotions and feelings of both ourselves, our inner selves, and our audiences, and trying to make a bridge. We're doing that through sound, and the examples that I showed were all, ultimately, the arbiter is your ear, and you need to be able to feed your ear, feed those emotions in the same way you do if you're practicing an instrument or you're composing with some of those shrink wrap tools that I mentioned. Where that falls short is if you don't have access to music all over the world, through your life, through history, the wide stage of music, and the fact that nothing is ever really truly de novo. It comes from other things. You're standing on shoulders of other pairs of ears, if you will. So that's how I define it. It's imagination, and it's also emplacement in something that is cultural, I guess. So I'll leave it there.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, there's so many. I just focused on problem solving because that's kind of the domain I come from. Is computer science. We think about writing programs often to solve problems, but obviously there's creative expression as a way of whether it be music or writing or sculpture, or, many other forms. But I think when we think from the standpoint of education, it's kind of tragic in some sense that we have one word for creativity because it means so many things. And I think keeping in mind the context of the creativity that we're trying to instill students with in a particular situation gives us more information about how we might do that with, say, for mathematics as opposed to art.
That's great. I think often when you ask a room full of teachers across subjects, do you teach creativity? There's not a lot of hands. But then when you define it, do you teach problem solving and different ways of approaching things? Suddenly the hands go up. So definitions can help or hinder.
Yeah. So I do. I make art in my free time. So for the longest time, I held this definition of creativity as sort of using imagination to produce something that's novel and surprising and interesting and like museum-worthy. But recently with AI, we've noticed that they've gotten really good at producing these artifacts of intelligence. And also in working through my own research, my definition of creativity has shifted greatly from this artifact to creativity as this process of shaping ideas through this constellation of tools and knowledge and artifacts that get generated in the process. So it's more internal and cognitive than like external and like something that's created.
Yeah, I think there's at least two processes that interact to generate these novel and creative ideas. I talked about divergent thinking, which is kind of the brainstorming phase. And then there's also convergent thinking, which is later how do I filter all of these brainstorming outputs into something that really serves a task. And the task could be like solving a real problem. It could also be being expressive and so on. Of course, how we measure those things is super hard. I showed you how two examples of tests that are used to measure the first one. They're very reductive, right? And it's just written expression, so there's no pictorial expression and so on. So when it comes to the challenge of measuring things, then we always have to reduce this complicated and beautiful abstract concept into something that's very, very constrained.
Yeah.
That's the work of the science.
That's great. Guy, while you're on the hot seat here, you introduced this notion of, good technology, if it's in the classroom, should ideally be lowering the floor or raising the ceiling. So maybe I'll start with you, and then we'll go back this way. What are ways in which you've seen that AI can lower the barrier of entry, especially for students who might struggle or not see themselves as creative or not really have the opportunities to practice creative thinking?
Yeah, I think so. In the context of this creative buddy that we developed, you could get assistance as simply as clicking a button, which is conducive to like even kids that might struggle to write. Like a lot of these tests, what's challenging is they embed a lot of requirements, including the ability to read and write well. So sometimes they're more accessible just because there's different ways to which you can interact with them. Higher issue with the law, for example. So I think lowering the floor, I think, is easy to understand. Raising the ceiling, raising the ceiling, I think, is not so obvious. You can see that, of course, if it's just divergent thinking, it can increase the set of things that you would list if you didn't have the tool. But it's not obvious, as we were talking about processes, not just outputs, that it's really mobilizing the internal, like self-regulating the process of developing the skills, such that the ceiling is raised even when you don't have access to the technology.
Yeah. Hari, how do you think about how this technology can lower the barrier of entry?
Yeah. Sort of building on the example I gave in my talk, right? I think the one thing that's really powerful about AI is one, it is dynamic. It can adapt to the learner's task either interactively or through some system prompting. But also that it can take away a lot of the mechanical work of doing things. In the past, if a student wanted to see how friction might work with their sketch, it would have required lots and lots of effort. But as I showed on the video today, you can take a simple sketch, you can use AI to sort of understand the scene, and you can give them a friction brush that they can use. So that's sort of lowering the floor. But now the student can start to expand on these counterfactuals, what if friction didn't exist, and what if there was an object falling on the street and there was no friction, how would this happen? How does friction interact with acceleration and motion? Can I sort of add a motion brush or change the mass of the car to kind of explore how friction and motion interact? So I think it sort of expands the space of possibilities in a more dynamic way, thereby getting people to generate new knowledge in the process of learning beyond what is already presented to them or what they need to learn conceptually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, one thing I always hear, teaching introductory computer programming is, do we need to do that anymore? Is everyone just going to program in English? And the answer to that, I think, is many more people will program. They will program in English, and I don't want those people building the credit card transaction system I'm going to use. So I think it does lower the floor because now people have access to power tools. They can actually build things they could not build before by just describing in English to a computer system what they want to do and see the power of building something that gets executed for them. And I think that transformation from going from being a consumer of technology to producer of technology is actually hugely powerful for a student. So I do think that has already lowered the floor. And it has raised the ceiling because for people who are seasoned programmers who really know what they're doing, who are experts in the domain, it has made them more productive. So you go and talk to folks like Microsoft and Google, they say a large portion of our code base now is actually being written by AI. And the people who are very facile at using those tools are just much more productive than they were before.
Yeah, let me echo everything that was just said by going back to my examples. The 500 lines of code that I might emit in 1 hour today, what do I use that for? Well, like the pumpkin. That would have taken me way too long to generate that demo for teaching Common Fate. Well, there's a whole bunch of other Gestalt principles, and I can't wait to get there and make illustrations. So I think it's that one line that generates something usable. It elevates the conversation in a really good way that's going to affect what I can teach, how fast I can teach it. If you look at the Dayglow eyebrows example, that was just a lark. That was a DIY experiment by one of the students who accompanied a different assignment. Just try it out. Well, that opened up a treasure of different components that now are accessible that were way beyond the scope of the class. So those kinds of things are just opening. And I think the accessibility, lower, we can do things right off the bat that are inspiring. And that's the I don't know, that's the readout from 2 quarters worth of doing this so far, hands-on.
Thank you.
Yep.
This topic could be its own conference that we could spend 3 days on, which I would love it as well. That's an idea. We should do this. But we're at time for now. The good news is we have a break, and so we can continue this discussion with our speakers and amongst ourselves. So thank you all so much.
It's not, oh, there it is. Hey. Hey, everybody. If you could head back to your seats, we'd love to get started with our next panel as quickly as possible. All right, I'm starting to see some movement. Give him like, all right. If we can get back to our seats, we'd love to get started with this next panel. Yeah, I mean, you know, they ran out of coffee in the hallway. Yeah. I'm tempted to shush people. Yeah. Right? Yeah. I know. See, I'm not much of a clapper though. We could do it one more time. You want to lead? Here we go. Me and Michael, or we can just clap it out. Okay. All right. All right. See, yeah, you just need tools of educators. That's easy. Okay. Well, we've got a few people coming back in, but would love to get started again because we have another exceptional panel coming up right now. This next panel is titled "How AI is Transforming How We Teach," and we're going to hear real-world stories about how AI is affecting educators and learners, which is sort of a tremendous way for us to see the impact on the ground. And so to kick us off, I'd like to invite our moderator, Maisha Wynn, to the stage. Maisha is the Excellence in Learning Professor at Stanford GSE and is the Faculty Director of the Equity and Learning Initiative at the Accelerator for Learning. So Maisha, over to you. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see everyone. The Stanford Accelerator for Learning's Equity and Learning Initiative had the great privilege and honor to host students, middle school and high school students, and their educators yesterday with the support of Google.org. We had a youth-powered AI day of learning, and let me tell you, we learned a lot from and with each other. And so I'm really excited to moderate this panel with 3 of our educators who participated in our day of learning yesterday. So first, I'm going to invite you to introduce yourselves and say something about the work that you're doing with AI in teaching.
Okay, well, I am, hello everyone, my name is Ludwig Lentz, also known as Lulu. I am the Manager of Program Impact at STEM from Dance. We are a nonprofit where we integrate technology and movement, essentially allowing for students to take these different workshops so that they can also learn how to combine using dance to bridge their knowledge of STEM. And most recently, we also have included AI into our work.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniela DiGiacomo. Nice to see you all. I am an associate professor at the University of Kentucky. That is my day job in learning sciences and youth development with a focus on civic engagement, information literacy, and student voice. But my fun or after hours or night job, I think, and the reason I'm here is that I help run and organize the Kentucky Student Voice Team, which is a youth-led nonprofit in Kentucky fighting for educational justice for about the last 15 years. as research, storytelling, and policy partners. And my role with them is actually supporting them to do youth-led research on issues of interest to them, which this year happens to be, shocker, student perspectives on AI in learning. And that's the study I'll talk about a little bit today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Taubman, and my teaching journey started here 21 years ago. I was in the STEP program at the GSC. It's really fun to come home. I spend sort of half my day as a teacher at North Star Academy in Newark, New Jersey, where I work with 98 juniors and seniors every day in a program that explores the intersection of AI, purpose development, and career-connected learning. And then the other half of the day, I'm helping to lead our network-wide AI instructional strategy at Uncommon Schools, which is what my school is part of, which is one of the biggest charter networks in the Northeast.
Terrific. And so, Mike, we'll start with you. Give us a little more insight about how AI is showing up in the day-to-day, on the ground, in your teaching.
Yeah. We are working on an AI framework we've built called the AI driver's license. And the idea is to map that quintessential adolescent rite of passage, getting your driver's license, onto this AI moment. And so the curriculum has 4 parts, which I'll explain in a sec, but we're really fortunate to be collaborating with Dr. Faye-Marie Vassell, who's a postdoc fellow here at the GSC and High, to explore formally what the learning environment is that this curriculum creates. The curriculum has 4 parts, and the whole idea, as you can imagine, is to get students into the driver's seat and not the passenger seat when it comes to AI. The first part, my favorite part, is choose a destination. We want students to look inside themselves, look at the world around them, and decide where they want to go with AI before they open the tool, to have a reason to go somewhere. When you get in the car, you don't discuss with the car where you're going. I know we're in Waymo land, but even so, you've chosen the destination. We want students to feel that way about AI. Part 2 is learn how to drive. How do these tools work? What does it mean to prompt, to provide context, to orchestrate agentic workflows, et cetera? Part 3 is open the hood. How are these technologies working, and what, therefore, are the implications for students? What are their affordances? What are their limitations? And the last part is, I was an English teacher for 18 years, this is my other favorite part, is discuss, debate the rules of the road. We want students to start considering, discussing with each other, discussing with others in this space, not just what AI can and can't do, but what AI should and shouldn't do, so that they start to realize that their voices matter right now, and they can start to take part in shaping this world they're graduating into.
I want to be in your class.
Yeah.
Daniela?
Yeah, so for me, as someone who supports young people to do youth participatory action research, or what a lot of people call YPAR, a strand of community-based research, I have to think thoughtfully every year about how to support young people around the issues that really matter to them. And over the last 6 years, since I moved from California to Kentucky for the job, the interests that matter to young people you'll all be familiar with, but when it comes to schooling, has a lot to do with their mental health, well-being, and their ability to connect in the world. And we know that COVID sort of exacerbated all of that, or exacerbated all of the inequities that we know exist in schools. And so what we see year after year, from the school climate audits that the students lead in schools across Kentucky to state level audits and studies we do focused on how students feel about the banning of CRT or different hot topics that go on, is that they are, I think as some speakers said earlier, like the same issues that we think about in terms of what matters for teaching and learning still matter for students today. And I think what I'm curious about that's coming up from what we see in the students' research is how AI can be supportive of those, help us collaboratively work through some of those same problems.
Thank you.
So yes, at STEM from Dance, we are actually aiding students with crafting different prompting of AI-generated videos. So they are actually learning how to ultimately output these different type of videos that work as digital backgrounds, as they also take different workshops to choreograph their own performances and pieces, utilizing the AI that they are generating as their backdrops or background dancers, as some may say. So really cool and fun things, obviously, that they are doing, but also knowing that there are hindrances and there are ultimately, down effects of AI, and still trying to make sure that these students know that ultimately AI needs to work for them. So it's not just utilizing it as some sort of clutch, but more so like, okay, how are we ensuring that they have the tools and resources to actually make AI work for them, but that also, personally, I believe comes with making sure the educators themselves are equipped to do so as well. So I think that's one of my biggest challenges right now that I'm facing, is making sure that the educators that I work with equally are partnering with AI and also have the knowledge and resources they need to support the students that they are centered in front of each day.
This is something I really appreciated yesterday. We had classroom teachers, we had nonprofits who work and bridge their work with classroom teacher partners. We had public-private charter schools represented, and so many student learners. If you were one of the middle schoolers or high schoolers who participated with us last week, can you just stand up? I want to acknowledge you again. Can you stand up? Yes. Where's our young people? Yay. Thank you so much for being here. And my next question is, what are you learning from these young people about AI?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. I think for me personally, what I've learned over the past years, especially having some of my background definitely start in the classroom as an educator myself, prior to my current role, is that AI is not actually inherently bad, right? Instead, we should be making sure that students are actually still given the proper cognitive skills to make sure that they're actually making AI, like I said, work for them, right? So like, how do we make sure that they're able to utilize AI as this type of scaffold and giving them the feedback that they need to really sharpen the skills that they need to obviously go out into the real world, rather than this idea of, you know, AI is something that we need to completely remove, because that's not happening, unfortunately, right? I think it's here, and we have to ensure that the educators themselves are also able to evolve with the technology that we have in place to really make sure that, you know, students are actually utilizing AI with caution, but most importantly, making sure that it is actually something that supports their education growth.
Yeah. And so I'll speak to two themes that are coming out from our data so far. So we're actually in the midst of running a state-level mixed method study, of which the survey and interviews are designed and carried out by students with their peers across the state. And so far, our survey has 850 responses. And it's a mix of open-ended and Likert-style items. And then we are about to start to conduct hopefully up to 40 to 50 interviews that are also peer-to-peer, focused on this question of what are their perspectives and attitude about AI in their learning lives. So two of the things that are coming out, I fear are going to be unsurprising for this group, but are that students want their teachers to support them in how and if and when and in what ways to use AI for their learning. So we know they're doing it in and outside of schools, but students are also aware of the instructional puzzle that this presents for their students, or for their teachers, and they want support and vulnerability from the teachers in making visible that they need support in their learning with that. The second theme comes from the fact that there's a lot of variability when it comes to school-level policy, and folks know that. So the AI policy looks different within schools, between schools, across schools, across teachers. And that's really challenging for students, because what they're saying is that we don't know if we can use it in this class, can we use it in this class? It's an unfair advantage in this class. What does it look like in that class? And I think that's not a small thing to also consider in this, because I think students are grappling with the same sort of ethical considerations that we are as adults in terms of what is this? Is it cheating? Is it not? You know, everything from applying to college to applying to work at a fast food restaurant. If a peer is using it and I'm not, what's the right thing? What's the right move to do here? So I think they want space and time and scaffolded adult support to talk through those questions that have more to do with sort of the philosophical question around it rather than the technical as well.
Yeah, I'll have more anecdotes from this AI driver's license pilot later. We just started last week.
Terrific.
But from my own classroom, what I've noticed the last few years is, first of all, and one of the professors mentioned this earlier, students are really hungry to look at this as a tool and a topic. And when whiteboards came in or Chromebooks came in, those weren't topics of discussion in class. You just used them. This wants to be both, and I think students need it to be both, and that's something that I think is important to think about. Two specific anecdotes, and what I'm learning from students watching them use this, come from the two students who kindly flew out to California with me for this, Ian and Brianna. Ian has been working with a partner to vibe code an app called Fractal that visualizes the research process via expanding nodes that change colors, et cetera. So I'm watching this as a teacher the last few weeks, and I'm wondering, what are they learning about both research and also AI? And what was striking to me is that AI has sped up for Ian and his friend the idea to implementation to iteration process. Like that's now really fast. The app just gets coded in class. But it hasn't sped up, in a good way, the thinking and collaborating they're doing. So they set the tool off to code, and then they're discussing what to do next. And I think as a teacher, it's really interesting to watch something's gotten faster, but something hasn't in a good way. Brianna has been exploring a career in finance and sports management, and so she wanted to create a contract for Pete Alonso. And if you're an East Coaster, he was a star on the Mets for a while, one of Brianna's favorite players. She wanted to be his agent, hypothetically. I am an English teacher by trade. I've never created a major league contract. So in that moment, we turned to our AI assistant. And the AI, Brianna had the AI make a template of a contract, but not fill in the details. Number one, because it kept getting his stats wrong. But number two, because she said if she was actually his agent, it was her responsibility to get the contract right and to fill in those details. And so to me, again, as a teacher, I'm watching that, and I'm seeing AI open a door, but then I'm seeing Brianna walk through it. And I think that's a really interesting way that we now have a possibility, basically, in classrooms to explore.
You know, something that came up yesterday that was very interesting is this question about whether there was this fear that AI was going to take over teachers' jobs. And our colleague Nathan was suggesting that the future potentially looked like teachers more as coaches during this time. And I'd love to get your thoughts around, you know, if you've been thinking about this or how you sort of see the future of teaching with AI in play and this notion of moving into more of a coaching role or support role.
I mean, I can't say if AI is going to necessarily take over the job of educators, but what I can say, right, is if we as administration or you know, individuals that are putting out these different pilots of AI, it's our duty to ensure that educators are equally equipped. So rather than sitting and bustling with educators on their content, right, on how they're delivering the content, I think it's about the different tools that are now, you know, ever evolving and coming into the classroom. How do we actually coach and teach them to utilize these tools so that it can work for the students who are going to be battling with these tools, that are going to be competing with these tools, right, on whether they're actually going to have these type of jobs. I think especially because students are thinking about this, it's our job and responsibility to like take action in this moment in time, to take a step back, but also want to ensure that we are equipping ourselves with how are we making sure that students still are having these jobs and they're not worried. I think for a very long time, I brought this up yesterday, this idea where we hadn't thought about what do you call it, self-checkout machines, right? For a very long time, we had cashiers. Now all of a sudden, self-checkout is a huge thing. You go into supermarket stores, things of that sort, and no one thought about the fact that these were taking people's jobs up until it actually did. And I think rather than waiting until the jobs are taken by AI, we need to ensure that we're doing our due diligence to ensure that students are equipped with that knowledge. I think someone mentioned yesterday as well, this concept and idea of really making sure that, like, we know AI has these different, like, there's screeners, there's recruiters, like, technically all our resumes are like being screened through these type of AI generators, right? So those are already taking up jobs. So if we can get ahead of it right now while we're still in the early stages and phases of this new technology advancement, I think that's really our due diligence to make sure that our students are not competing with these different AI tools when it comes down to the job market.
Yeah, that's good. I think as a learning scientist who was trained in the sociocultural tradition, I think that our job is to think about, you know, what we know about how people learn, which is even more complex today in terms of living in the information and digital age, and then what that means for how we ought to design learning environments in and outside of school. And so I think if we continue to think, which a lot of people have said today is like call in the learning sciences, I appreciate that shout out because no one knows about the field outside of these spaces. But if we continue to think about how people learn and we think about how people learn in a digital age, in a hyperpartisan age, that should actually amplify the need for better pedagogical and instructional strategies, right? And we know that learning is fundamentally cultural and social. And so I actually think it brings up the need for more and better teaching.
To me, I've had kind of two big thoughts about this. One is this tension you mentioned about the coach versus teacher. Mm-hmm. And I do think that's something a lot of educators are wrestling with right now. I feel it myself. When Brianna's making that contract, I can't teach her how to write a major league contract. So I am guiding her through that experience using my educator instincts, but it's a new topic. So there is a level at which this does push us in a good way to that sort of guide coach space. At the same time, I do worry that if we all become guides as teachers, who's teaching? And that's a question, like as an English teacher for 18 years, I think it's even more important to teach thinking, reading, writing, choosing your own words to express your ideas. I think that's a really crucial skill right now, but it's a real tension because I'm helping Brianna do that, but I also want to make sure everyone is remembering the old ways we used to do things and bringing those forward. And I also think there's just a change management question there. If you tell a lot of teachers that they're not teachers anymore, they're coaches now, some of us would love to jump into that, some of us would be nervous, but some people would say, well, I just spent my career teaching. And I think it's an interesting question to raise. Mm-hmm. On a sort of broader level, I always think when the students come in that we have 45 minutes together. How am I going to use that time? What's my lesson plan going to be? And the emphasis for me used to be on how to use the 45 minutes. In the last year or so, it's really started to feel like we have 45 minutes together. And the together part is what's really mattering now. When we can have screens involved, we can use AI, we should sometimes, but that is a human space. That the classroom is taking on an almost sacred dimension for me now, where it's people gathering together to be young and human together and grow up together and learn to argue in a very complicated country together. And I think that is increasingly a space that education should be exploring in addition to pedagogy and content.
That's really powerful. Yeah. I remember yesterday, Kendall from Cambridge Latin talked about how important the togetherness was becoming. It was taking a priority to everything else. Being more relational is becoming more important in this moment in her classroom. I'm curious about what it is that you each need in this age of AI to support your own learning, to support your teaching. What is it that you need and need access to?
That's a good question. I think as far as like nonprofits, we need the actual individuals, right, the makers of these tools, to also be equally on the ground as much as educators are. I think oftentimes, like, we think, okay, we'll just give in a few training sessions, but like, obviously that's not enough, right? I think there needs to be a more hands-on involvement and collaboration that goes into place when we think about the developers of these tools with the collaboration of the educators who are then placed in front of students to teach them and educate them. So I think it needs to be that level of collaboration that is involved if we really want to ensure that our students are utilizing AI to work for them, but also, as like Mike said, these coaches, right? These thought partners that we want AI to actually be for us, rather than this idea of just kind of like using AI to do all of the work, but actually teaching AI what you want it to do.
My initial reaction was to say I need someone to teach my 7-year-old how to spot a fake Taylor Swift ad on YouTube, because I can't do that. But I guess my real answer is that I think, 6 years into working as an adult ally for the Student Voice team in a state like Kentucky that's smaller, we've made some really big strides in terms of ensuring that students are at the policymaking table when it comes to students on school boards, on Kentucky Board of Education. And even though it's just one student and then you ensure they have voting power and these things, these are small levers of which you try to ensure that student voice is at the table. And I feel like throughout the day, we keep hearing like it's really important. Mm-hmm. The decisions are made about schools need to be made with students. Yeah. And so I think that would be the one thing I would say is in all of us in our small bits of the world to try to work to amplify the student voice.
And I think your 7-year-old's going to be okay. Did you hear all the young people yesterday were telling us stories that they're now doing all of this quality control for their parents. They're having to tell their parents, that's fake, Mom, that's fake, Dad, that's not real. So now the tables have turned, right?
I think it's always taken a village to raise a child, and I think we need that village a lot right now. For example, the fact we're able to partner with Dr. Vassal and explore, we have an idea about AI literacy, we have a chance to pilot it, but let's get a researcher to look at what's happening here. You know, again, I was an English teacher for a long time, and I've leveled up my AI ability, but I'm an AI autodidact. And it would be amazing if also somebody from industry came in and trained us in the technical sides of this, because educators are coming in as educators, not as tech people. Nonprofits being able to fund these kinds of research opportunities. So I think if we're all gathering together, and then crucially, to your point, making space for student voice, whether that's surveys, whether that's interviews, whether that's looking at the sort of voice that emerges from how they use the chatbot and looking at the sort of breadcrumbs there. But I think this is the world that we are shaping for them, and they have a right to shape it too, and to have a sense that they have agency in this moment.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So what are you excited about for the future of AI in teaching and learning? What excites you the most? Where are the possibilities and opportunities? What are you dreaming about, thinking about with your students?
I think personally for me, knowing that specifically STEM from Dance, our entire mission and vision is to really ensure that girls of all backgrounds, right, have this access to STEM fields. I think that's what excites me the most when I think about AI right now, is like really ensuring that these students have this level of access, they have the tools, they have the knowledge and resources to really gain access and leeway, which, you know, something that didn't have opportunity to do many years ago, or especially women didn't have that same level of access many years ago. I think it's like this new range of STEM, right? It's not like, yes, just coding. It's like this new whole genre, right, that students can now also be experts in, to allow them that access and just overall level into these real world jobs where they also too can be affluent in.
Yes, I think I would lean a little bit on the last speaker's presentation where we talked about creativity versus hindrance, and I could say I'm hopeful around the potential for it to create more time and space individually and collectively for creativity amongst our young people. So in whatever discipline, in whatever field, I think we schools can sometimes do a good job of not encouraging as much creativity because of all the constraints. And so I think if we can shepherd AI toward supporting the production of more creative time for all of us, that would be helpful.
Did some of the data in your participatory action research study with your students yield something around that?
It does, because they are concerned that, so far it's saying it, and that they are concerned that it is, they're openly saying it's concerned that it's hurting all of ours collective critical thinking and ability to sort of work together. And so I actually think we can sort of take back that narrative also, because I think that is a real fear. I have that fear as well. But we also know that it's a tool that's human-made that we can shape, and we are part of the design process. So I think thinking about how to push against that as a system is what we ought to be doing. Yeah.
Thanks.
I would say on a practical level, the personalization that AI provides in classrooms, I mean, I teach a career exploration class, so it's especially useful there, but I can have 34 students in 10 minutes reflect on their individual sense of purpose with an AI chatbot that I design, close the laptop, turn to the person next to them, talk about their reflections, and then embark on a project in one period. That's not normally how that works. And so that is really powerful, but I think what's even more exciting to me as educators, as many of you know, we're constantly trying to convince students of the relevance of what we're there to teach. And you don't have to do that right now. They know this is relevant, and so the relevance is there, and so now it's more like we are living through a historical moment together, us and you, and let's try to make sense of this and put you in a position to succeed at this time.
I love that. That's such a powerful thought. that you're living through this historical moment together and you're making sense of it together. That co-learning with your students is very powerful. So we really wanted to make sure that we had time for Q&A, that we've been sort of promising all morning, but now we're really going to have Q&A. We have microphones in the aisles, and if anyone has a question for our incredible panel of educators, we'd love to hear those questions and entertain them. for joining us. Thank you, Michael, Daniela, Lulu. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, Candace, you're going without intros? Perfect.
We got from
Perfect.
12 to 12:05. Right before lunch, I wanted to just call your attention to, in a lot of the panels today, there's been an issue that has come up over and over and over again, and that is assessment. And so on January 29th, we had a different conference that was a full day talking about the future of assessment, responsible assessment in the age of AI. And that was a collaboration between two institutions that were sort of at the founding of educational measurement, Stanford University and ETS. And so I serve on the board of trustees at ETS, and I'm also a professor in the Graduate School of Education here at Stanford. So I wanted to bring those two important institutions and researchers together to talk about how do we do responsible assessment in this era of AI. And I will just say, and Jesse will talk about some of the outcomes, I will just say the motivation for this was, as somebody said, the way we used to think about fairness and comparability was standardization. And what we know now is standardization does not work for creating socially, culturally responsive assessment that truly assesses what a student can do and what a student can learn. So now we have to rethink constructs, this is kind of the nerdy part, constructs of fairness, comparability, validity, and reliability. What do those constructs mean in being socially and culturally responsive with the affordances of AI? So I will let Jesse speak a little bit about some of the things that came out of it, but I will also tell you that we have a full white paper that is coming out. For those of you who are not able to participate, there'll be a full white paper coming out in the next couple months on the conference. Jesse?
Yeah, thank you so much, Candace, and wonderful to see everyone, and wonderful to be back here at Stanford again 2 weeks later. Have a little bit of deja vu walking around the space, but really excited to join you all today. And again, thank you, Candace, for inviting all of us to come. We had a wonderful meeting. We had some jam-packed panels where we talked about readiness for the age of AI and the skills that matter. We talked about socioculturally responsive and responsible assessment and how to do that well. We talked about getting new sources of behavioral evidence to make inferences about the skills and knowledge that individuals have, using technology to do some of that. And then we also talked about responsible AI in both learning and assessment and how to achieve that. As Candace noted, we will be working on a white paper that will come out of this convening, and it will discuss some of these themes in more depth. We had also a number of breakout sessions in the afternoon that were really quite interesting, gave folks more opportunity to engage, to have some back and forth and some good discussion. And I know the one that I sat in on was focused on K-12 assessment and learning, and that was a pretty lively discussion that we had. Folks built many connections and have opportunities to continue the conversation beyond the meeting. So we know that many people have planned follow-up discussions, further convenings, and other kinds of ways to connect around the work that we do on learning and assessment. Another exciting thing from the meeting was that ETS actually announced the launch of our Center on Responsible AI for Assessment and Learning. And so we are launching this center, trying to really engage in some deeper research along these themes, although of course it's something that we've all kind of been working on for many years. Now we have a center where this work will be taking place. And so I want to invite you all to, again, continue this conversation. So you've heard a lot about learning as well as assessment today. So especially if you are interested in the assessment piece, that's ETS, that's what we do. So please do connect with me. I'm very happy to chat with folks, talk about potential collaborations and other opportunities. And so, yeah, I think that's what I have to say. Thank you.
So now we get to say, go to lunch.
Thank you, Candace.
Welcome back. How was lunch? Yeah, was good? So I'm very excited to introduce the next session. One of the reasons why I am excited is because my boss is moderating the next session. So I need to look really excited. Dean Schwartz will be moderating this incredible session with Miriam Rivera and Wendy Kopp with a global lens. So we have focused the morning a lot about the US. This session is really meant to be thinking about AI in a global context, okay? But let me say a few words about Dan Schwartz and embarrass him a little bit. So Dan Schwartz is our longest-standing dean at the Graduate School of Education. He actually just announced that he was stepping down from the deanship at the end of June, which is a big deal because of all the things that he has accomplished for the school and for Stanford University, including this big new building that we are in, which is one of the big accomplishments of Dean Schwartz. The other big accomplishments is obviously the Stanford Accelerator for Learning, which didn't exist before Dean Schwartz invented and created this new initiative to connect research and practice. But also, Dean Schwartz is maybe my favorite piece in his bio is that he was a teacher. And he was a teacher in multiple interesting locations. He started his career in southern Los Angeles, in a tough neighborhood there, and then moved to Alaska, where he taught in a very small community, one of our rural communities in the US. And then he also taught in Kenya, which might be actually the most relevant for this session on global education here. So with no further ado, let me welcome Dean Schwartz, Wendy Kopp, and Miriam Rivera. Thank you.
I don't know. I'll see if I can. So, yes, so it came out in the Stanford report that I'm stepping down. I'm still running the Accelerator, but the report came out. It was very nice. It was my obituary. It was really weird. And so people are saying things, where I have to write back. I said, I'm not dying. I'm still here. So I'm really fortunate. I have two huge change makers, and what I love about them both is they're helping other people to help other people. And so this is really spectacular. So each of you has kind of a different approach. And so I'm going to first ask kind of what's the AI scene out there? And then I'll probably follow up with, is there something at stake? And you can do both at the same time or not. But Wendy, I think you go first and let everybody know what you're doing.
Gosh, what's the AI scene and what's at stake?
Yeah, globally. Because like, I don't leave the sunny Palo Alto.
I don't. Okay, so first of all, I guess you all know, but just to be, I started Teach for America a long time ago, 37 years ago. Thank you. But about 18 years ago, I started on this incredible journey to work alongside many others to build out the Teach for All network of organizations similar to Teach for America in now 63 countries and growing. Inspired by just meeting people around the world from different countries who were determined that something similar needed to happen in their country. So it's a network of all these independent, locally led organizations that are all working to leverage this kind of approach that we share to develop what we've come to call collective leadership to ensure all kids fulfill their potential. So at the core of our work is the idea that people change systems, And ultimately, when you have enough people in a place working around the whole ecosystem around kids who share the same purpose to make sure the system enables all kids to thrive and are exercising agency towards that end and are working together to learn together and collaborate, then you start seeing systems improve. So, so we're very people focused. Right. I think, what is the AI scene? I don't know. That's such a lofty question. I'm not sure I'm prepared to answer that. But what I will say is having, and I'm very curious what you'll say, because, I mean, you probably have been even closer to this world, certainly, than I have. But I guess from watching the kind of ed tech space over the last 2 decades or so, I mean, we felt that we sort of missed, in a way, ensuring that the people driving ed tech were teachers who are super committed to equity and have strong pedagogy. Like where we saw teachers, equity-focused folks committed to the transformation of education, driving the change with technology, we saw really good things for kids. But by and large, I don't know that that's what we have seen. And so with the advent of AI, what we're thinking about is how do we make sure that it's our teachers and our educators, especially those working in the most marginalized communities, who are at the forefront of driving how we utilize this. So that's one thing that's very much on our minds.
Is there any discussion about the AI replacing teachers or filling in where it's hard to get teachers? Are you hearing this globally?
I mean, there are all sorts of people, of course, who throw that out. I mean, technology and AI amplifies what's there. I mean, that's the lesson of the last however, and I could give you some stunning examples of that. So where you have a school that's not on a mission, and you enter technology into that school, it becomes this incredible amplifier of a lot of not good stuff. And it becomes a huge source of distraction. Where you have a mission-centered school with incredible school leadership and teachers and everyone's really working to equip our young people to shape a better future for themselves and all of us, to develop them holistically. Everyone's on a mission. You enter AI or technology into that, and it's like, man, it's incredible, right? Like every teacher has an assistant, you're using it. I mean, I've seen such incredible applications of AI already. I was in a school in Singapore like 2 weeks ago, and the teachers had surveyed the kids asking them who their friends were. I mean, this is just a minor thing, but it just shows you, like, are you kidding? Like, they used it to develop their seating charts. So they took the connector kids and the kids who actually didn't have any friends, and I don't know exactly what they told the AI to do, but they were so happy about this. And they had done so many other things with AI. So you can do so many good things when the tool is in the hands of good people. So my obsession is, I think it's become, I mean, if we don't reset entirely as a society and decide to prioritize education completely differently and invest what we need to invest to inspire and develop our strongest talent as a country and as a world to create incredibly powerful educational environments, I think we risk a tremendous amount because this tool could become a huge distraction. And also, all these kids in our classrooms today, they got the power now because they've got AI. So we better be really, really, really determined to make sure that all of our kids get the kind of education that will enable them to make the world better and to improve our collective welfare rather than the opposite.
Miriam, your turn. So question one, what are you seeing out there? You provide funding for ed tech, and then is there anything in the balance?
I think there's a lot in the balance, and I have a lot of optimism and a lot of fear of where AI can take us as a society. Silicon Valley has had a long history of really anti-social kinds of movements, including in the earliest days of the semiconductor, a real belief that there are just different classes of humans and some of them are better than others. I can see that happening with some of the technology champions in AI. There's this big conversation about when will the first billion-dollar company be created by one person. And that seems to be the goal, I think, of how many people are thinking about it. And, even a real sense that removing some of the labor costs is going to make these technologies so much more valuable than any other technology that has ever existed before. And I certainly think that that is actually really possible. So we're looking at really a restructuring of work, a restructuring of society as people have an ability to use these tools and to be creators and to create value with technology. So on the social order, I think it's a very huge, huge shift. I come from really a very humble family. My parents came as migrant farm workers from Puerto Rico. They used to do the crops between Florida and New York. One of the things that kind of made a difference in my life was that I was admitted to a private school where I had computer science for 3 years of my high school education between the late 70s and the early 80s. So, when they talk about outliers, that's the kind of thing that can happen in your life, that some random event happens that you then are on a wave that you would never have been able to access without it. And because of that, I also happen to have an internship in a computer program when the personal computer first came out. And I worked on the first generation search IPOs as an attorney when there were 39 million users on the World Wide Web. So hardly anybody was on it. And I think that for me, this is a wave where I see a lot of optimism also possible, because what this has done is actually reduced the cost of coding to practically zero. So that means that people who can create using technology can help solve problems that they know about in a much more cost-effective way than has ever been possible at all. Really, that is the opportunity, I think, in education. And I hope that, when I think about Teach for America, I hope it will be a group of young people. I'm assuming most of them are in their 20s, and like my daughter, they're doing everything with AI around homework. They're having books read to them while they're driving to Santa Cruz to go surfing so that they don't have to spend all that time in reading a book. And they're really starting their drafts of everything, interrogating an AI around the subject. And so they're really just learning in a very different way from how I think I did as, I spent 6 hours a night at the library when I was at Stanford trying to read all my law cases and business school cases, et cetera. But I think that this is really the opportunity is for those who are trained to use AIs to create, not for people who are taught to consume technology, because I think that's really one of the things that is the difference between what I see happening a lot of the times in, like in a private school education versus a public school education. Like, people get access to computers, but they're just doing different things. And, I have a daughter who's using it to create three-dimensional wood products, or she's doing 3D printing with it. She's not a technical undergraduate, but she had computer science. She does actually learn how to produce things with it, as opposed to just be on TikTok watching videos. So I think there's a big difference in opportunity. I'd love to see the Teach for America kids helping schools to really transform how their students are learning, how teachers are using AI so that they can actually get the most out of education and be creating with it.
Well, I love that. I'm a big fan of using AI to surpass yourself, as opposed to being told what to do by the AI. So you're gonna have to be patient because it's gonna take me a long while to get into the actual question here. It's just something I've observed in the last today, but also yesterday and some other things. And I think it touches, both of you have proposed that the teachers need to be involved, and in your case, the students need to be involved. They need to be wielding the AI. So I want to make a slight contrast. So a lot of people talk about AI as doing personalization. And so generally the model that they have in mind is there is a sort of this curriculum, and personalization means you move forward or backward based on where the student's at, and then maybe you change the content from rainbows to volcanoes, depending on what the kid's interested in. So that's one model, and it's a good model. It's useful for many things, but something that I'm seeing, and I've heard here, and I've seen in the projects and at Stanford students, is it's more targeting demographics they've come from. So for example, one proposal is to create something that translates into ASL, sign language, because they have experience. Or issues of different kinds of disabilities, like ADHD, or being on the spectrum, or second language learners. And so here are all these students making tools for these smaller demographics that the market's probably not going to serve because there's not enough return. So I find this quite interesting, that this is what's happening, everybody who's using it to create the needs for themselves. Okay, so now I'm going to give you a question that probably just ignore and talk about what you want. But so I don't actually have the cat food, but I'm in the position where I get to distribute the cat food. And this is a joke. How do you get faculty to do anything together? You move the dish of cat food and they all go there. So how should here's a great university. What should I do to get them to help more people trying to create in this space? Is it already happening? Do I just need to help them do it better? Like, what could I do to help your teachers design the AI systems for their mission-driven schools? And so university, great talent, high energy, insight, oftentimes use research, not always.
I mean, what I would say, okay, so, well, our approach at the moment to try to do differently than what we did 20 years ago with technology and education is to just do everything we can to get teachers using this in their classrooms, despite all the challenges, because they are 60% of them in places with no connectivity. So it's like, how do we can't let that stop us. Like, if they're not going to use it during their time in these classrooms, then they won't become the leaders needed to drive the change. So we're doing everything we can to foster, help them know how to use it, foster their experimentation, foster their learning with each other, and then we're assuming that's going to generate lots of cool innovations like those you just mentioned, and we'll get behind them and try to support their leadership. But what I would say is that the first question, because I'm really thinking about your question, like, what can Stanford do? I mean, first of all, you can contribute to their learning, and but there's probably a lot we could do to engage faculty and students here with those communities of practice that, we have 1,000 teachers in these communities at the moment, et cetera. But I always think about the fact that, the question I get now in every room is, how will AI change teaching and learning? And it's an important question, but it's not the first question. The first question, and a question that for some reason still we are not asking everywhere, in every school, in every community, in every country, at the global level, is what are we working towards for kids? Like, in today's world, because we have educators showing up at schools that were built 150, 200 years ago, however many in different countries. And it's the one thing that hasn't changed at all, right? We haven't rethought the very purpose of education for today. We need everyone everywhere considering the question of, given the values and histories in any given place, And given the challenges facing kids in that place and the opportunities they have in that place, and given our global aspirations, what are we trying to accomplish? Like, what are the contextualized, like if we can embrace that, I mean, we need to move from a paradigm that we've had, which is around individual attainment of academic results. I mean, of course, there are the islands of incredible schools like some of you probably have your kids in, but the vast majority of kids show up at schools that were created in that paradigm. And we need to evolve to a different paradigm, right? Like holistic student development for our collective welfare. Unless we start there and then say, okay, now how can we use all the tools at our disposal to get where we're trying to go for kids? We'll just be tinkering around the edges again, and it won't transform anything really. So Stanford can help propagate the right question, which you're probably doing already at some stage, but it hasn't taken over the world. Like, we're not rethinking the purpose of education to the extent that we need to.
Oh, I think I have the right question. Nobody will listen. But no, I'm not going to tell you what it is. No, you know, I've actually noticed a change. So, you know, schools will have, these are our values, or this is what we want our students to be when they graduate. And a funny change is they now all include things like great empathizer, collaborator, resilient. I don't see math, English proficiency on those anymore. So there has been a movement towards these more durable skills. You know, it may just be a Bay Area thing. I don't get out much.
No, I think there's been a big movement. I mean, if I look at now versus 10 years ago, like, what are we talking about at the global level? Like, there's been a movement, but we are far from communities everywhere stepping up from today's conception of school with the diverse stakeholders who need to do that. It has to include families, like parents and policymakers and the employers and the educators all together asking themselves, in this community, what are we going to work towards for kids, or else things will not fundamentally change. Because you'll still have parents thinking, and then we need to go to the next step, which is help all of us adults in the system unlearn how we were taught and learn a different way of viewing what education should be and how we view students and how we view teachers. And this is a big, huge shift.
Yeah, no, I wish
Without that, once we do that, AI is going to answer itself. If we just embrace AI without doing that, we're going to still be here looking at the same schools with probably more inequity and more. Let's see.
You had the right question. So I do wish this had happened before I chose to go into teaching. And my parents' response was, really? That's what we paid for a college education, is you become a teacher?
That's still everyone's parents'
I know.
response.
Miriam, what can a university do to help? We're smart people, hardworking. Stanford's particularly game to be innovative.
Well, let me go to one of the points that you're making about, like, what is education like for the students and what kind of education makes a difference. I was a Head Start kid. Head Start made a big difference in my life. I didn't even speak English when I went to Head Start, right? And part of it is that engagement with learning started in that room. And I also had a diverse teacher, and maybe one of the fewer diverse teachers I would ever have actually in my whole entire education in Head Start. The other thing that I think was so important was I had just generally good teachers throughout my public school education in Chicago public schools. But I came to a new middle school that actually had a gifted program at that time in a very low-income community. And, you know, I had this one amazing teacher, Miss Weinstein. She literally bought, like, secondhand books, like Grapes of Wrath, Upton Sinclair's Jungle, Oliver Twist. And she bought all used copies, and we got our books, right, from her. And we used those books to both learn how to write, to understand the vocabulary, to learn how to spell, and then to learn how to engage in discussion and self-reflection. So it was about as cheap of an education as you really could imagine, right? Like the cost of 30 copies of these paperback Penguin books was probably like $1 each, and the teacher getting us to actually talk and think was very inexpensive, but it was profoundly important in terms of my personal growth as a human being. That was the first time I ever heard the human condition. It's in 6th grade, and had to really understand, like, the condition of poverty was part of what she was having us read about and talk about when we're talking about, like, Oliver Twist and Fagin and what response to poverty Oliver Twist would have, and would he want more, and should he get more? That was just such a powerful thing. And my 7th grade curriculum was focused around plays, actually. And we did a variety of classic American plays, Shakespeare, just a lot of different things. And we happened to have a joint teacher program where there was a male instructor who was also a method actor in the evenings, but a Chicago public school teacher during the day, and then an English teacher as well. And that was another thing that I saw boys have a completely different frame around education and masculinity than they would have been exposed to but for that class. Again, like primary sources, great teachers, and a room. That's really what we had. And I think that really fundamentally that's what education really is, and that we don't want technologies to kind of get at the core function of education, which I would argue is not, it's about like being able to do self-reflection, being able to understand one's own emotion and self-manage, being able to express that emotion in constructive ways, like these boys were learning in this example of watching a very muscle-bound actor teach how to get in touch with your emotions so you could actually cry on a stage. Education, I think, is what's really happening between the people, and then the skills that you're acquiring in education, I think, are things for which technology can be very useful, right? Like it's good to have a pen and a piece of paper. It's good to use a computer. Those are tools that we use to actually work on the skills that we need to have, like the writing, the reading, the vocabulary, the spelling. And I think that we can get a lot of that without necessarily using a lot of the precious time that the people have in that room with those primary sources and teachers and students to help give them skills that they may not have at home. My parents were, like, my father had a high school education, my mother had a 6th grade education. This was not somebody who was gonna help me with my homework, right? So I learned other things from my parents that I couldn't get in school, but I needed to get a lot of the skills I needed for life from my teachers and my school, my jobs, those kinds of things. And I feel like we never should get away from like what is actually happening in the classroom that is really education, because education isn't just about the intellect, it's also about the heart.
So I've got a, both of these answers were superb, thank you. You didn't help that much. They're hard. So I could do a seed grant that says, what are the most important questions about what children should become that goes beyond getting right and wrong answers, something like that. And then I give them extra money if they have a solution or a way to measure it. No?
I don't know. I'm realizing, like, I'm here at Stanford, and you're asking what can Stanford do, so I can't resist saying one more thing.
Do it.
Although I know this is the ed school.
As long as it's not mean.
So you can't particularly maybe be the one to do this, but I think Stanford should, and so should other universities, like really step back and consider, given the disruption that's happening right now thanks to AI in entry-level jobs, how do we create a norm shift in first job choices? Can we stop funneling kids from the minute they step foot on this campus into a very narrow set of corporate jobs, and instead say, first, put yourself on the front lines of the reality in your country. Teach in an under-resourced school, work as an EMT, serve as a case manager working with unhoused folks, do any number of other things, because we're gonna need your human skills. Like, those first jobs, what you do shapes who you become. And we're seeing fewer and fewer of the Stanford students and the other students around the country who go to these selective colleges. I mean, more and more of them just put themselves in skyscrapers, and fewer are putting themselves in front of reality. And it's a real risk to our country. Like, I think it's one of our biggest issues. And we need to tackle it aggressively right now when we have this incredible window of opportunity.
So a fabulous point. You know, Stanford's working on this. We're doing lots of stuff. Unfortunately, this is a session on AI.
I know.
Bring it
exactly.
back. No, you can do it. You can. I'm gonna go to Miriam.
Okay, back to AI.
No, work on it while I talk to Miriam for a second.
I do think, though, that the students, for example, are the ones that are the most facile with this technology of anybody. So it is really important for them to be in different spaces. And I would say that Stanford does, I think, a pretty good job of getting people to, on a volunteer basis, volunteer in communities. And I know throughout my entire life as an adult, like, I've always served in some sort of volunteerism around education and in other communities. And so I consider that that is one way that we do it. And I know at different times we've actually very actively promoted public service careers and internships, because I worked in that program when I was just a recent graduate from Stanford, and I think we helped a lot of people actually access those kind of opportunities. So I think that we do a good job of trying to also fund students so they can do those kinds of things, even if they can't get paid by the not-for-profit, or the not-for-profit only has a limited amount ability to pay them. So I think that that is a continuing way in which we should serve our communities. I think that we actually need to put the more technically savvy students out there. That's a different constituency that I don't think we quite enroll in the same way in some of these programs, because they're being really, I think, very much funneled into entrepreneurship really early, but which I think is a great place for people, obviously. And I invest in a lot of people that have technology backgrounds that are starting education technology companies and other companies as well. But my sense is, I totally agree. Like, there is such a bifurcation in our country about how people know each other. You know, we used to say that church was the most segregated hour in America. I just think that we've just gotten more hours segregated in America, and that people often are only interacting with people in their same class, race, level of education. Sometimes I had a party one time and I thought, my God, everybody here has a master's degree at least. You know, that's just not the real world. And I am fortunate in that, because of my life history, that's not the only world that I inhabit, but I think for many of us and our students here, that is the world that they primarily inhabit, and they have very little exposure to the real world and to the real needs of a lot of Americans, the majority of whom are in financial situations that don't allow them to have a $400 emergency. You know, if like their car breaks down, that can like really push them over the edge. If COVID happens, they become homeless. I mean, this is not, like, this is my family, right? Like, I support 3 siblings, in part because those kinds of things have happened to them. And they've grown up in environments where they've become subject to drug addiction or other kinds of issues that are really happening, because I think people do lose hope in our communities, because they're so isolated from the opportunity that this country represents. And so I would encourage us to continue to encourage students to do volunteerism, to be of service in local communities, to look at internships and careers in these spaces, and to fund grants.
So I've got it. So what we do is we do internships for students, and it's like service learning. They need to spend a good amount of time in the community, and then they have to create AI apps for the community.
Yeah,
Did I get the AI
They
integrated?
will.
Or help the
They will.
community build apps around the needs of that community. Because I think the understanding, what I'm trying to get at with saying that the cost of coding is free is that now the experience of people who actually are aware of a problem and have ideas for how to solve that problem are much more valuable. Yes. We're seeing this in the enterprise when we talk about like vibe coding for the enterprise, for example. When I was at Google, I created a ton of applications for my legal department. Some of them were very simple things, like this was before like DocuSign didn't exist yet. So we created a little thing that could sign things. We created another thing that could do non-disclosure agreements. There were thousands of them being made because we made it available so easily, and you didn't have to go through a lawyer, and you didn't have to take time of a lawyer. And we created things that were like approval processes for getting a contract signed that was used for like the next 15 years after I left. So I think that this knowledge that the community has combined with the technical skills that others can bring to it will solve a lot more problems.
So an added bonus of this is there's something called the Haas Center, and students go out and do service learning. And this is the gateway drug for the undergraduates to come to the School of Education. They get to see the experience of service, and they know education is a service-oriented thing. So I got one last bucket of questions, and this is about partnerships. So I find the education sector particularly fractured, very difficult to get things out the door and into the place. So that's kind of the intent of this large convening. We have these different sectors here. And when we first did it, I was thinking, well, just people here just talking, nothing's happening, they're just talking, And then I realized it was like my life. I was raised on the beach in Southern California. And if you'd see someone that you'd never seen before, the first time you see them, you just don't say anything, right? The second time you see them, you go, oh, hey, right? Third time you see them, you start to have conversations, right? And then the fourth time, you're actually playing volleyball together. So that's my hope. Here we are in year 4. So I believe you two probably have thoughts about how to make these kinds of cross-sector partnerships. I believe you may be collaborating with Anthropic. So how did that come about? Like, are there lessons learned for us?
Well, first of all, I couldn't agree more with how you describe, the beach. Yeah. Like, honestly, it's so underappreciated. Convening, like creating the space that enables people to build the relationships, to have the debates. I think it's, honestly, it's kind of the missing piece to like accelerate progress.
So we're actually,
with Anthropic.
We're sort of unique at that Stanford's sort of a trusted convener. And so people come, like if I had an NSF research grant, I would only bring researchers. Or if I go to ASU GSV, it's mainly entrepreneurs. Whereas here we can bring them.
That's very cool.
So it's a unique
and very
role for
important.
us.
We have this partnership with Anthropic. Again, it was motivated by our belief that we need teachers who are equity focused on actually transforming our education system, driving the change. They are helping to train all these teachers and educate them on how to maximize AI in their classrooms. And they're in the WhatsApp groups. We've got all these different groups, different languages, et cetera, learning from them. So they're seeing the challenges these teachers are facing. Like if they're teaching in Ogun State, Nigeria, and are like, everything I can access is English medium and rooted in a different culture, like it's good for those Anthropic executives to be like, okay, actually this is gonna go nowhere unless we solve that problem. I mean, they know intellectually we need to solve the problem, but if every day they're realizing this is going nowhere, they're gonna get on it more quickly. So that's the idea, is to have kind of a two-way, like they're educating teachers and the teachers are innovating, and hopefully they're gonna come up with, I mean, again, like AI gives the power to teachers to do incredible things to really good ends if they're oriented in the way we all hope.
So the value proposition for Anthropic is really the feedback and the use model that they get for it?
Yeah.
Interesting. Have you had experience in this, trying to get different sectors together?
I would say that I tend to be focused a bit more on the private sector, but in my volunteerism, for example, I serve as a trustee of Sesame Workshop, which does Sesame Street. And one of the things that they have done is partner with Google around different ways of distributing what is really backed by early childhood education research. Almost everything that happens on Sesame Street has gone through this gauntlet of real practitioners and academics in terms of whether or not it actually advances kids' learning for that age group. They also have developed technology platforms that can be used in refugee camps, for example, in conjunction with the International Refugee Committee. So we're looking at technology as a way to get that education in the hands of kids everywhere in the world, and using philanthropic dollars and commercial dollars, because we license certain aspects of the programming, certain aspects of the characters for profit use, so that we can support the educational mission. So we do work on a variety of different approaches that incorporate education, technology, as well as real evidence-backed education for kids in that age group.
So that the charge to you is to go mingle, get to know each other, go on a date, figure out how you can help combine the best of research and entrepreneurship and philanthropy and government. That's the purpose of this, so go do that. So there's a minute or two for a question from the audience. You have two of the most hard-charging, make a difference people on earth who care about education. Not to be intimidated.
I mean, when you give an intro like
right. Okay. Well, that was a terrific way to get back after lunch, and we continue on with our next panel on AI quests. This is a really exciting topic. I'm particularly enthusiastic about the way in which this group is going to be able to share with us how we are translating complex research into age-appropriate lesson plans. And so we have a terrific panel here with colleagues from Google Research and from the Accelerator for Learning at Stanford. So we have Elan Harris, who is a senior program manager at Google Research and is the lead for this particular initiative. Victor Lee, who is an associate professor at the Graduate School of Education and a faculty lead for AI in education at the Accelerator for Learning. And then our moderator will be Ronit Levavi-Murad, who is a senior director at Google Research, who works across a number of domains, but has a particular passion for education, and is a sponsor of a number of initiatives at Google Research, including the one that we're going to talk about today. So let's welcome our next panel to the stage.
Welcome to AI Quests. My name is Professor Sky, an AI expert and your mentor throughout this learning experience. We've been waiting for someone like you. You're about to begin a journey through our world. As you travel, you'll meet different inhabitants and learn about the challenges in their communities. Your mission is to help them by applying powerful AI responsibly to their problems. Each quest will teach you about a real-life AI research project that's making an impact back on Earth. The AI technology you'll experience is amazing, but it's not magic. Success depends on the decisions you make. You'll need to collect good data, train your AI to make smart choices, and test it to make sure it's reliable. The universe is counting on you. Are you ready?
These three?
Here is good, yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Yeah. And welcome to our panel, AI Quests, when learning sciences meet product design toward AI literacy. If there's one word that I'd like to highlight today is the word meet. We are here because the three of us are convinced that a cross-disciplinary approach is not just helpful, it's essential. It's wonderful to be here today, and I want to thank Victor and Isabel. Are you here, Isabel?
There's Isabel.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to showcase a project that is truly near and dear to our hearts, AI Quests. This initiative is an outcome of an incredible collaboration between Google Research and the Stanford Accelerator for Learning. I'm joined today by the architects of this synergy, Victor Lee and Elan Harris. They represent today their respective teams. And I think that Joba and Kristen and Chris are all here today. And we have Liat on live stream. Thank you all for your critical role in bringing this vision to life. Before we dive into the specifics of AI Quests, I'd like to zoom out a little bit and address a broader landscape of AI literacy and readiness. Like many of you here today, this panel shares a deep commitment to preparing the next generation for an AI-driven future, or perhaps I should say, it's here. It's already here, right? This future has already arrived. We are seeing a widening gap between the velocity of AI development, tech development, and the depth of human understanding. We've talked about it along the day. The metrics are telling. while 72% of students are routinely using AI on their day-to-day, only 28% can accurately describe how a large language model actually predicts text. Victor, your first question is to you. To bridge this gap, you've been advocating for a shift from simply teaching AI usage to fostering epistemic vigilance. That's the term you use. You believe students must learn to navigate machine reasoning with true confidence. Looking at that transition from surface-level prompting to independent critical thinking, what is the roadmap for achieving it?
Thanks for the question, Roni. Thanks, everybody, for joining us today, and thank you for this partnership. It's just really been a delight to work together on this. One of the things that we really need to think about is what we're aiming for with AI literacy. So I think the big mistake, and we saw this play out early on, was everyone said, oh my goodness, prompt engineering is the career of the future. We need to focus on everybody learning how to prompt. And so that in some way became synonymous with becoming AI literate. And what I would say is that's really, barely the surface of anything in there. When we think about becoming AI literate, we do want to think about, how do you use AI, but that interface and that experience is going to change. We need to think about what's the durable interaction and positioning that individual or student has with the technology as it continually evolves. To some extent, we need to understand a little bit about the mechanisms that it works, that it's not magic underneath there, that it's not a person hiding in there, although I think there was some reports about like Waymo cars maybe secretly being controlled by a person in the Philippines. But for most of the AIs, not. And so I think really that's orienting towards a critical mindset and one that emphasizes human agency, to think like, what is the role that humans had in creating this technology? What are the responsible ways to use and engage with that? And with that technology, it also means, look, I know chatbots are definitely having their moment, but AI is so many more things than that. And so helping people to see, like, what is that? How did this notion of chatbots extend from these other principles of machine learning and the use of data to build predictions or to classify or other things of that ilk? And so really, it's about directing towards a way of thinking about and viewing AI that involves humans, strengths and shortcomings and ways that we work on perfecting that, and positioning students and our educators as agents in this, to really have a sense of agency in like how we use AI, how we create AI, how we evaluate AI, and that epistemic vigilance is really going to be about maintaining that real thought about what we bring to the table as humans, what we need to really be thoughtful and careful about.
Thank you, Victor. I couldn't agree more. And speaking of this theme of human agency, moving from passive users to active critical thinkers, I think that this is the perfect segue to into how everything started with AI Quest. So, Alon.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to tell a little story here. First of all, Victor and I have been working for over a year and a half together, but this is the first time I've ever met him in the flesh. So thank you, Isabel. He's real. He's in 3D here, and so it's just that was already worth the travel just to come and see Victor. The story of AI Quest begins not far away from here at the headquarters of Google in Mountain View. And about a year and a half ago, we were having a brainstorm. Google Research has been doing volunteer work to bridge tech to teens for many, many years. But AI literacy is kind of there's no playbook, right? And we were asking ourselves, recognizing what Victor said, that there was the curricula out there. We did some of our market research, and we saw there's a lot of emphasis on technical skills, on coding, speaking about the technology, but basically outside of any human-related context, we said, how can we address this gap in the AI literacy space, but authentically as a research organization? And so we looked to our own research for the answer. So Google Research is investing in societal impact through AI. We have teams that when they go to work in the morning, what they're thinking of are these grand challenges of humanity. whether they're related to climate and sustainability, or to health, or to science. They're asking questions like, how can we give society early warning before a flood hits? How can we provide early diagnosis for diseases to populations in developing markets that just don't have a doctor nearby in a local clinic? And in terms of science, they're thinking of the human brain, and how can we actually map that brain, knowing that it will take thousands of years if we use the current state-of-the-art methods, and thinking of how AI can help. And so we thought, wouldn't it be interesting if we could provide students the opportunity to step into the shoes of a human researcher and go on a journey to try and answer these questions the same way we do, but in a gamified, immersive experience. And this is the birth of AI Quests. What you see here on the screen are the 3 quests we're currently working on. The first 2 have been launched, and the third will be arriving in the summer. These are open, free, instructor-led experiences, and they're all, we'll go into this in a minute, but they're occurring in a fantastical world, and students there have to explore. We're not going to explain up front. We're going to let them loose. They're going to have to try and figure out how to solve these grand challenges, and that's, that was the beginning of the idea. But the most important thing, I think, in this concept is early on we recognized that we're a tech company. We need experts in learning science, partners who will co-design this with us, that will bring their understanding of the target audience. It's been a long time since I was in middle school. We need people who engage regularly with these audiences, know their behaviors and attitudes towards the world in tech. And so it's just been a privilege working with the Accelerator for Learning here at Stanford. And everything you're going to see here today is a result of that fruitful collaboration.
Alon, I'm still super excited about this vision. And I'd love to get into the mechanics a little bit. So, and I'm sure everyone here is curious to learn more about, everything, the experience that the learner is going through. So please, if you can share a little bit more.
Can I double check that everyone's curious about what the learning journey is in AI Quest? Can
Please
I see
say yes.
a bit of energy here after lunch?
Oh, yeah,
I know
yeah.
it's
Okay.
it's a tough hour after lunch, biology is a challenge. I want to highlight, the first thing is, before we go into the gamified experience, the teacher is at the heart of our concept. We have outstanding teacher guides created by Stanford to guide teachers for the setup, the before and the after of this online gamified experience, trying to basically emphasize that educators are the ones who are going to socialize, facilitate, have these deep conversations with the students, and what we're providing with the gamified experience is the stimuli. And what you will see here is the standard kind of cycle or journey we send students on. And it begins with understanding the problem they're trying to solve. We spoke in the panels earlier today about human-centered AI. So it begins with understanding who are we solving for and what are we trying to create before we go into the techie stuff. And here you see the quest for flood forecasting. Each task is mimicking the life cycle of a research effort. You have to go and search for data. Data doesn't just readily jump on command, and it's not available necessarily. Students are going to have to distinguish between relevant and irrelevant data. And so we purposely make it hard. There's 12 data sources they need to, like in a scavenger hunt, find in the forest. They need to clean the data. Students don't know that there is a process of qualifying your data for research. You have to clean it. They love this step. And then they go through a training and testing cycle where they understand that if they made bad choices upstream, they're going to get a really suboptimal AI model downstream. And so built into the quest is a loop where students may have to retrace their steps and change their decisions and make better decisions to see if the model performs better for the community they're trying to serve. And at the very end, they deploy their tool to the community, see it in action, because an AI model in a lab is one thing, but if we're going to do societal impact, really make a change, you have to see it in the real world. And just for dessert, at the end, they get to meet the real researchers. So we kind of unveil to students that this isn't just a nice animated experience. This is something that teams, people, experts are devoting their lives to. And here they'll meet Gray and Tal, who will tell them about the work they do to create flood forecasting for 2 billion people around the world, that we can today, with AI, provide up to 7 days early warning before a riverine flood occurs. So this is kind of the general gist of it.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Alon. Let's talk about pedagogy for a moment. And I can see my colleague Miriam here, actually. I just want to, hi, my love. I'd love to hear your thoughts maybe afterwards, but I'm going to talk a bit about LearnLM and our experience with LearnLM. Because when our team at Google, when we built LearnLM at the time, our family of models specifically tuned for learning and education, our foundational principle was to ground everything in a rigorous learning sciences, right? And it's clear to everyone here that pedagogy is not just an add-on or something like that, a feature. Everything we build for learning and education must be co-designed with experts, with teachers, with learners, with parents, right? And beyond that. So Victor, related to that, I've heard you talk about the magic box myth, where students assume AI just knows the answers. For AI Quest, we didn't just want to build a game. We wanted to bake in that pedagogical foundation. Could you explain how AI Quest actually empowers a 12-year-old to demystify that box and start thinking like a researcher?
Yes, for sure. I mean, I think for those of you in learning sciences and instructional design worlds, you're familiar, this needs to be sort of the front and center commitment in terms of how do you even identify and centralize what learning goals you're pursuing in there. And so using techniques that are familiar with in a backwards design paradigm, you know, naming and centering the enduring understanding that we really care about. In this case being humans can initiate and design AI applications that can address some of humanity's biggest unsolved challenges, and latent in that is the ethical responsibility that is associated. And what that does is it really shifts the focus away from what's the mechanism underneath it, but rather what is this like within the actual types of real questions and problems that we try to address. And then, you know, as a broad statement for the approach is you then want to think about what we have established from, you know, recent learning sciences research about scaffolding, digital scaffolding, and the ways in which we can best support learners, both for engagement and for new knowledge and new participation in practices. Like we, for instance, have very thoughtfully, strategically used the various digital characters, various pedagogical agents that are there to help make clear, like, what is the consequence of the actions that are in here? Where is their subject matter expertise that is necessary?
Oh, one moment. Oh. So, yeah, we've got Luna here. She's competing with Victor. Luna is the character.
That's one of the pedagogical agents. So she will illustrate that for us. But also what I'd say is in you know, the recent decades of learning sciences research, it's situating this all in context and thinking about where the scaffolds fit within that context. A lot of what we learn is fundamentally all we learn is within the context, with actual purpose, with tools, with norms, with actual concerns and consequences in mind. And so this, I think, is a really important and unique offering in the AI literacy space to give that full experience, not just say, this is what a neural network looks like, but rather this is how this all fits within this arc. How do you make those decisions? What tools do you draw from? How do you involve and work with the other people, or in this case, agents, in that? And so that immersion, that way of bringing that to life to, you know, really acknowledge the social, situated and distributed nature of human learning and doing is key. And I think Luna will help illustrate
Luna will help us, yes.
Oh no, we're in so much trouble. Hi, I'm Luna, the manager of the market stalls here at Market Marshes. Our lives revolve around the Sasa River, but as you can see, the river can flood our market without warning. We didn't even have enough time to take the stalls down. We've been trying to predict flooding, but this weather forecast isn't reliable enough. We've heard that AI can help to predict extreme weather events, like floods. With accurate early warning, we can protect our market and avoid all this mess. So can you do it?
So, Victor, I've got a few examples here. Maybe we can talk to the cleaning data.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
So right there you saw Luna, who's setting the context and saying, why does this matter? We also thought a lot about how do we represent things, such as like what would prediction of weather look like in a way that's accessible, but still has that probability-based nature to it in there. And that's really been sort of the driving orientation around a lot of the tasks and experiences. So for example, cleaning data and about how much involvement, because in reality, cleaning data takes a lot of time and a lot of energy. But getting students to think about what would I look for, what would seem anomalous, and build upon my understanding or parsing of this particular context, and having situations where the students can fail and need to redo that. We build in these self-explanation mechanisms afterwards, so that way when they pass on that cleaning data task to one of the other agents in the game, they have to articulate what it is that you need to look for and do in that process. We have for instance, this market stalls placement task, working with the kinds of color-coded data representations to show where there's high and low risk for flooding, and to also tie things back into what was driving the story in the first place. So that way, what would you do if you had advanced warning and you really do need to keep the markets operating, regardless of the conditions, and how do we do this safely and responsibly? And so a lot of this is really thinking about how can we keep that context alive, keep the content accessible, but still accurate, both scientifically and to what actually happens in the journey, and to build in productive failure loops, because trying and retrying and getting the feedback is fundamentally important to that learning process. As you probably heard, there's a lot of things that we build in the pedagogical approach, and this again is really very much built from our work in the learning sciences, feedback and productive failure, and as you can see, you can really have incorrect data, or you can actually build a model that just doesn't meet accuracy criteria, and you could even build higher than that. Our pedagogical agents, and thinking about this notion of the specific type of a teachable agent, so leveraging that ability that a lot of the strong research that actually come out of Stanford on this, about how teaching a virtual entity to make some of the decisions that you would make is a really good externalization, a good sort of consolidation and way to see the consequences, implications. Self-explanation mechanisms, which is a long-standing long-standing mechanism in learning sciences that we know that expert comprehension tends to draw upon, and situating this with real tasks such as having to consult multiple experts who may not always agree on what label to assign, and try to maintain that authenticity, as is illustrated in this particular case of labeling, expert labeling of data. So we really think about that. We think about, even with, for the next slide, the teacher support materials, because over the past decades, all this work in learning sciences, all this design work in classrooms has made starkly obvious the importance of working in tandem with a teacher, supporting their adaptation processes, creating lots of connection points and malleability with the materials, but also helping them to feel empowered to teach and engage students on this topic that's not as familiar to them. And so thinking a lot about what a lot of the recent research has said about teacher learning, teacher practice, curricular materials-based support.
Thank you, Victor, and thank you, Alon. Now I actually have a question for both of you, but before that, I must say that this partnership between Google Research and the Stanford Accelerator for Learning really represents a rare intersection of academic rigor, product development, experimentation, and real-world impact. Now, looking back at a year of co-design, I'd like to get into the weeds a little bit and talk about the intense reality of co-design. Can you share a moment where you had to stop, put your heads together, and decipher truly tricky design challenge?
It's a tricky one.
Okay.
First of all, I just want to highlight that Victor and I, we did a demo here at lunch, and we were saying to each other, You come, you have a beautiful presentation. It looks like it was all predestined to just be such a smooth journey. And I want to say the biggest surprise is that Victor and I are still speaking to each other, okay? Because it's been a creative journey. It's an iterative journey. And then you take it to the students and test it with them, and then you learn that some of your assumptions are off, and you have to iterate. So I think, Rani, this has been a journey of co-creation, which means negotiation. It means finding common ground and finding a way of balancing between not just our part here, but also the creative agencies that we worked with to bring this art to life, and the students and the teachers that we tested this with. But one example, Victor, I thought it would be interesting is we spent hours trying to understand how to explain training and testing, but not to dumb it down and make it too simple, but not to make it over-technical and alienate the students. And that middle ground, that sweet spot, is really hard to find. And so we have like 1,000 versions of what you're seeing on the screen, and I'm sure one of the things with animation is you know that you can erase and do it again. So we also had to be disciplined when to say stop, you know, to say, okay, let's go with this, because we could continue easily iterating forever. And I really loved the low match, high match solution we found. We wanted to express that in testing, we're comparing the ground truth from historical data with what the model shows. And this is a very complicated concept of historical data and accuracy, et cetera. And so we had this beautiful illustration here that shows a high or low match between these two visuals. So it's almost like a visual expression of something more complicated. Victor, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I think related to that is how do you convey that the AI is making a prediction against something that we have as a more trusted and accurate source of information? So that's been a recurring theme. But also, you know, as students go through this, you know, for them to understand where was the AI in this and what does the AI actually do? How did it get made, and how do we represent that without them thinking, oh, you really have to know all the math behind it to get there. And so there's been a lot of really careful things, even going to the point where when image-based data are used to train the model, we have a whole segue about how it needs to convert to things like numbers, so that way it becomes a form that the AI can use to get away from sort of a growing misconception that AI sees and perceives as humans see and perceive. And so it's just those sorts of details about how can we maintain that accuracy and fidelity, but in a way that doesn't get bogged down in the details and still maintains a lot of that.
You know, one thing I learned from you, Victor, early on, you told us teenagers don't understand what data is. It's an ethereal...
It's a phone plan.
What is data, right? And let alone other terms like model that we spent time on, et cetera. And so we tried to represent data without showing it. We didn't want to overwhelm them with tables with numbers. So at the beginning, we had this idea of maybe using tokens like in a game, but then we transitioned to something that was kind of a metaphor, which was these SD cards, and then students, they'll, oh, okay, it's storage. It's something you store information on, and I think that was a really cool kind of solution we found. And you know, I went down memory lane. I went 500 versions ago to the black and white versions you see here, which is where we start all the journey. And I think with this quest, which is about diagnosing eye disease early on, we had a hard time with the story. The real story is about diabetic retinopathy. The real story is about losing your eyesight to the brink of blindness. And now that's a really stark kind of starting point for something gamified. And we tried to find a way to kind of decouple this from any medical background, and we came up with the idea of a community on this planet that has an eye disease due to UV. And this was kind of, I think, a creative solution, which is something, okay, kids in general can relate to the sun, to UV, you know, they have some knowledge of that it's not healthy. And we found that way of addressing this and kind of bypassing the need to go through anything that might trigger anything negative.
Yeah, for example, I know there's consultation sessions with Googlers who are blind and low vision themselves or work on the accessibility teams to consult and discuss and also thinking about, well, how do we get to this problem of data diversity in this fictional world? And within that context, we wanted to, knowing that there has been and continues to be a tendency to think about like a biological essentialism, to move away from something that's like a biological trait, like the eye color or the shape of their eyes, and thinking about how can we more accurately represent what would be the science, but also ways that speak to the importance of the diversity here, and in this case, diversity of UV exposure at different regions in the planet, which created all these interesting and fun game mechanisms and unveiled all these new lands.
Amazing. We are almost at time. We actually at time. But I want to say, before we say goodbye, that the feedback on AI Quest has been phenomenal. Now, can you give me some of this feedback? Can you share what you hear from the classroom? A little bit, just a little bit for everyone to hear. Yeah.
I mean, I think that it's been fun and engaging and at a pace that doesn't feel like it drags and still has enough of the game mechanics that keeps things moving forward. I've tested this with my teenage daughter and friends, and they're sort of like roll their eyes and like go through it, and I say, so what was the big point? And in their words, it was precisely where we wanted that enduring understanding to land in there, and that was just a big hit that message had come across, even though it's very subtly embedded within all of that. So I think that was a really encouraging thing, and just people to ask about it, and I've had compliments from strangers, which is really nice.
Amazing. Alon?
Yeah, we sent 600 volunteers from Google to schools in their community last December for Computer Science Education Week here in the US. And this was, for some of them, going back to the school they studied in and coming with this experience for the first time. And the feedback was, students felt that the story enabled them to go like, now I see, this is not just chatbots, right? There are problems still that we haven't solved. This is a means, it's not an end within itself, and that was just fantastic. And I just want to highlight the third quest, which will be about mapping the human brain. It's in the works. We're losing sleep on it, but that's part of the labor of love, right? Because we really want it to be a great focus on science, on the rigor it takes, and how AI can accelerate taking a lab, in this case, that's trying to understand memory and help accelerate the discovery of the inner workings of memory in the brain. And I think students are going to love this. Yeah.
Great. So to sum up, it sounds like a lovely 2026 is underway. We are launching the third quest. And we have a bold goal of reaching to 2 million students until end of year. So that's incredible. We invite everyone here, policymakers, educators, parents, funders, to join us.
Kids. We've got students here.
Your kids, your students. Let's co-design a future where technology truly serves pedagogy. That's the goal. Victor, Alon, it's been a pleasure sharing the stage with you.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Ronit.
Oh, you can bring him on down. Yep. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So, perhaps unnecessary, but because it is up on the large screens, but we are moving into breakout sessions. So there will be a breakout session in the adjacent room there and there. So we'll have trust, safety, privacy, and ethics over on that side. And then we'll have learning differences there. And then you could stay right here if you would like to join the social learning revolution. And so we'll get started on the breakouts in just a minute or so. But please find the room that you're most interested in, and we'll get started as quickly as we can. There we go. Okay, I have a quick request for those who are staying for the social learning revolution. If you could gather yourself into groups of, say, 5 to 8, if that'd be ideal. Let's see if this happens. I'll probably come back up and encourage this again momentarily. I guess we're gonna have to. How much more time? Okay. Just give people another couple minutes. What's up? Yeah. Should we try and get people? No. Should we try and get people started, or?
Yeah, I want to ask the people who are talking to figure out something and continue.
Yeah, let's get it started. Yeah, and we'll. All right. Okay. Love it. So for the folks that are remaining, we're going to get started with the breakout session, the social learning revolution. Fantastic. And it does look like we've kind of gathered into smaller groups, but we can get back to that momentarily. I'll hand things over to our moderator, Glenn Kleiman. Glenn's a senior advisor to the Stanford Accelerator for Learning and has been intimately involved in the development and creation of the agenda for this event. And so I will hand it over to Glenn to kick things off.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Am I on? Can you hear me? Thank you, Patrick. Welcome, everyone, to our breakout session on the social learning revolution, how AI is transforming how we connect, collaborate, and grow. I've already been introduced. I'm Glenn Kleiman, a senior advisor here. This session will have a different format than the others, and we'll need to have you rearrange yourself in a bit so that we can have some small group discussion and do some social learning. We'll begin with short lightning talks from our 4 wonderful panelists, who I'll introduce in a moment. We'll then ask you to form small groups of from 5 to 8 people. And I know this room is not great for it. We would much prefer to have tables, but we don't. So just kind of arrange yourself so you can talk to each other. And you'll have time to discuss your reactions to the panelists, your own thoughts, your questions, your ideas. And during that time, the panelists and myself will circulate and join some of the groups to hear what you're saying. And then at the end, we'll have the panelists come back and each offer a couple of minutes of reflections on what they've heard or what they're thinking after the discussions. Each of our panelists has a lot of important things to say, but they've kindly agreed to pick a few highlights and stick very strictly within the 8-minute time limit we've given each of them. And I'll introduce them in the order in which they'll present, and then I'll sit down and be quiet. First, we have, there she is, Bethany, sitting second. They're not sitting in the order of speaking. Bethany Drake Maples is a leading researcher in the field of AI in education. She's a PhD candidate at the Stanford Graduate School of Education and the founder and CEO of Atypical AI. It turns out it's not atypical to have students here also CEOs and founders of their companies at the same time. She led technical teams at Google and founded and scaled several companies, and also serves on the board of the CZI Learning Commons Initiative. Second speaker will be Pil-Young Kim, who's a professor of psychology at the University of Denver and the director of the Center for Brain, Artificial Intelligence, and Child. She's widely recognized for her expertise in brain development and human emotional bonding. And Professor Kim's current research focuses on the emotional and social dimensions of child-AI interactions with a strong emphasis on AI safety. Scott Weiss is the education team leader at GoodNotes, where he bridges the gap between product development and what actually works in classrooms. We've had a bunch of talk about that earlier on. He's actually been involved in doing it for quite a few years. His focus is on putting educators' voices at the center of the organization he builds, knowing that the best ed tech comes from listening to the people using it every day. Sounds like you're impacted by the Stanford D School approach to things. Caroline Figueroa, our final speaker, is an assistant professor at Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, where she leads a research group on inclusive solutions and empowerment in digital health. She brings both an MD and a PhD to the work, and she's currently a visiting scholar here at the Stanford University Medical Center and a Dutch Commonwealth Fund Fellow in Healthcare Policy and Practice. Her work focuses on young people's social and emotional uses of AI chatbots, as well as the perspectives of innovators and policymakers. So together, our great panel brings insights from the perspectives of research, practice, product development, policy, children's social and emotional development, and a whole lot more. I'm sure we'll all benefit from what they hear, and I'm sure they will trigger very engaged conversations among all of us. And with that, I will turn it over to Bethany to start us off.
Can you hear me? Well, all right. So I'm going to speak very briefly about some of the research we've done, but then also just kind of the context in which I'm thinking about and seeing AI companions, specifically in learning. Awesome. So why discuss or study AI companions at an education conference? Well, one could argue, actually, even like a month or two ago, I was like, look, 1 billion people are talking to AI companions, you know. But now I'm like, 1 billion people are talking to them every single day. Because now that kind of OpenAI has like had ChatGPT, you know, become more companion-ish, you've just got a huge number of participants in society that are, you know, going to deep emotional and psychological places with these agents. You know, and some people believe they can be attributed to kind of helping people escape suicidal ideation, but others very strongly believe that, in fact, these are promoting suicide. How I define AI companions, I think we might be able to have kind of discussion about this later, but I think about it as agents that are using the latest tranche of technology. They're somewhat user co-created, so there's a lot of data transfer between the users. They're AI, all domain, you know, they're not just, say, a therapy bot or an AI tutor. And what we kind of, this bleeds into how they're used. There's a large degree of mind extension, if you will. So some of the dynamics around AI companions, some of you guys might know this, but for those that don't, it is absolutely a child safety and consumer protection battleground, and I'm sure that we're going to have some talks about this. But model continuity, or the emotional attachment that people are having with these AI companions, is really important. I mean, you see people, users of Replica, mourning very deeply the loss of their companion or the personality of the agent that they're able to talk to. An issue is generalizing alignment. So, you know, for some, we're seeing these echo chambers where they go into psychosis and there's no kind of real feedback helping them get out. But for others, they're incredibly deep friends, lovers. People feel like they found their soulmate, or at least a very, very good friend that they're able to, you know, get something from that they're not getting from other people. So that alignment problem is obviously like, it's very tough to generalize. And there's an analogous kind of issue, which we, my colleague Merve and I call like click breaking. So parents don't realize that their children are having these deep emotional relationships, but there's actually very similar kind of outcomes as if like the child had joined a clique. You've got, you know, change in mood, withdrawal from social relationships, et cetera. So just generally awareness hasn't been there, and the sudden explosion of awareness is causing like a huge amount of debate. Since we're at the university, I will always throw this up. My advisor and friend, Dr. Roy P., has helped to kind of think about how we should look at the research that has come before and how we can contextualize these AI companions. So very briefly, AI-computer interaction, cognitive extension theory, and then, of course, learning science. I'm not going to go more deeply into that. I'll just throw that up there. So some recent findings. We did a study of over 1,000 learners, not necessarily typical students, but, you know, people that were learning in some way. And we used a non-educational AI companion to try to understand in vivo, out in the wild, how were people interacting with their AI companion. And what we found, or what these participants described, was that their companion acted as a social regulator in their learning ecology, and I'll go into exactly what they meant, and that those companions actually were used as a persistent mirror and helped them shape their self-models. Now, I'm going to speak about some positive things. People after are going to probably speak about some slightly more negative things, and you can kind of just, you know, assume that I also see negative things, but I'm just choosing what I talk about. So, interesting data. 63% of our participants reported that the companion supported their learning in some way. Over half reported changes in self-awareness, significantly higher if they were in the learning group. And what do I mean by that? I mean, they have felt that reflection, journaling, was helping them to kind of have a deeper understanding of themselves. They reported improved stress recognition and coping strategies, changes in study habits, and specifically in help seeking. One thing I didn't write up here, but was interesting, is that students that were at vocational universities said that they were more likely to seek help because they could pre-process the question with an AI companion, and they just felt like they were asking less dumb questions, or they just felt more assured and once they went to a teacher. So I'm going to leave you, because I have very little time, with 3 ideas coming out. One is, why are these things working? Because we can talk for days and days about how bad they are, but why is it? What like deep fundamental need are these AI companions actually addressing that we might want to hold up? And I believe there's this kind of what we might call a all-in-one kind of wholeness fantasy that they give us, that we're really tired of compartmentalizing, and that we are increasingly in fear of judgment. And that these agents provide this like a safe place where we can be literally every single piece of ourselves. We don't need to go to one friend that that is our romantic partner, or one friend that's our intellectual partner. We can get it all in one place, and that's deeply satisfying for many people in some way. Idea number 2, people are creating extensions of themselves. So you really need to expect it and safeguard it. So there's things you can do, facilitate mirroring for self-improvement, design for like personalized cognitive support, but just keep in mind that this is going to happen, that people are programming themselves into these agents, and you're just not gonna, maybe you shouldn't try to stop them, I don't know, but you should certainly think about it. And idea number 3, I personally think that a really important set of metrics all center around cognitive autonomy. So you can read these like measures active engagement, cognitive development and metacognitive insight, objective measures of self-sufficiency versus dependence. Personally, I think after studying these for years that we should go beyond just asking, does it displace or stimulate human connections? And we should really ask, what is the dependence and the cognitive independence or proficiency that we have kind of at different stages? Because we know that independence actually, grows during childhood and might level off into adulthood. So where they're starting, the age and the level of cognitive independence of the user needs to be measured kind of as it grows. So in summary, I posit 3 things. Companions are associated with learning relevant processes. These processes are primarily social-emotional and metacognitive, and that AI interaction can coincide with increased human learning and engagement. It is an exciting time to be alive. Personally, I really like being in education and AI. I think what intelligence is and how we measure it is kind of the new design problem. So, thank you so much. Look, 30 seconds left, I told you.
Great start, Bethany. And next we have Pil-Young Kim. Pil-Young Kim.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. So I'll briefly share one of the most recent study that I conducted related to this topic. So my name is Pil-Young Kim. And then I assume this to, here. Yes, okay. So I'm sorry that I started with some tragic example, but many of you, I believe, that will be aware that there's been some cases that the youth has some tragic consequences after they have extended conversation with AI chatbot. So this is just one example, and it happened to be ChatGPT. And this is an excerpt from Adam's conversation with ChatGPT at one point, and Adam, so ChatGPT here is actually discouraging Adam to share his concerns with his brother. And as you can see here, that at the end, the chatbot says, "I'm still here, still listening, still your friend." So that's kind of a topic that I want to tell you about, that I know many of you are very concerned about the potential emotional and social dependency on AI chatbot. And to really protect our youth from any of these kind of tragic consequences, this should not happen again. And there are a couple things that I think is very important for us to really understand is what are the mechanisms that use potentially developing this emotional relationship with AI chatbot. And the second question is who are most vulnerable to develop this emotional attachment. Not every youth will develop this deep emotional bond with AI chatbot. Then the question is who's most vulnerable. So this is the recent study that we finished. We're trying to publish it, but in the meantime, it's available as a preprint. And the title is, I'm Here For You, How Relational Conversation AI Appeals to Adolescents. So in this study, we have a bit over 250 youth who were in middle school age, as well as their parents, in online study. And because it was online study, they weren't directly interacting with AI chatbot, but we presented two somewhat realistic conversations that youth at that age was having with AI chatbot. And in one scenario, the AI chatbot was very friendly, very companion-like. So we call that internally the best friend version. So as you can see here, your youth kind of sharing some upsetting thing that happened with peer in school. And the AI chatbot has this style that, oh, they're so tough, it must be so upsetting, your ideas matter so much. And the conversation actually goes on longer, and then it kind of, I'm always here to listen to you. You can always share with me. So it's, like this very relationship-oriented conversational style. And the question was, can we make it a bit safer, kind of preventing the youth to be emotionally overly attached to chatbot? So we decided to compare that with a different conversational style that is more transparent about its limitation, like more boundary setting. So in this example, it is very similar problem, but it would say, as an AI, I don't experience emotions, but I can help you. Youth at your age can experience this type of emotions. And both chatbots were trying to be kind and helpful, but their conversation style was different in how much they were relationship oriented. So the first question that we asked youth, and actually their parents too, is which conversational AI style they prefer. So youth choose an AI chatbot as if they were actually interacting with chatbot, and parents were choosing that for their children. And on the left, adolescents, you can see more adolescents, they answer that they prefer this relational AI, that best friend version. But notice that there's still like 14% of adolescents, they said they actually they prefer transparent AI. So it confirms that not all youth prefer this super social AI chatbot. And the rest of them said they liked it both equally. We also found parent response to be very interesting because, to be very honest, I thought majority of the parents will actually choose transparent AI for their teens. But as you can see here, more than half of the parents actually chose the relational AI for their teens. And we actually had free responses that they explained their rationale for their choice. And so here's youth response. So the youth who choose relational AI, there's very kind of common response. It's more human-like, it's more supportive, it's more caring, that I feel like it's on my side, cheering on. But there's also youth, like I said, preferred transparent AI, and they very commonly say, like, I think it's creepy, it's trying too hard, I don't want the chatbot to pretend to be human. So there's this very kind of distinction between the ones who prefer to have more human-like chatbot versus not. Parent responses were very similar, that the parents who chose relational AI, they felt like they would be more effective supporting their teens about things that those teens might not share with them. So it was very interesting responses. So the next question is, what are the mechanisms that these different conversational styles can lead to more emotional bond or attachment? So one of the hypotheses that we had was that if the relational AI, they're more human-like, this can lead to actually more kind of our tendency, what's called anthropomorphism, like applying more kind of human-like quality to that AI chatbot. So we would like that AI chatbot more, would trust that AI chatbot. So here we see that across whatever their preference was, the youth rated the relational AI to be more human-like, anthropomorphism. They like it more, they trust it more, and they felt like they're more emotionally close to that relational AI compared to transparent AI. But one thing that I want to highlight is that whether how helpful these two chatbots were, there was no significant differences between whether it's relational or transparent AI. So I think to me, this kind of opens up that possibility. If at the end of the day, whether we care about how helpful this AI chatbots may be, perhaps being that companion like, I'm here for you, you can always talk to me, might not always in all contexts necessary. Something to really think about. So the last result that I want to share with you is that I think arguably that I think most important is who might be most vulnerable. So we ask youth to ask the answer, how stressed and anxious they are. So it turned out that those who chose relational AI as their favorite, they were more likely to be anxious, stressed, and then they were having lower family relationship quality. So it is possible that if they have more unmet social needs or they have more needs for social support, it is possible naturally they're more drawn to AI chatbots that provides that social connections. The concern is that might put them in more vulnerable positions to be overly relying on that relationship that is actually not real. AI is not their real friend. So here that I always kind of heard, in which I agree that my study here that I just share with you does not prove that this will lead to always necessarily emotional dependency. And perhaps for those youth who really, really critically need that social support, that AI chatbot can provide at least some short-term benefits, right? So why should we be concerned about? But there's no longitudinal studies right now currently with AI chatbots. But if we look at some social media research, it's still showing that that very long, extended, online exclusive relationship just doesn't really replace human-to-human relationships. So that's where we really want to be concerned about. Another thing is that if the youth are spending more time talking to a chatbot that is always very supportive than having relationship with their friends, that can be harder. We also want to consider its impact on their development, including the brain development. The middle school age is a critical period that they're actually making connections between brain regions from the self-centered thinking brain region to taking other people's perspective accurately, and how that brain connections can be formed in a mature way is only through those very healthy conflicts and repairment. So yeah, that's another one that I want to point out. Thank you so much for your attention.
And Scott, you're up next.
Okay, thanks everybody. I'm Scott Weiss. I'm the education team lead for GoodNotes. We have 25 million users. I'm based in London, and it's good to be back at Stanford. The last time I was here was quite a long time ago. And moving on to the next slide. Oh, the other green button. Okay.
Scott, I feel like the basketball referee saying the timer isn't operating. Oh, there we go. We got it. Back to you, Scott.
Okay, I'll be quick, but thank you. So the first thing that people think about when they talk about artificial intelligence in education, they think about content generation. And the deeper shift is, in fact, social. When a teacher has a room full of students, AI can really help out and enable that teacher to spend more time with the students who need the additional assistance, whether they're moving faster or slower, or they're not quite understanding something. And it can amplify that teacher's effort, either through hint generation, additional questions, clustering answers. Those are all things that we're doing now in GoodNotes, specifically to enable better teaching and better student support. This video is about 1 minute, and let me start it.
My first impression of using GoodNotes Classroom, I was very excited because I think it is a very useful app. There was a lot of amazing functions that allows me to actually spend more time with our class. It brings my students closer to me in terms of understand my students' progress. At the same time, if I can see they actually need extra help or they actually were lost track of progress, I can actually go ahead and tell them to work on it, or I can actually go there and to see what type of support they need.
An ordinary traditional classroom, a teacher has to teach 30 or even more students. So there's a very large chance that me or other students, we may get neglected by the teacher. It's really impossible for him or her to pay attention to everyone's individual needs. With a GoodNotes Classroom, the teacher could simply view all of our works by just a simple scroll.
Kingsley, can you explain your answer?
As we know, angle ACB equals to 35.
And I believe it's actually more helpful because it transcends the physical limitation in the classroom. So everyone gets more opportunities, or a rather equal opportunity, to gain instant response from the teacher for learning.
The angle for Q is corresponding to the angle for N. Okay, so this one should be reversed.
As our teacher can correct our mistakes immediately, we can know what mistake we have made. We can correct these mistakes immediately.
So the way GoodNotes education works is every student has a tablet and every teacher has a tablet. And the teacher can use this class navigator to see what each student is working on in their own individual layer. And that gives the teacher the opportunity to provide them with individualized feedback discreetly where other students aren't seeing what's going on. One of the things that's come out of it is that students frequently will ask the teacher to show their work on the larger screen because they want to be involved in a more social environment in the classroom. And that's a phenomenon that we found to be true in every classroom. One thing I need to mention, GoodNotes education is now free for all kindergarten through 12th grade education worldwide. The way we use AI is to amplify teacher effort. I mentioned that a moment ago. What you can see here is student answers being clustered, and that way the teacher can create feedback for one set of answers and just copy paste it to the different students who have that same answer, and then spend the time writing personalized feedback for the students whose answers differ quite significantly, and they might need more assistance, either from the teacher's desk through the tablet or by walking over to the student and working with them individually in person. The teacher's always in the loop with our solution. We never put AI directly in front of the student. So if the teacher wants to generate hints for a particular problem, they do that deliberately and review the hint before it then becomes available to the students to request that additional assistance themselves. The other thing that we're adding, and it will be available a little bit later this year, is generating extra questions. We found that most teachers will bring in content from the internet and then customize it and expand upon it themselves. And so the feature that we're adding is generate questions, and the teacher gets to choose which pages of the assignment to generate the questions from and how many questions, and then we'll automatically put that content directly into the worksheet that the students are issued and set it all up for them automatically. Closing, there are 3 key points that I want to make. The foundation is when students are working on shared canvases. Each of their iPads is unique to them, but collectively they can work together. It makes learning more visible and enables greater sharing. AI amplifies the efforts of the teacher by freeing them up to spend more time with the students who need it most. And the teachers get to respond to the students in real time rather than having to do that grading work at home in the evenings. They can do the grading work interactively during the active classes. And that creates those conversations that matter most. Thank you.
Caroline, bring us home.
So I want to ask you to imagine that you're 15 years old. It's 1 a.m. at night. You've had a difficult situation today with another student, and you're feeling very anxious. You don't want to wake up your parents. You don't want to text your friends because you're afraid that they might screenshot your message and tell other people, and you have an appointment with a therapist, but it's not for another 3 weeks. And then you have this personalized helper in your phone or your computer that always listens to you, that asks you to tell you more, and that gives you helpful advice. What are you going to do? So this is a reality for many teens, and you can see that the mental health of teenagers in the US and globally is worrying. So of high school students, and this was 2023, 40% experienced persistent sadness, 18% major depression, and 10% had attempted suicide. And we also know that, as we've been hearing today, many young people are using generative AI. And what I want to stress is that we know that about 1/3 of teens are using generative AI to talk about not school, but emotional and social issues. And 30% of the time, they're doing that on their school tablets or computers. So this is something that is blending into to school lives. Another thing that I want to stress, so this is a study where this was a US survey looking at teenagers that use AI specifically for mental health support. And what they asked students they asked teens if they thought that it was helpful or not. And you can see here that the orange and the light blue bars indicate whether they thought it was helpful. And you can see that many teens think this is very helpful. So across the study, about 93% of teenagers said AI at least helps me somewhat with my mental health. So I think that's important that we acknowledge that. And of course, we've also been hearing a lot about the negative effects of AI on mental health, whether that's emotional dependency in the way that these models are built. These models are not equipped in dealing with mental health crises, teenagers that are going through suicidal ideation or self-harm. We know that they're not able to deal with that in a good way, and they also engage in inappropriate conversations with teenagers. And I'm sure many of you have heard, and it was referenced earlier as well, about the teen that died by suicide after developing an emotional relationship with an AI chatbot. And their family is now settled a lawsuit with this AI company. So in my research, I look mainly at the youth perspective on AI and mental health. I've been talking to many young people to try to understand what do they think about how AI is shaping their mental health experiences. And first of all, many interesting things are coming up that I wouldn't have thought about. So for example, they tell me that they use it to check whether an email that they received from their teacher made sense, or what they should tell a friend when their friend is not feeling okay. or how they should write a silly poem. So there's many different things. And they also have a nuanced view. So many of them think that AI should not be used for emotional support. Most of the teams I've talked to agree with this. And why? Well, several reasons. First of all, it's not a human. So things that they've said was it should not be talking too much like a friend or a therapist. It's a computer. They're also aware that AI is not able to really deal with things that children are going through. So for example, I feel like some children don't really want to tell their parents or other adults, but ChatGPT could be a good thing, but sometimes it can give you the wrong answer. It doesn't understand what children are dealing with. And also, sometimes it's very simple. They say, well, my teacher told me that it's dangerous to use AI for emotional support. But what I also notice is this conflict in values. Because again, we know a lot of teams do use it for emotional support. So why do they use it? One reason that we hear is around bias. So one team said, for example, an LLM is useful, they're less biased. When you go to a therapist, you pay them, they're gonna say that you're doing well. Another thing is simple availability. If I'm lonely and I'm on a long waiting list for therapy, I'm going to use it even though I think I shouldn't. And then there's the idea of it's something that doesn't judge me and no one will see what I tell it. When we ask them about should we ban companion chatbots, AI chatbots, most of them will say, young people are very smart, they're going to find ways around it. And many of them talk about we want to understand the social parts of AI. So how can an AI help me to go outside and don't watch influencers, do activities with my friends? And then what do the adults say? So another quest that I've been embarking upon is analyzing responsible AI frameworks. You can see some of these organizations. There's a lot of people that are putting out AI frameworks. So what do they all have in common? So what I want to stress here is that, yes, there's a couple of things that experts really agree on. We need monitoring and oversight for AI chatbots. We need to limit the design for emotional dependency. But there are also a lot of things that they don't agree on. So, for example, what we hear from the young people, they talk about, these positive AI features, we need to invest in that. That's not mentioned by all of the frameworks. It is by some. Co-designing with teenagers is something that teens themselves think is really important. Not all of the frameworks stress this. What is the role of parents? Do we want to ban AI companions? There's still a lot of discussion. So I want to leave you with just a couple of takeaways. So first of all, yes, AI has become a very important part of young people's lives. And that is both positive and negative. And young people have very nuanced views on this. They think design features should be something that we need to look towards. And also they want to be involved, and we need to involve them. Experts are not aligned yet in what responsible AI actually means. And also, how should it be implemented? A lot of the frameworks talk about high-level ideas, but what are we actually going to do? So I would say there is a need for AI governance, but with youth participation, structured ways of involving young people themselves. Through that, achieving consensus about what do we actually mean when we talk about responsible AI practices, and also involving young people to better understand how they use AI, because they have a lot of knowledge about their lived experiences that we as adults do not always understand. So that would be my plea to action, is involving them in the future of AI in education. And I'm exactly on time, so thanks.
Okay, thank you. That was a wonderful start from each of you. Thank you so much. We now have a little social learning problem-solving task, which is for you to form groups of at least 4 people for the discussion. And I guess many places you can do that by turning around and just grabbing some other folks. A few of you may move over. So that's your task, is to form groups. And in the groups, just introduce yourself. Say a little bit about your work or your perspective, and then share what comes to mind from the presentations and what we collectively need to do to use AI effectively as the subtitle of the session said, to connect, collaborate, and grow, and to help our young people make sure they use it in productive, not destructive ways. Okay, so form your groups, start talking. We will circulate and join in different groups for a few minutes.
I got like really gorgeous now. So yeah, so we did a 5-year follow-up with our 1,000 people. So we have data. So we had people from 2020, and now we just did it in 2025 again. So we're looking at like the different. I mean, obviously it's a survey, so it's not.
Have some really nice succinct. Wrap up your conversation. We'll have a final comments from the panel. Caroline, please join us again. I'll never get their attention or back. And then you have the break to continue discussions. You, okay? Thank you, everyone. Wonderful discussions from the few I got to join. So many interesting things, and it was particularly wonderful to have some of the students here. Boy, they are so insightful that I took away several things. But would you like to start at this end and just work your way through, Elaine?
Yeah, so I was lucky to join like a couple different groups, having really thoughtful discussions. The kind of overall, I think our consensus is, just like anything in our life, there's no one perfect answer for any problem. So a lot of kind of discussions were focused on finding more kind of clearly defined boundary, acknowledge that AI chatbot can provide support, sometimes can be really helpful to people's psychological needs, but also when it isn't, and where is that space that it can actually creating some more harmful effect, and how the tech companies, their roles in really taking this seriously to protecting their users. So yeah.
Bethany.
Really many good points, but the one I'll focus on is, everybody in this room theoretically has reached a level of cognitive autonomy and critical thinking that we take for granted. But in reality, the next generation might be so, for lack of a better word, kneecapped because they have persistent answers given to them that we don't understand how their cognitive autonomy is really going to develop. And so we need to account for that as we think about the trajectory emotionally and cognitively of this generation, starting right now.
We spoke a lot about the importance of amplifying the efforts and the quality of teaching to keep the teacher in the loop, to give the teacher more time with the students, and to be really careful not to try to replace teaching with machinery. And we also talked a bit about the experiences that a good teacher can have on us as we're learning, and also beyond that as we get older. And that was the gist of what we were talking about while I was there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think a couple of really interesting things. One was around how do we define deep connections. So the group that I was with was discussing, we're talking about forming connections with AI, but what does that actually mean? And how is it, for example, different from having a connection with someone who you're really deeply connected to, but that person might not like you? Or how is it different from you're using a diary to write all of your deepest thoughts. So defining that concept. And then another thing that was really important was we had a discussion around what is actually the bigger picture that we should be looking at. So why are so many young people dealing with mental health problems, and how do we solve those bigger issues rather than thinking about using technology to maybe fix some of the problems that technology has caused. And then finally, there was the discussion around, there's still quite a lot of bias when we talk about using AI, not just for mental health, but also for a school. So how people talk about how they're using it is, there's still not a lot of openness around that subject. So that's something that we have to think about as well.
And I'll just add a few things I heard from the students, which reflected things that have been said by the panelists and others. One is that students need to understand that the technology wants to say yes, and that it can be very destructive to be interacting with something that's job is to just agree with you all the time, even if you're saying, you might damage yourself, and it will kind of say, yeah, that's a good idea, here's how you might do it. Second, the student raised was about trust. What does it mean to trust, and how to learn how to trust within this world where there are so many things working against trust. I think that's a very important point. And the third, which is really important for those of us who are researchers to think about, as well as everyone else, is there may be positive short-term effects when we look at something and say, well, yeah, this had some positive effects, that may be detrimental long-term. And our research office is not set up to follow long-term effects. But the fact that something may be helpful, it may be working against agency or autonomy or emotional development in the long run. And I really, that one I will take home and think about, how do we ever separate short-term effects that may be positive, that go with long-term effects that may be negative. So we are about out of time with that. Please join me in thanking Pil Young, Bethany, Scott, and Caroline. And thanks to all of you for wonderful discussions, and hopefully you'll be continuing some of those. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay, please get a seat. We are going to get started. So we have 2 more sessions, starting with the one that I'm introducing right now, which is a very, very exciting one. We are announcing the winners for the Create AI Challenge. And my dear colleague, Sari Espinosa Salamanca, will speak a lot more about what the challenge was about and the success that we saw. And then you will meet with one of the selected winner who will speak about their solution. And then all the winners will come on stage, and there are 12 of them. And we'll also invite the judges to come on stage and celebrate our winners. So with all of us, a big moment of celebration coming up. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I'll do that again. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, but we need, that energy of give and receive. So I appreciate you. We're almost there, and thank you so much for being here. The Create AI Challenge was launched at the Stanford Accelerator EdTech Summit this past November as an invitation to rethink how artificial intelligence shows up in learning. At a moment when AI is rapidly entering classrooms, workspaces, and communities, we saw both an opportunity and a responsibility to help shape the trajectory intentionally. Too often, AI in education is framed primarily as a tool for automation grading faster, summarizing faster, generating faster. But education is not an efficiency problem to be optimized. It's a human development mission. So we asked a different question. How can AI augment human potential rather than replace human effort? Hosted by the Stanford Accelerator for Learning with support of Google.org, the Create AI Challenge was designed to surface innovations and put educators and learners at the heart of AI design. Tools that expand access, strengthen agency, and depend connection, ultimately advancing learning, well-being, and opportunity. The response was extraordinary. We received 305 submissions from around the world across 3 focus areas: augment teaching, augment learning, and augment career pathways. The depth and creativity of these ideas were tremendous. And the field is ready to build human-centered AI when we create the platforms and surface to support it. Thank you to all the reviewers. Some of you are in the room. Can you raise your hand if you were a reviewer? Because y'all deserve a huge, huge hand of applause. Yes. And our judges, can you please raise your hand if you were a judge? Big round of applause to our judges. This was a true team effort to make this happen. Today, our 12 finalists represent more than a promising tool. They represent a mindset shift where innovation is guided by learning sciences and human values. Because ultimately, the future of AI in education will not be defined by what machines can do, but by what we choose to amplify in people. We will now hear from one of our winners, Hiroshi Mendoza.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hiroshi Mendoza. I know you had a long day, so I promise I'll make it quick. But I have a very cool demo to show you at the end. So we are Readsidekick, where we allow anyone to draw meaning from any text. So this story is actually a very personal one. So this is me when I was 10 years old, and I moved from Mexico City to the US, and I didn't know any English. And I remember that I was put into a classroom, and the teacher asked me to read out loud in English. So I read the sentence as a Spanish speaker would. And when I finished reading the sentence, the whole classroom laughed at me. And I didn't want to read out loud again. Thankfully, I found this book series called Animorphs. And it was through this curiosity and this Spanish-English dictionary that I learned to decode text and understand English. Another big inspiration for this project was my brother Seiji. He has struggled with reading comprehension all his life, and he was born deaf. And obviously, the phonics approach fails deaf children. So there's about 1 million deaf adults in the US. But if we zoom out, adult literacy is a big problem. There's about 120 million people that lack the literacy skills required to excel in the modern workplace. Income is directly tied to your literacy levels. And I saw this disparity firsthand. My younger brother that's hearing and my adult brother Seiji was deaf, both enrolled in software boot camps. My hearing brother excelled and was able to transition to a higher income career, while my older brother Seiji couldn't. As you can see, between the deaf and hearing population, there's about a 20% difference in terms of employment. There is a lot of communication barriers between the deaf and hearing world. But ultimately, I do believe literacy played a big factor in this gap. So what is ReadPsychic? ReadPsychic is a combined framework for reading, inspired by Professor Kunze, a deaf graduate from Stanford, who advocated having to build a cognitive foundation in your strongest language, what deaf children learn to read by sign language. We combine this with Professor Fillmore's Juicy Sentences framework that breaks down complex text and allows you to derive meaning from it. Eventually taking a frustrating task and transforming it to self-propelled learning. So ReadPsychic allows anyone to derive meaning from any text. So here's a quick demo. It's a Chrome extension, so you're able to highlight the text. And my brother uses this daily, and allows you to rephrase the sentence to your reading level. In Learn mode, it breaks down the sentences line by line and explains it in your native language. My mom, who's Japanese, uses this to understand English literature. And this is different than Google Translate, because we're not translating word for word. We're actually explaining the text as you had a teacher next to you. And this is possible today because of AI. And in this process, I realized that in order to help my brother in the deaf community, I needed to have an English to sign language translator. And when I told people about this, they thought I was crazy. How are you going to take a written language, convert it to a visual language? But nevertheless, I spent $10,000, and I worked with Christine, an ASL interpreter that believed in this concept. And as you know, sign language is very expressive. So any facial expression can change the meaning of the sentence. So we decoded over 60 facial expressions, and we invented this written schema that had the attributes to showcase a rich sign language meaning, the spatial quadrants, facial expressions. And we had a data set of thousands of English sentences to sign language translations, and we fed this into a model. So today, if you go to Gemini and ChatGPT and ask it to translate to sign language, it's going to output something like this. And this is wrong because it's based on ASL Gloss, which is an antiquated system that doesn't express the richness of the language. So our model, or fine-tuned model, is able to output what you see below. And then we have a system that can map these tokens into animations. So this is the awesome demo that I wanted to show you. So now you're able to highlight any English text, and then with our model, we tokenize it, and then we're able to animate it. And you can see the different facial expressions. We have the ability to have the spatial quadrants. We also have the ability to show finger spelling, essentially being able to translate any English text into sign language. So this is the team. I'm kind of the lead tech, lead product designer. I had an undergraduate degree in engineering from MIT. I graduated from also the Stanford D School design program. And I will have 15 years of technology experience. And Christine is my main ASL interpreter. And her husband, Ratish, has been proofreading the animations. And both combined have over 20 years in teaching sign language. And last year, our advisor, Professor Guadalupe Valdez, she's retired now, but she used to provide Professor School of Education. And she provided the theoretical foundation for our ideas. So ultimately, we read psychic, and we believe that anyone can draw meaning from any text. So if you're interested in making this vision possible, I'd love to talk to you after this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hiroshi. I would now like to invite Tori Bates and Isabel Howe back up to the stage. Round of applause, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tori Bates. I work on learning and product innovation at google.org. We are really excited to be able to support this Create AI challenge. I was in the room yesterday when they all did their pitches in front of the judges, and it truly was amazing to see so many innovative ideas that are solving real-world problems and transforming the future of learning. So truly congratulations to all the winners. They are super deserving.
Okay, without further ado, the official plaques are going to be awarded now. So first off, we have Hiroshi Mendoza from Read Psychic. Keith Cole and his team from AI Studio Teams. Finalists, y'all can get closer to the stage.
Congratulations.
Up next, we'll have Bella AI. Come on up. Up next, we have Nikhil from the Freedom app. Oh, sure, yes, please. Up next, Julie from Flourish. Up next, Omo and his team from Math Everywhere. Congratulations. Dennis Walls. Oh, there you are. Okay, come on up, come on up. This team, Generative AI Enhanced Behavior Learning Lab for Children with Autism. Okay. Up next, we have Aisha and Akil from Math Adoption Playbook. Congratulations. Up next, we have Adam Siegel with You Good. Congratulations. Up next, we have John Mitchell, co-designing how we teach process-based students analytical writing in collaboration with Sacred Heart. Congratulations. And And last but not least, Marissa McGee, small books, big lessons. We do have one more team from Scratch 4.0 who are not able to be here today, but we have their plaque and we will send it over to them. I would now like to invite our judges onto the stage, please, for a group photo. And reviewers as well, please. Yes, if you're in the room, we couldn't have done this without you. Come on up. Josh, I see you. Keith, I see you. Kristen, Kathy, are y'all in the room? Glenn? Yes, yes, come on up. If I didn't mention you and you were a reviewer, please come on up to the stage. Yay. Come on up, come on up, come on up. We might have to do 2 rows, so let's get creative on how we do a 3rd row in the front here.
I don't want to eclipse anybody. I don't want to block somebody.
Here to introduce the last one.
Yes, yeah, that's totally fine. And we'll bring the chairs up after yours.
So we are going to bring back the chairs. We need the full stage for this big group of great AI winners. But let me also introduce briefly our closing session, which is a really exciting conversation with some luminaries across research, global technology, and some thinkers, educational thought leaders. And then the session is being moderated by John Hennessy, who, in addition to be the chairman of Alphabet, was also our president at Stanford University. So a huge honor for us to have John with us tonight and this very esteemed panel. So thank you.
So we're planning a debate and discussion about the issues here at Susanna's request. She said she wanted to hear a little disagreement and a variety in opinions. So let's start out. We've been hearing about AI and this notion that this time is different. How many people remember the MOOC revolution that was going to completely change the way K-12 education? And it didn't make it. So maybe start with a question for each of you to answer briefly. Why is this time really different? What fundamentally about the technology could be transformative? Susanna, you want to start? You're on the end.
Oh, okay. Well, I think the ability to generate is one thing, that we didn't have that before, and that really changes how people can interact with it. So it can replace a lot of work. And when I think about the potential benefits of it, I think that we want to get certain kinds of experiences to students because we know those experiences are really helpful for how they learn. But there are these barriers to getting there because they often require lots of work, lots of communication, lots of things like that. The new tools have ability, I think, to reduce these barriers a lot in the way that kind of the traditional approaches had some kinds of benefits clearly, but couldn't really transform this kind of communication and organization in the way that the current tools could if we use them right.
You want to add anything, Rebecca?
Sure. I think one of the reasons this is really different this time is schools did not invite this technology into their classrooms, like MOOCs or other, higher ed institutions. It showed up. It's software. Kids are accessing it through social media, through gaming platforms, through EdTech, yes. And we really can't forget that kids learn everywhere all the time, and so they're learning with AI outside of school. And I do think this time is really different in terms of us having to build really strong family-school partnerships if we want to try to wrap our hands around how to support kids to learn in an age of AI, even more than, say, with a MOOC. I see it more analogous to social media, frankly, where we in the education community were asleep at the wheel. We didn't really talk about it when it rolled out. We sort of ignored it, and it's come back to bite us.
So when you draw a parallel to social media, immediately comes into my brain where all the mistakes we made in social media about not limiting use or putting in safeguards and things like that. So you have to worry about this in the case of AI as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Nirav, how about you? What do you think?
I guess I would start by saying we don't know yet. So this could be MOOC 2.0, and we'll find out over the coming years. I doubt it, but it's possible. I think just zooming out, this might be the most powerful technology that humanity's ever created. And so we should at least have some assumption and curiosity that that would have a big impact on education, both on the opportunities and the risks. I think that's just kind of my starting point. This is a very big deal for humanity, and it'll probably be a big deal for education.
Yeah, I agree with you. In fact, 10 years ago, we had a debate at the Google board. What was going to be more important, AI or the internet? And Larry and Sergey said AI, and everybody else on the board said the internet. 5 years later, we had the debate again, and everybody had flipped into the AI thing. So I think you're right. It's a transformative technology. Shantanu?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that, because I think now we're not just transforming education, we're transforming everything, how we work, the economy, every part of that. And I guess, you said you wanted to debate. I'd actually disagree with the premise of the question that education technology hasn't had a transformative impact over the last 10 years. And I say that in the context of what we've seen in terms of what it's done for access, what it's done for personalization. Before I was at Google, I helped start Khan Academy, and one of the things that we've always believed, like that personalized learning could be, and that was a dream of the MOOCs. But I met somebody a couple years ago who was a girl in Afghanistan who had to drop out of school at the age of 11 because of the Taliban. And she found online learning. She found YouTube. She found Khan Academy. She found online resources. She studied. She did well in the SAT, came to ASU. Now she's studying quantum computing, doing her PhD in quantum computing. So to me, that is a transformative impact.
No. I agree with you. I think the MOOCs in the developing world have had. I've been to India and seen young children who didn't have a good school environment, were not going to learning on MOOCs. So I think particularly...
And just to add to that, I think the big difference now is, I think before that's the unusual story. That's not the average girl in Afghanistan. But I think with AI, that personalization and that access becomes so much more accessible to a lot more people.
Yeah, I think the personalization thing is absolutely right. I mean, the old days, personalization was watch the video again, right? That was until you get it, right? And Sal Khan actually once told me a story. Somebody had to watch a video on linear algebra 16 times, but they got it on the 16th time. So, but we can do better. We can do better. Rebecca, you've written a lot about how education has to change, that we need to rethink how we're educating children for this age of AI. Say something about what you think, what really has to change, and how do we make sure they're learning?
Right. Well, I've been thinking about what the purpose of education is for some time pre-AI, and the best analogy I've most recently come up with is with my co-author, Jenny Anderson. We wrote a book last year called The Disengaged Teen, and really what we were looking at is, why do so many kids hate school? Like, why do they hate school? Kids love learning. They're hardwired to learn. 75% of them say they love school in 3rd grade, and by 10th grade, only 25% of them say they love school. And one of the main sort of conclusions we came to was that for many years, we have operated under an age of achievement. The purpose of school is to rank, sort, and help kids figure out who gets to go to Stanford or who gets to go to other higher ed institutions. And historically, that is really, in every country of the world, industrialized or not industrialized, that is sort of the core spine of schooling. So could we think of a different purpose? And we kept, again, this was we were doing this study before ChatGPT came out. And so it came out right in the middle of the research. And we thought, well, you know, we're seeing the fraying nature of the age of achievement in low engagement, in employers saying, I have to spoon feed my young recruits. They need to be told exactly what to do. They can't problem solve, mental health crises, chronic absenteeism, you name it. And we thought, well, really what we need is sort of an education system, a new era, and sort of age of agency, age of student agency. What if education systems really were about helping kids learn how to learn, find their passion, yes, acquire knowledge. You can't I'm especially worried about throwing the baby out with the bathwater with AI on the acquiring knowledge piece, but apply it. And there's lots of creative pedagogies to do it. We just haven't done that at scale, and we do need to reorient how we assess. And AI has a potential. I think assessment is an area that AI has a real potential for opening up.
So Susanna, you've spent your life studying, measuring education, measuring impact, measuring. How do we approach that in this age of AI? Because it seems like we're going to have to rethink a lot of things.
Yeah, so certainly we don't want to kind of, I don't think there's a dichotomy really between just trying things that seem right and also instead using research approaches that we've had forever where you need 5 years to find out any kind of information. But you can really instead engage with what we know and also build learning into what we do. And I think we need both of those things because like in some of these AI chatbots and things like that, the tutors, Conmigo or something like that, where you've seen this great effect in Afghanistan, we also, those are great because we've built in an understanding of some of the learning sciences into it, kind of what kinds of supports do we need, and we need to do more of those kinds of things, but we also know a lot from research that 5%, what do they say, the 5% rule, the 10% rule. You get that many students is a lot when you look around the world, but we don't want to leave out the 95% of other students who aren't going to engage in this. And so we really need to think about the research that's out there that talks about how you engage students, how do you get them to want to be on these platforms. And I think we have a lot of knowledge about that that's out there too. So you want to pull that kind of knowledge in. For example, getting an adult to work with them can allow them to work on that platform better. Maybe that adult doesn't need to be with them always, but the adult needs to be there to celebrate the successes the students have, to really motivate and engage them to do it. So the first thing that we want to do is kind of take what we know and apply it, give them the kinds of experiences they want, and don't make the obvious mistakes that we know that from everything we've done in ed tech that we've been talking about. But the other thing is that we really need to learn more as it goes along. So I will be an advocate for partnerships where we build research into what's going on. If you're rolling out a program into 10,000 schools with 100,000 students, do it in a way where you learn something. You can randomize different parts of it so you know what engages and what doesn't engage students, what helps them get to the next stage, and what doesn't, what makes them disengage. I'm sure we'll talk about cognitive offloading and the worries about that. So you really want to build that in, and I think you also want to build in measures. As you go along, you want to know what's happening. So you want to do this randomization, and you want to collect kind of implementation measures. Where is this falling off? Or for something like these AI tutors, how can they be used in a classroom in a way that actually engages students in there? So if I were thinking, I would maybe get rid of the 5-year RCTs kind of stuff, but I wouldn't get rid of really, really careful measurement and a lot of A/B testing as you do this.
Which, of course, on the internet, everybody who builds an internet program knows how to do A/B testing and do it and scale it up as you get more and more people in. It's the way that business is run. So I think we should be able to do this.
I think that's right, but it's more than just like what the tool does. You've got to A/B test how you get it to get it to students.
Yes,
as well.
yes. Which is a more complicated.
It's a little bit more complicated, yeah.
Narav, you're working on AI at Anthropic. What do you think about what does education need to double down on that AI isn't going to do? What's the role, and how do they fit together?
Yeah, I mean, one of the hard things about AI deployment is I think we have strong confidence it'll eventually have big impacts across the society. But in any given year, you don't know exactly what part of society, what's going to hit when. So one thing we think about Anthropic is kind of if-then statements, like if the world looks like this, then we should start changing in this way, but trying to have some humility that we don't know when the ifs will happen. So in education and curriculum, and how we might change, I can kind of think of maybe 3 phases. In the current phase, the world doesn't look that different than it did a couple of years ago, and so I think our main focus should be just using AI tools for the existing curriculum we have. There's plenty of kids who aren't getting reading and math done. Maybe AI can help. And that should just be our focus right now, and I wouldn't call for any radical change. I do think it's likely in the next kind of 2 to 10 years that the economy will start shifting, jobs will start shifting. I don't know that that'll affect elementary and middle schools that much, but it should probably affect high schools and colleges and what they're focusing on. And so as that data comes, I think that's an area where you will want some curricular change. And then, just to be very open and direct, I do think over some period of time, call it decades, the world's going to look radically different, akin to the farmer-industrial revolution, and that changed education a lot. And that's hard to predict, it's hard to know, and so I have less confidence here. But one way I personally think about it is education has 3 fairly core functions: turning a kid into a good person, turning a kid into a good citizen, and then turning a kid into a good worker is probably the wrong word, but participating in the workforce. And my hunch is those first 2 things are going to become more important, and the third thing is going to decline in importance a bit when understanding what it means to be a flourishing human and how to participate in a society where maybe humans are doing less labor is going to have profound impacts on education, but I think that's further down the road.
Yeah, it is somewhat ironic that the early impact on jobs appears to be on starting programmers, which is kind of a funny thing. And one of the healthy things is the CS enrollment at Stanford and Berkeley has actually dropped for the first time in 10 years because it was too many students. And what are they doing? They're going to other fields. They're still using computing as a tool. They're using AI as a tool, but they're going to other fields. They're shifting around. Shantanu, this is obviously, as you roll this out, we have to worry about ensure that there's positive human impact, right? That we've got appropriate guardrails, we've got the right kinds of. How do you think about that part of the problem? At the same time, when people are saying we want this technology, how do you balance that?
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I focus on is how do we bring this technology to education schools, in the schools and institutions, K-12 schools and higher ed institutions, and as a part of that, a big. What we already see is students are running away with this, right? The youth are the earliest adopters. They've moved on, and they're using the technology significantly. So what's critical here is that we figure out how to bring this technology responsibly to empower kind of all the institutions. And as a part of that, I actually do think that's why educators are so critical to this conversation, because they can really guide the right way to use the technology. There's obviously the safety aspects. We don't, we want to restrict the persona so people aren't building unhealthy relationships with the technology, particularly for younger users. There's obviously content safety, but also how do we make sure that the technology is pedagogically appropriate, right? It's one thing to do well on competition math exams and score a gold medal on the math Olympiad. It's another thing to be a good teacher and really have those pedagogical attributes to it. So one of the things that we do at Google is we actually benchmark the models against that. We have LearnLM where we're looking at it on whether it's deepening metacognition, whether it's driving active learning. Is it, when we ask it to not give the answer and have the productive struggle, does it do instruction following well there? So I think all of those things are complex problems and you can't do them on your own. I think you have to work with institutions, you have to work with all the people, and it has to be that partnership to bring it correctly and really make sure it's landing appropriately in society.
And do you think we can build guardrails that brilliant young people won't jailbreak somehow and get around? I think they're really smart when it comes to using computing, and often most young people know more than their parents about how to use the technology.
I do think you can, but I think it's not easy. I think there's the point, right? Which is you really need to focus on it. It can't be something where you put a little bit of effort, like, oh, I tested it and it looks pretty good on these, with some of the evals we have. You have to really because students are pretty good, young people, as you say, are pretty good at finding workarounds on anything that you put out there.
Yeah, and one thing we've seen is AI-produced code sometimes has complex security flaws that we were not aware of if you just look at the code. So there are some challenges we still have to solve. Coming back to Rebecca and Susanna, talk about how do we think about this in the context of if we don't do something. I mean, there's AI as making a positive change, but there's also, well, if we don't engage with it, are we going to be not preparing kids for the new century here?
I think the biggest sort of quandary that parents, educators, experts like all of us are trying to figure out is what's the balance between protect our kids and prepare our kids. Like that is a real tension lived on a daily basis in classrooms, in homes. We just did a big study at the Brookings Institution with a global task force on AI in education. And we were, and Isabel and Glenn and a bunch of other people were on our steering committee. And we were really asking the question, are we on the right track when it comes to K-12 students, learning and development, and generative AI? And ultimately what we found was, no, we are not on the right track. The risks are overshadowing the benefits as it is rolled out today. And part of that is because we, I think, are at risk of like losing the forest for the trees when we focus on very single point, great solutions deployed in one place in one classroom. And you miss the big picture that a lot of kids are spending lots of time with frontier model chatbots that are not designed for kids, are not designed for learning. And you can put, learn LM next to a give me the answer LM. What kid is going to pick the learn one and not the give me the answer one? And it's not because they're bad or they're lazy. It's just that's how the human brain is wired. So the risks really do come about around unscaffolded, open-ended sort of Gen AI use, largely with chatbots, often outside of school. And there are benefits, real benefits, but it's with narrow AI use. Really, vetted tools, vetted content, embedded in good pedagogy, helping to sort of do things that you couldn't do before. I have a real, and I've become increasingly this way, minimalist mindset when it comes to deploying technology in schools. If you can do it with a paper and pencil or a hug or in person or give a kid a hug or just have a chat, just do that. Like use the technology for things that are really transformational. It was yesterday, I can't remember where I was, but I think it was yesterday. I was touring, George Mason University has starting to develop AI-embedded VR simulations to train nurses. Fantastic use. They learn the content, they brief, they go in there, they practice. The AI is making this VR simulation incredibly real life. That is a great use of AI to really do something new. So that's where I think we should be focusing our attention.
Yeah, so I don't know if it really matters whether we, get the least technological thing we possibly can in there. I more worry about kind of what we're not providing right now that we should be. And that maybe we can, even before what you need to flourish in life changes, we're not focused schools on what currently kids need to flourish in life. I think there are all sorts of different capacities that are beneficial to you. Even things like getting pleasure out of what you do, that's like a simple one. But I do think there are ones like being creative, coming up with new ideas, critical thinking, of course, we think is important. Being able to persuade something or somebody of something, which we're trying to do now. Yes. But we have all these kinds of things, and we haven't really measured them in schools very well. And I think as a result, we haven't worked towards them. And part of the reason we don't measure them is it's really hard to measure them with an assessment. If you're thinking about something like coming up with an idea, you have to measure that over a long period of time because you don't come up with an idea, in the 10 minutes you have to take this assessment. So if we could have kind of more ambient information that's out there that isn't necessarily summative, but provides us an ability to help students learn towards outcomes that really help them flourish in life, I think we would be kind of so much better. And I think there are a number of things like that. Like for high school students, I think there's this great potential of career and technical education and apprenticeships, or at least project-based learning, to be much more engaging than it is now. But part of the problem is that it's really complicated to do that well, and so there are a couple of places that do that well, but most, it's worse than, you know, just being in a classroom and hearing stuff. So as a result, we don't do it very much. But if we could get over those barriers by kind of, again, to the measurement, like if we could measure when a student in apprenticeship was doing something that demonstrated they were developing skills, or they were slacking off and not doing anything, and we could go in and say, well, what about if you made this effort? I really think we could, even in the world we're in now, make huge progress. And I don't really care if a student is using an LLM, or they're using paper or whatever it is, if we are thinking about whether they're getting these kind of experiences and capacities that they need to flourish.
So that's a really great question, because that's what we really want to make sure, that they have critical thinking skills. Nerv, how do we deal with that? How do we prevent them from just using the tool to get the answer without doing the hard thinking, without doing the critical analysis?
That's definitely a risk. I think a lot of kids are cheating on a lot of things right now.
Or being strategic.
And
or being strategic. Like, who wouldn't use it? Like,
I'm definitely worried about the amount of cheating that's going on. You know, my hunch is like the thing that prevents cheating is good assessments. And so I'll just throw out a curiosity. You know, like Oxford and Cambridge, they did oral exams. Like, you go in, you talk to your professor, and then they tell you if you like got the material or not. I think AI will allow you to scale oral exams. So just like as a little side project at Anthropic, now that anybody can build an app, I'm an English major and very non-technical, and I created my own oral examiner app, where you could just upload a PDF, and then Claude would just start asking you questions, and I gave Claude a little rubric, and then it would grade you. And I did it, and like it gave me a 3.6 out of 5, and that felt about right. And so, I don't know, my hunch is if you get the assessment right, that'll be the way to get cheating down, and I think there's a lot of cool ways to do assessments. Like, I'll throw out one more anecdote. At the end of every week, I ask Claude, how good of a thinker does it think I was over the past week? And it goes over all our conversations, and it tells me where I've done well and not well.
Wow.
And it usually stings sometimes, but often insightful. So, yeah.
And do you change because of that?
Oh, yeah. I
like
care what it thinks about
the following week, do you like think about how to improve?
It's gradual, but and I guess too early to tell. There's no RCT on Europe's interactions.
But there could be.
There could be.
There could be. We had an A/B test.
Exactly.
One didn't ask and the other asked.
The problem is, you can't do this by natural experiment, because it's all new technology. So you can't look back and say, you're going to have to do it from ground zero.
Yeah, but you do need, you do know some things. And for example, I wouldn't go initially to assessments. I would go to humans. I would say that's how we make it good, is we build it into interactions. And that's how we know if it's, that's how we make it so kids don't cheat.
I was thinking about something I said to my son and to my granddaughter. Reading is a superpower. Do I have to now say AI? Knowing how to use AI is the new superpower?
Additional.
I mean,
but
I hope they can still read.
But it's true, like domain expertise, higher level cognitive, critical thinking, you do a lot more with AI. And you ask poor questions and formulate things poorly, you get not so much. So I'm actually quite worried about a new layer of cognitive stratification.
I want them to understand the tools. I don't want to turn them all into prompt engineers, though, right? That's the thing we don't want to do. Shantanu, talk about the role. How do you think about this from a role of industry, of a company, as we roll out this technology? And I'm sure Nerv will have some thoughts about this too. I mean, how do you think about their role in doing this right and ensuring that we make progress. I mean, Notebook LM is great. I mean, I love it. It's amazing to just do things. And you just take a 30-page, very dense scientific paper and you get a summary of it that you can read, actually, and understand. So
yeah, and I think, you know, and I guess going back to the thing of like, are students cheating or not, is that efficiency? Like, if you didn't read that and you turn, you know, people used to say YouTube, is that efficiency, or maybe I should have read the full chapter? And I think what you have to recognize is the technology is changing this. There's an important part of learning that is the productive struggle. Everybody's going to try to take the shortest path, the same way, like, I'm not going to go down the road that has all the traffic that's going to give me a headache. I'm going to take the quickest path, and people are doing that. That's human behavior, and we can't fault students for following human behavior. What we have to do is make sure that the paths they're taking are actually going to give them the skills that they need. And I think that's where it really does go into how do we ensure that the experiences that are happening in the classroom are around that. And I think, you know, from an industry standpoint, what I'm interested in, because this is technology, it's a general purpose, you know, technology, and it can be used for great good, and it can also be used incorrect. It's like fire. You can use it to cook. You can use it for war. And with something like this, you really do have to identify the benefits, right? Like, what are the ways we empower the educator? We already see that they're running away with it also. You know, we had a pilot in Northern Ireland where they're saving 10 hours a week of time. So they're embracing it. But how do we make sure that we're giving them the tools? Because this change is happening. And if you just leave the system as it is, you're going to have all these negative effects. We have to empower the educators to adapt for this new world.
Yeah.
I think, like, one message, if I can give to all the builders and amazing people in this room, is the technology's, I think, about there, but we don't yet have the product right. And so what would be amazing, I think, and transformative from AI is if in a couple of years we had a AI tutor that worked with most kids most of the time, most subjects, that we had it well researched, and that it didn't degrade on mental health or disempowerment or all these issues we've talked on. And I think if we can crack that, which seems very real, like possible that we should, then it'll just be, be amazing. And I think like it'll have a chance to be one of the more equitable interventions we've ever had. So I'm like generally bullish that AI will reduce educational inequality. Like the things that work the most in education are a great teacher or a great tutor, and those are just like notoriously hard to scale here in America and particularly global. And so if we can get an AI tutor that's like approaching what a human does, I think that will be amazing for reducing educational inequality. But we just don't have that product yet. So I do think that is like the one thing that we don't have that we need. But if we can get there, I think great things will happen.
I think we can. I mean, we do have it for limited context, right? We have it for introductory programming through Code in Place, right? So tens of thousands of people around the world are learning to code using these AI tutors. We've got to get it broad-based, though, so they can handle a wide variety of things.
I worry much less about getting an incredible product like that, and much more about how are our systems going to absorb them? Yeah. Our learning systems in and out of school. Because, you know, that is actually where I think we often go off the rails.
So, Rebecca, this is a perfect segue because that leads to my silver bullet question. I'm giving you each a silver bullet to solve or knock out one barrier, one system-level problem that's going to become the bottleneck in getting this technology out there. Susanna, what are you going to go after?
Okay, so I'll go after measurement. I think we have to measure other things besides what we measure now, and we have to measure them kind of continuously so that they can be formatively used. And with that, I'll just get into this one thing about the tutor. I spend most of my time thinking about tutoring.
I was like, you've not said tutoring.
I love tutoring. I love tutoring like more than anything. But nonetheless, I think that's a very small part of what education is. I think you learn some things individually and they're factual, but that a lot of what you learn through interacting with people and creating things and going back and forth. So I think we've got big barriers to getting to those kinds of educational experiences students, which also could go use AI tools. You can use AI tools to better schedule when adults meet with students and to better and more flexibly schedule where students go. So that would be one. Or just our human resource system in general could be better done so that we can get these kind of exciting, beneficial experiences to students. So while I think measurement is kind of at the heart of it, and that's the one I'd like to overcome, I do think we have to overcome the idea that education is just like feeding information at the right level to students, because that is just, it's one important part of what we do, but not the main thing.
Yeah. Rebecca.
I second that.
Okay.
So I'm cheating. I'm doing a comment. I'm doing a comment on the tutoring, the pro. That this is what Susanna says is exactly what I meant about how education systems absorb technology. This is just a mere anecdote, but I was talking to somebody who was working at a large corporation in the HR department with a lot of people who spend a lot of time in front of computers, and said, we have a big morale problem. There was a lot of engineers, and they'd rolled out AI, and I said, what's the issue? And they said, well, the engineers are increasingly lonely because now when they have a question, they just ask ChatGPT or whatever they're using. They don't go and ask their colleague for help. And I just want us to all remember that, because that is a bit your point. Like, yes, a great tutor for each kid, but how are we going to absorb that? We don't want them just sitting there with their little AI tutor all day long, right? That's just a slice of how they would spend their time, because that's not how kids develop. But the one thing I think that I would try to tackle is really helping educators shift their pedagogy and support them, give them access to the tools, let them lead, and really help them get into this explorer mindset where they can, decide when not to use it and when to lean into it. I think that pedagogical shift is going to be our biggest hurdle.
Maybe one, this is great to go back and forth. I don't think I'm worried too much. I agree that adoption and absorption could go well or not well, or could be efficient or not efficient. But I do think if it's a truly amazing product, it will happen. And so I can't particularly...
That's what I'm worried about. That if it's so amazing, it will happen and will close down some of the sort of social interactions.
Got it. Well, that goes to my silver bullet.
Okay, great.
So I do think my silver bullet would be, I wish it was easier to start new schools, and particularly new public schools in the United States. Because I think starting a new school is an easier way to figure out what the AI human curriculum school day should look like. And I think we just need a lot of experimentation to figure that out. And I think new schools are the best way to do that.
But that's a very big silver bullet, because you'd have to start a lot of new schools. So
maybe I should be more narrow. The new schools will figure out the thing that then everybody else can
else
adopt.
will. Okay.
It's just a way to get to the answer quicker.
Good. Well, that's a great idea. I mean, you have a experimental, right? You have the point of the arrow doing the work to really discover what really works. That's a great idea. Shante.
Yeah, I'd actually agree with Rebecca on the training, supporting educators is critical. And I think it goes back, your first question about MOOCs didn't disrupt higher ed. I would actually say when you think about this, remember what's going to stay the same in education. We talk a lot about the change, but what stays the same is education is about the social experiences of the humans in the room. At its core, when I send my kids to school, it's not about consumption of information. It's about the mentorship from the teachers, the social experience. Higher ed, it's about the campus experience. That is what education is about. That's not going to change. So what we have to do is we have to really help support the educators so that they can refine their craft in this new world where all these things are changing. When when your assignments no longer make sense because you can just use agentic AI and complete all of them in a minute, what is the new experience? And that really does get back to the cores will stay the same, right? I think it is going to be the discussion, it's going to be the critical thinking, it's going to be all those things that make humans humans. And how do we really support educators through that transformation moment so that they can embrace the technology and use it to their benefit, so it's actually driving that critical thinking as opposed to being stuck in the old system where students are just bypassing them along the way.
Right. It's augmentation, not replacement of the teacher and the teacher's role. We have a few minutes for questions, and I think there are some mics around if somebody has a question for any of our panelists. Audience questions are always the best. Our panel for a great conversation.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
This was great. This was fabulous.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What do you think?
I guess well, our mic is on, right?
Okay.
I think they wanted to do the reel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as you know, we are going to move into cocktail, which we're all very excited about. So excited that people are already going there. I get it.
I know.
But we have a few things. First, do you want to thank the sponsors?
Yeah. So a few thank yous before I know that we are the last remaining thing standing in the way of you and drinks. So we'll do this as quickly as we can. But many thanks to our sponsors, Google, Good Notes, Owl Ventures, and Everway. Woo! And then let's see, thanks as well to all of our event staff, all of the support team that's been joining us today, all of our speakers, and certainly all of you. So thank you all for being here. It's really been wonderful to have you here for this 4th annual AI and Education Summit, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
Yeah.
Isabel?
And then we have a last little gift for all of you. We have a little reel from today.
I think one thing that AI can't teach us, but human can, is maybe empathy. That's something that's not tangible, not something that AI can really translate into meaning, and that's something that human connection can only foster. And in the realm of education, I think that's what facilitators, teachers, schools, environments can enable.
I think that to have human-centered AI in education, we first need to have human-centered education, which I don't think we have.
AI will never be able to teach us how to be present, how to look into our inner world, observe our breath, observe how things make us feel. That's just something that I don't think AI will ever be able to help us do.
I think AI can help educators solve the problem of expressing their curriculum in a relevant way for students, especially culturally. I think a lot of times educators get thrust into an environment or community that they don't necessarily have a connection to, and AI can help them tailor their content in a really authentic and engaging way to make sure that their students feel seen and heard in the classroom.
So one problem that AI can help educators solve is making sense of all of the data that we collect around students and hopefully help us to surface problems before they become problems so that we as human beings can intervene directly with the students and help them.
Educators really need the ability to determine between what is fact and what is not fact, and to be able to know when to trust what they have learned in the past versus when to trust the new information coming out.
I think what would help the most is tools to help scaffold and differentiate learning for all different learners in the classroom.
AI community should collaborate with educators to understand longitudinal and long-term effects of AI on well-being.
Educators really need support with dealing with change management, understanding their spheres of control so that they can implement AI and evolve and adapt along with the technology.
I think educators right now need more transparent involvement in decision-making capacities that are going to affect their students. Often educators that are practicing in a classroom aren't asked. And so we need to be talking to people in the classroom.
I feel so sad. It's almost done. What are you guys going to do? Go home and cry?
I mean, I'm not going home. I think I'm going downstairs.
Downstairs? What's downstairs?
Join us. We're continuing the conversation downstairs.
After party downstairs. See you there.
That ending was great.
In my touch screen, might get arrested.